Recharging Your Superwoman Summit.
Woo!
It's the July 11th, 7/11, Recharging Your Superwoman Summit. And this is so exciting because today we are just dedicated. We are committed to recharge you, to inspire you, to fire you up for the rest of the year. What do you want the rest of the year to look like? Could you believe it's already half of the year? Like I can't believe it's already half of the year. And so we get to play it our biggest game for the rest of 2021. And this is our means of recharging you and just firing you up for what you can create for the rest of the year. So with me are two amazing co-hosts. My actually the strategic, the money multiplier. We have here Shamika Cole, who's with us as co-host, and she actually has sourced some of our experts, and I'm so grateful for that. Shamiko, I want to put you on a spotlight. Um, Tell us, you know, how do you recharge money? How do you get recharged for money for the rest, for those of us who actually want to have, recharge money for the rest of 2021? What would you say? What tip can you give us?
Wow, I would have to say thank you. One, I appreciate being here, recharging your Superwoman. It is so exciting to get an opportunity to not only see those of us that are coming around us that are just supporting, but more importantly, how we can help each other. Wow, recharging our money. That's a loaded question, but the advantage to it is you get a chance to recharge no matter what. We are now in this new way of not only coming out in technology, getting our voices heard, but more importantly, partnerships and joint ventures and collaboration. And that's how we recharge our money. More importantly, respect it. Understand your relationship with money. When it comes to money, make sure you're respecting it and it will respect you. And more importantly, move with integrity. When we move with integrity, we get a chance to actually see how it flows right on back to us. So I'm so grateful that you asked that question. But more importantly, I'm excited to hear all of these people that are coming, and we're going to have so many more future summits. So I really encourage you to not only watch this one, but stay connected. Send in that information so that you can attend our next summit that's coming. And I'll tell you, today's panelists, woo! Oh, wow. We're going to hear some powerful professional women that come from all walks of life. But more importantly, they are all about recharging themselves so they can help recharge you. So I'm excited. I'm ready to go, Ava.
I am so excited. Thank you so much for that, Miko. That right there is already a great way to start recharging, our focus for money. And of course, we also have our second panelist, the amazing, the wonderful Michelle Quevedo. Michelle, would like to know a little bit more about you. Tell us what you do. We'd like to get to know you more.
Hi, Ava. Hey, Shmiko. I'm just so honored to be here, and I'm really excited about recharging. A little bit about myself is that I've actually spent an entire career of recharging other people, whether or not it's transforming from the pain that they have experienced, or a lot of times the pain goes away with dealing with people's health issues and connecting them to the right people. But what ends up happening is the cause behind the pain. And that's something that I'm always excited about. And recharging is always a big aspect of that. And I want to just tell you, Ava, I'm so excited. I saw the list of panelists. I'm really excited to be able to delve in deep and learning how to surround ourselves with like-minded, like-hearted people in order to get us where we want to be without being worn out or burned out. So I'm really excited to be here, and I'm hoping that we're going to be able to bring even more value, and I'm going to just bring my plucky little self, and we'll see what we can do.
So good. I am so excited. We are trying to kind of like not blind you. So we're moving our lights around. If you haven't noticed, it's reflecting on the screen, and we don't want to blind you for the rest of our summit. So we're trying to just move the light around to make sure it's not blinding you. But thank you so much, Michelle. Thank you so much. I am so grateful that you are co-hosting with me. Yes, a lot of our panels today are, really into recharging our bodies. And I feel like you really have a lot to really add into that. So I'm so grateful to share this stage with you. And of course, Shmiko is our strategic, what do you call that, Michelle? Systems and processes.
Yes, and in fact, actually, Shmiko, she's one of less than 1% of individuals. Sorry, Shmiko, I'm going to say this. She's actually what you call a nexalist. And if you don't know what that is, please look it up, because I truly believe that all the nexalists around the world, and like I said, there's less than 1% of the population that are like Shmiko, are being activated. So the fact that you're in the presence of a nexalist just means that things are just going to amplify and multiply. But you have to get your stuff together. And that's what Shmiko is all about. Systems and processes are just a part of that, because think about the universe. The universe and all laws of nature and all science is all about systems and processes and how that works. And you have a nexalist like Shmiko, and what she does is that she deciphers that for the rest of us mere mortals. So I'm really excited to have Shmiko with us and all the people that she's connecting us with. And we're just going to vibe all day for this summit with that energy, aren't we?
Yes. So I want to welcome you again. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shmiko. If you want to be on the background for our systems and processes, thank you so much. She's going to be on the background, just watching us and making sure that everything is working in the background. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Recharging Your Superwoman Summit. We are here to serve you. We are here to just give you all of the experts nuggets today. So thank you so much. We honor your time, we value your time, and we want to make sure that we deliver something that's life-changing today. Not that we can change your life, but you come expecting. And that's the power of expectation, right, Michelle? The power of expectation. When you come expecting, then miracles can show up for you. So I see that we've got Dr. Jill. Michelle, if you haven't met Dr. Jill is such a treat. Dr. Jill is, I'm going to pull her on the panel list. Dr. Jill is just a life-changing dynamo. I know for a fact, as I bring her up and as she's about to show up on the screen in a little bit, I'm going to say what my testimony of meeting Dr. Jill, because I have my personal testimony of meeting Dr. Jill, and she always brags about me being a part of the Recharging Your Superwoman Summit movement, making it about everything is right about you. Everything is right about you. And that really has changed my life. That has changed my life to the core. Let me ask Dr. Jill to come up on stage. Hi, Dr. Jill! Welcome to Recharging Your Superwoman Summit. Make sure we've got everything on control. Dr. Jill, this is Michelle, our co-host. She's also a body worker. She works with athletes. And what else do you work with, Michelle?
I cut my teeth on with pro athletes, Olympiads and such, but I work with all kinds of professionals. A lot of my practice is allopaths and also alternative medicine physicians. And so what ends up happening is that I end up being a bridge. I just make it relatable and people just want to heal.
That's so awesome. And Dr. Jill is also a chiropractor by background. But what she's come up with, not just working on bodies, but working on mindset, which is actually, how much of healing is mindset? If you were to put a percentage on how much of healing is mindset, what would you put? 10% of it is mindset, 50%.
It's a huge part of it, Ava, because it's the foundation of all healing. That if you don't believe, even if you take treatment and you don't believe that treatment's working, you're going to be worrying all the time that maybe my illness will come back. Then the illness could easily come back. So I think mindset is the foundation for everything. I think you got to have a solid foundation, a strong mindset, understand you're the right person for that situation to take it on, and that you're capable of healing your life. And when you get that and you anchor into that belief, then it's bring it, no matter what you pick, whether it's holistic or allopathic. But we got to get the thoughts right. And that's why I spend so much time teaching people how to get the mindset proper. So when they do take those action steps, which are also so important, they're believing that. Because if you don't believe it, it's not going to work. I mean, it could work, but the chances are you're going to have a harder time along the way.
Yes. And so, Dr. Jill, I actually do really want to give you a proper introduction. I was just saying that, being that you really focus on mindset, people are able to heal exponentially more. It's funny because in the physical therapy practice, we have billing codes. There's a billing code for gait, there's a billing code for therapeutic activity, but there's not a billing code for mindset. So I spend time like really even, before they're even willing to do the hard things, because it's hard. When you're hurting, when it's not comfortable, when you're pushing yourself, it requires a mindset. It requires a mindset that believes in healing, that believes it can be done, that believes it's worth the effort. And so I am so grateful that we have Dr. Jill here today, who is the master of mindsets, because it's so important to healing. So I am going to bring Dr. Jill up on stage, and then I'll put you on. Ooh, I put speaker view. So we're gonna get better at this on all of these views. But Dr. Jill, everything is right about you. Oh, everything is right about you. Everything is right about you. Oh my gosh, there's so much power in everything is right about you. I could tell you my testimony, my testimony about everything is right about you. And what's amazing was when I first met Dr. Jill, I really was discouraged. The first time it was coming up and I didn't feel like, things were going right. And, when you're discouraged, you lose courage. That's kind of like where the word comes from, and you start to slow down and you start to like dwindle down and doubt whether this is really doable. And so Dr. Jill, I actually owe it to you that we had the first summit and now we have the second, because when I met you, I was like starting to doubt, is this worth the effort? Is this really worth, doing it? Do I have what it takes? All of that. And then I met Dr. Jill in the What Went Right Today room in Clubhouse, and she just blasted me with everything is right about you, everything is right about you, everything is right about you. And I promise you, by the time I got out of that experience, I was convinced 100% everything is right about me and I'm the right person for the job. So Dr. Jill, thank you so much for that. Oh, I am so grateful for you. So you're like really the mother of this summit. This is why this is an everything is right about you, because at the verge when I was like wanting to back out, when I met you, I had a goal of 10 to 12 speakers. I had one speaker and it was 2 weeks away. And so I was like, I'm just going to call that one speaker and cancel, but it's amazing when you realize that everything is right about you and you're the right person for the job. It just opens up a whole door, a whole portal of possibilities. So Dr. Jill, tell us more about how you came up with everything is right about you. And I'd love to hear that more.
Well, first off, before I talk about that, Ava, everything is right about you. And man, did you manifest a summit this time, because the lineup that you have going on today are like the A-team. I mean, you have speaker after speaker. If anybody, whoever's tuning in now, stay for the day, because it's just going to keep getting better and better and better, because I know so many of these people personally, and they are incredible. You're going to learn so much. You're going to gain so much knowledge and wisdom and confidence and courage within yourself to know that you are that superwoman. You really are. Even if you have a problem, if you're going through something, no matter what you're going through, no matter what you're growing through, every single thing is right about you. You're the right person to show up for that moment. And that everything is right about you, which turned into a movement now. What Ava and I are doing, we're partners. We're doing this together. Ava, we were in a clubhouse room, and I'm a firm believer in mindset because my story goes back long and deep, but I'm going to give you the very short version of it since we talked about it in the last summit. I'm a holistic person, a vegan, a save the world, positive, all of that, all that character. And I've been like that my whole life. I've been plant-based since I'm 12. I'm 61 now. I've lived this life fully my whole entire life. And it was in 96 when my husband was diagnosed with an incurable brain tumor. And we were given no hope. Everything didn't feel right about that moment. Nothing felt right about that moment. I wanted to get out of that moment. I was like, tell me something other than this. And I went from medical doctor to the best of the best of the best. And every single one of them said, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Well, in moments like that, you think like nothing's right about that. How could anything be right about that? That my 35-year-old husband, we have a young family with 2 children, could possibly check out of this planet within 5 to 7 years. So anyway, we ended up taking it into our own hands and going about it in a holistic way. And long story short, 3 years later, he had cured himself. And he is alive and well today. And Danny is amazing. And in that moment, if you would have told me that everything was right about that, I would have looked at you and said, like, go work. You should go work on your thoughts a little bit because nothing is right about that. Well, as a result of that work that we went through and me working on strengthening myself to be able to even deal with something as hard as that, where there's unknowns and there's challenges and there's pivots and there's moments that felt like we were so off, and then moments when we felt on. In order to do that, I knew I needed to strengthen myself. What I didn't know was an incredible program and system would be birthed from that is now helping people all over the planet. It's helping individuals. We're helping children. It's in very large organizations. It's being used as a leadership tool, and everything did turn out right. And it did. And had we not gone through those moments, whatever was intended for my soul would have never been birthed from that. And the key to all healing, and I knew this all along, was getting our mindset right. Because if you're living and you have problems, we all have problems. That's what we signed up for, right? This is the game. It's a problem-solving world all day, every day. In case you didn't notice, they're never going away. They're just going to keep changing. So that means the problems that we're facing really aren't the problem. That's the game. What is the problem is our inability to approach problems from a place of strength, confidence, and clarity. The issues aren't the issues. How we were approaching issues were the greater issue. So when I started to teach people how to accept full responsibility for their life, no matter what they were going through, whether it was a health problem, a life problem, what do I want to be when I grow up problem, it didn't matter. They were missing a skill set straight across the board, and it was their inability to know how to navigate that problem. Yeah. So anyway, when I got onto Clubhouse, I knew that what I wanted to do most and what I could do in a setting like that is work on helping people retrain their brain. Because we live in a world that is filled with negative bias. We think everything is wrong about us. We think things aren't going to go right. We think, what if something goes wrong? What if this isn't true? We live in a world of negative bias. So I came up with a line of what went right today, because I didn't want to hear anything else. Yeah. So Ava pops in that room, and as soon as they start talking about anything other than that, I'm like, stop it. No. We're only retraining the brain to focus on what went right, because whatever you focus on, you will think about, you will attract more of the same. So they started to say, well, what went right today is I got to go take a walk with my dog. And I was like, well, that's amazing. That's perfect that you got to take a walk with your dog. It could have been anything. And no matter what they said, I made it right. Oh my God, I was in bed crying all day. Well, everything's right about being in touch with your emotions. Every single thing is right about being in your emotions because you're intuitive and you're smart and you're tapped in and you could feel the feelings, and you know that it's time for you to feel. You know that it's time for you to take a break and rest and rehab and rejuvenate so you can come back strong. And out of my mouth, I don't know how it happened, but I said, because everything is right about you. Every single thing is right about you. In that moment, something landed in that person, and literally the whole room gasped. And every time I said it, I was watching it resonate so deeply in the soul of that individual. They're like, well, if everything is right about me, that means all the moments are right for me. All the moments, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Well, when Ava started to see what was going on in that room, it was a second before I got a DM for her, and she said, Jill, there's something here. We got to do something about it. And the next thing you know, we have a movement, and there's like thousands of people. We have ambassadors, and the Everything is Right About You movement. We're partnering with the Miracle Morning, Pause, Breathe, and Reflect movement, and it's going into in underserved schools. It's about to go into 100,000 children will get this message. We're taking it off the platform, on the platform. We're making frames with people's pictures in it. And even the frame alone, people are reporting. Even the frame alone, people are saying, seeing that around my face makes me realize that I'm amazing. So that's how this whole thing started. And now it's got a life force of its own. We have ambassadors. If you want to be an ambassador and be part of it, jump on in. Just send me a DM or Ava, and you're in. This is a message worth sharing, and this is a message worth hearing, because that's the truth about every single person on this planet, that everything's right about each and every one of us. And the only thing that's wrong about us is the belief that something is wrong with us.
Yes. You know, Dr. Jill, you know, for me, a lot of the things that actually changed for me, even now, you know, how this became really, really personal for me as I started to grow from our last summit. You know, I began to like see when I approach everything is right about this. Everything is right about what's going on right now. This is exactly what was brought to me. This is exactly the training that I needed. So coming up to this second summit, it was like almost a repeat of the first one. I wasn't feeling well. You know, the 2 weeks that led to it, I was sick. You know, the time that I got retested for COVID, you know, because I really wasn't feeling well. And so I didn't have the energy to do this. And then I felt like I was lagging behind. I wasn't getting things done. But at that moment, you know, instead of feeling bad, what comes to me is everything is right about this. You know, everything is right about this because this is exactly what I need. This is exactly what I need because I'm walking into areas and commitments where I have to show up regardless of how I feel. You know, I don't get to pick and choose, I'm not going to show up today because I'm not feeling too well. I'm not going to, you know, I get to show up regardless. So this is like my training ground. It's perfect. Like I've got a summit coming up and I'm not feeling well. Perfect. Everything's right about that. So when I go to Dr. Jill's room and she asks, you know, what went right about me? Like, what can go wrong? You know, like what can go wrong? Because, you know, I've gotten to develop this mindset that no matter what the challenges are, this is perfect. This is exactly what I need right now. And I tell you, it has turned me into a machine because regardless of the situation, regardless of the circumstance, regardless of how hard it is, like the last 2 days I was working at the hospital, there were a lot of things to still do. And I'm like, everything's right about this because, you know, we still, you know, when I get to do productions and we're working on doing productions in the future, a very near future, you know, and I still am working in the hospital. I don't get to pause life. I don't get to pick and choose what comes to me and what doesn't, and what I, you know, everything comes to me, and this is perfect. Everything's perfect. Everything's my perfect training right now. I mean, I'm not doing it perfect, but I know it's the perfect training for the right time, for the right moment, for the right next cut. I remember, how do you say that, Dr. Jill? What you say about it's the exact thing that you need for the next moment. I'd love to hear that from you.
Yeah, you know, the truth is that what this is doing for people is giving them radical acceptance of that moment and that they're the right person in that moment, no matter what comes into that moment. And when you get that, you could fully just be present to what is, right? You could be present to whatever that moment is, because you are the right person for that right moment, doing the right things in the right time. And whatever comes into that moment, it really is what it is. And where does a lot of problems come from is believing that moment shouldn't exist. Like, if I woulda, coulda, shoulda have done this, or by now I should have done that. So all we're doing is diminishing the one live energy that we have to take life on. And a huge problem that we have in this world is self-concept, who we think we are. People feel not good enough, smart enough, happy enough, healthy enough, pretty enough. This imposter syndrome is ridiculous, what's going on, because people think they should be something other than they are. You are the right person for the job. You're the exact person for this job. Everything's right about you. It's like you got hired to come onto the planet, right? The CEO said, you know what? You're hired and you're the right person for the job for life. And that means whatever comes into that moment is for you, not for the neighbor, not for your friend. We shouldn't be taller. We should be who we are in any given moment and come from the inside out. And when you lock in to that radical acceptance that you're the right person, the right moment, at the right time, with the right challenges in any single moment, you realize that, wait, everything is right about me in this moment. Whether it feels good, whether it doesn't feel good, I'm going to listen to that moment, because in that moment is informing us of our next right move from there, right? So we got to be able to understand this and start to fall in love with ourselves, start to fall in love with our life, start to fall in love with the game. This is not about taking the high road. This is not about looking the other way. This is not about everything roses, sunshine, and rainbows. This is about being able to do hard things with confidence, clarity, stability, objectivity, so you could handle life and you could be your best in those moments. Because when things are going well, nobody needs help. But who is teaching us what to do when things aren't going according to plan? And having a beautiful idea of self-concept that everything's right about me. How powerful is that? And how powerful would it be to tell your children, no matter what they're going through, no matter what life's experience they're having in that moment, that doesn't define them. Everything is right about them while they're working on learning math. Everything's right about them while they're figuring out how to have healthy relationships with friends because they're fighting. Everything's right about them whether they're having a sad day or a happy day or an off day or a great day. We need to anchor into this constant, this unwavering idea that everything is right about us, and that's not negotiable. Life's experiences are negotiable. What we do, what we don't do, how we navigate is negotiable, but we are born perfect, pure, whole, and complete in everything. We're born for this job. Yes. So when we start to get this, it changes the game, because then we know, like, this is perfect. I'm the perfect person for this perfect moment, no matter what comes into this moment.
So beautiful, so beautiful. I would love to hear what Michelle is thinking in this. Michelle, how are you taking this? You're drinking out of a fire hose.
I'm loving it. I'm surfing on that fire hose. Dr. Jill, you are just not only a delight, but you really are a woman that encourages other people, not just women, to roll up their sleeves and to be okay with themselves. And I love that there's a few things that I loved what you said. Talk about fire hose. There's a lot of things. But what I wanted to say is I loved how you approach mindset and how you teach people mindset. You talked about how mindset is, I'm paraphrasing, how you approach problems. And I think that's one of the most powerful things that needs to come out also, because of the fact of how you're teaching people. And that's the difference between someone who just says, rah, 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 cheerleader, but somebody who really enlightens people to their way of approaching problems while still seeing the best in themselves. It is true mastery. And listening to what you say, it's incredible. I noticed that you have a book. You have a book that most likely is a bestseller. It would shock me if it's not. And it's called The Gift of Taking, Honor Yourself. Wow. How can a person have imposter syndrome if they're truly honoring themselves? And I feel that you encompass that. You live it, you feel it. And one thing that I wanted to talk to you about, though, and ask a question. When you say what goes right, or what is it? What went right today, correct?
Yeah.
What went right today? And I always believe in honoring my contemporaries and when I work with people, because it's really important that we see and we keep that energy of the knowledge pure. And that's the best way to do it, is to make sure that we show where we threaded together these pieces, these nuggets. And so when you talked about what went right today, I remember being in the clubhouse room and everybody was talking about that. And I thought, wow, that is beautiful. And you got people who didn't even know how to look that way transform. A lot of tears were happening, but a lot of tears of joy because you gave them permission. And I was thinking there was a question now, because I tend to attract a lot of type A people, or people who really want to, they drive themselves in the ground, they become analytical, and quite frankly, we tend to attract people similar to us. So I guess I'm speaking to myself as well. And the question that came to me is, what can go right? And that's something that I tend to share with people on there. What can go right? And I thought, this is a pivotal moment here, and you opening up the energy of the space. It is amazing. Can I ask you, when you wake up, do you think what can go right today? Or do you even plan for that? Do you just accept it? Where's your mindset in the morning?
Oh, 100%. And I've been like this for so long. I am definitely an optimist. I always look for the good in anything, all things, the hard things, all the things. And it's funny that you said that, Michelle, because when my husband's, he's a chiropractor, but he's also a singer-songwriter. And I remember when we were younger, and he was making up a song about me. Could you imagine being married to a person like me, like who always looks at the possibility and the probability with unwavering faith that we got this and we could do this? Like, no matter what the situation or the challenges, I have that faith to be able to, and I've led thousands of people through challenges because of that faith that we got this. So anyway, he wrote this song as a joke, and he goes, "My leg's falling off and it's hanging by a thread. My wife says it's good. At least you're not dead." It's just like, the whole concept of, okay, but what's our next right move from here? What's our next step from here? Where do we go from here? It's like understanding how to pull your focus forward without bringing your last disappointment with you is a skill set. And it's an important skill set, because so many times when things aren't going according to plan, we think that that's wrong, but it's really just the next right turn. It's really just the next right move from there. And it's directional. It's helping you. What's in your way is the way. It is the way. And if you see it as that's just like the rock and the stream flows around it and it redirects its path. Like every single thing that's happening all day, every day is guiding us, because we're rigged for success. We're born to win. Life is in our favor. When you know that, you have to be able to navigate the ins and outs and the ups and downs and the closed doors, the open doors as they present themselves to you. That's not a thing to take personally in a negative way. That's something to take personally in a positive way, to say like, wow, this is directional. If that's not it, I wonder what is. If that's not where I'm supposed to play, I wonder where I am. If that's not who I'm supposed to be hanging out with today, I wonder who I am supposed to. But look for what is, not what isn't. We get so tripped up all day, every day by disappointment, taking things personally, making people wrong, instead of just trusting that where you're going is exactly where you're supposed to be for yourself and for them. Now you create a mindset like that, and this is the work that I teach with the biocode system, is these 5 skills, which I isolated through the years, that I believe are the core components that every person should have access to on the planet. And it's in those moments when you feel stressed, when you're off, when your thoughts are starting to go and ruminate, when you're emotional. How do you strengthen yourself from there? We need real life strategies from where we're at, because in the field of personal development, which I've been in, Michelle, for a very long time, the problem is that these sayings that are out there are beautiful and true and right, but how do I get there from here? It's like we're told to live in the moment. Well, have you seen most people's moments? These are not places that they're aspiring to live in. We need to know how to work these moments. And if we know everything's right about us for that moment, to take it on and work those moments, and we have tools to be able to like be in the gym and get stronger, now it's game on. Now it's game on. Because if somebody says, oh, live your best life, what does that mean when you're struggling, or you have a health issue, or your kids are driving you crazy, or my tire just got I need 4 new tires because they just got challenged, whatever, they have a hole in it. Who's teaching us how to strengthen in all moments, not just the good ones? And that's what the Everything Is Right About You movement has turned into. There is a program that supports. How do you actually do that? How do you actually start to build that muscle within you in harder moments when life's pushing against you? Because life's not going to get easier. Just like the gym, the weights in the gym doesn't get easier. But if you, the athlete, get stronger in it, it's going to feel lighter. It's going to feel easier. And that's the name of the game, that our problems in life aren't the problem. It's us in it, because we never learned how to strengthen ourselves in stressful moments, because we learned that stress is a bad thing. And I'm telling you, it's not. You just don't know what to do with it. If you took a weight, Michelle, and you picked up that weight and you said, it's stressing out my muscle, I need to get rid of it so I could be strong, you're never going to get rid of it or be strong, because you have to learn how to lift it and get stronger to deal with things like that. In all areas of life, we use stress and pain as strategies for personal development. Accept human behavior while under stress. We think it just needs to go away. No, we need to bring it, use it, and know how to build ourselves up so life feels easier to navigate. Now we feel like, well, now everything's really right about me because I know what to do in these moments.
So awesome, Dr. Jill. So let me tell you a testimony. This is second summit, and I was like wondering, am I getting apathetic or is it getting easier? Because it's, you said life skill, and the first one, I had so much panic. It was so hard, and then the second one is just like, so much more relaxed, things are just happening, and so it's like, and I realize it's because I've built some muscles, and I've built some skills, and the challenges are actually the same, but I've gotten stronger. It's almost like carrying the same 25 weight pounds, and it's just so much easier now, and I'm like thinking, oh, this is what Dr. Jill is saying about your skill set has just gotten stronger, so that what used to make you stress out, sweat like bullets, no longer is, and it's just getting easier. That's so exciting. That's the
secret right there. That's the secret right there, because when we understand it's not about taking away the problem, and it's about getting stronger in it. It's like if life is like a metaphor, it's like a challenge course, right? We all have seen obstacle courses and challenge courses, right? If a new athlete was taking on a high jump or a shot put or all these different activities, they would be like, oh my God, this is too high. Now this is too heavy. I can't do this. But if an Olympian was taking it on, they'd be through it in 5.5 seconds and say, oh my God, Jill, that was amazing. What's next? Are the challenges and the obstacles in our life really the problem? Or is it that we never learned how to strengthen ourselves in it so it feels fun and it feels easier? Life is going to be loaded with problems and challenges and unknowns and bumps and all of it. That's a given. It's coming at you. Now, how you handle that and how you strengthen yourself to handle it is a difference between a phenomenal life or a life that's built on good day, bad day. I was on it, I was off it. What's wrong with me? Everything's right with me. Because the moment, like a rowboat in the ocean, if it's calm, you're good. And if it's rocky, you're not. You're allowing the circumstances to define you instead of to strengthen you. The rowboat in the ocean and the storm's going down. The yacht is not. The cruise ship still goes out in the storm. We don't need to stop the storms. We need to build a bigger boat, build a bigger you. And when you have a bigger you, it gets easier to navigate life. This is the secret sauce, because everything is right about us, and we need to invest in ourselves and lock into ourselves and know we are the right person, the right moment for the right reasons to take on life. And everything is right about that. Every single thing is right about that. Every single thing. All of it, the good, the bad, the ugly, is right about that when you know how to get stronger in it, because you're the right person for the job.
Dr. Jill, these are the moments when you make me cry, like, oh my gosh, these are the life changing, if you guys can get this, it literally is making me cry because, just what you said about don't try to avoid the waves or don't try to avoid the storm. Build a bigger boat, like build a bigger boat. And oh my gosh, the storms are not the problem, the waves are not the problem. You not being big enough is the problem. So build a bigger boat. I'm like, oh my gosh, Dr. Jill, isn't that life changing? So when I face problems now, how this has changed, just being on your feet all the time. It's funny when you go to Dr. Jill's room. What went right today? Nothing can go wrong. Nothing. Someone says I'm really irritated. I'm having PMS today. Everything is right about that. And just like, I've been depressed, I've been crying. I'm like, everything's all right about being in touch with your emotions. You just cannot go wrong. Like, no matter how wrong you think it is, somehow it is the right thing. Everything's, like speaking to discouragements and depression, Dr. Jill, how can that be right?
It is right, because it's where you're at in that moment, and you have to learn how to work that moment from where you're at. It's like, the problem of segmenting life as if there's a good part and a bad part is the problem. Why are we segmenting life instead of just viewing life as life? And that if somebody is sad for whatever reason or depressed and off, it's not because there's something wrong with them. It's because they need tools. It's because they need help, because they need a personal trainer in that gym to teach them how to strengthen those thoughts and work on those emotions and deal with their coping mechanisms to deal with life and the stressors of life. I promise you, if you took that same person and you dumped $1 million in their bank and got them a personal trainer and a chef and a housekeeper, all of a sudden, are they going to be depressed anymore? They're going to be, because it's their inability to navigate the challenges that's defining them. They're lowering themselves to the level of the problem instead of understanding that they are amazing and that problem is here to help strengthen them. So I'm going to give you an analogy. So if I say you were born perfect, we are all born perfect. Everything's right about the baby. The baby is born the baby and pure, whole, and complete. That's just a given. Every single person on the planet is born that way, right? So let's just say that you are an athlete and you're in great shape. You were born in great shape. You're all of you. This concept of not enough is ridiculous, as if there could be, what do I need? Another lung? What do you mean I'm not enough? This is replacing the enough, not, if you say you are enough, what do you mean? At some point, was I not enough? You're 100% of you. So you're enough. You can't be more than 100% of you. So let's say you're 100% born pure, whole, and complete. That means we're going to use the analogy as you are in great shape. You are the athlete, right? Now, let's say you go to the gym that day and you're having a really hard time with that exercise. It's hard. The weights are too hard. The activities are too hard. And you're really, really, really struggling that day. You're still in great shape. You're still a great athlete. You're still in great shape. That didn't change that we lower ourselves to the level of the problem. That's just the activity of the moment. You are still in great shape. You are still the athlete in great shape, whether you're struggling in the gym or in life that day or not. We need to separate who we are from what we do. We need to separate that. You need to see yourself as the athlete that's in great shape, even when you're having hard exercises that day. Where does all these self-concepts and challenges and sadness come from? We identify with the problem and the exercise of the day instead of using that problem or exercising to get stronger to help you to become more of who you are, which is great because you were born great. You were born amazing. You were born perfect. There's so many concepts that we have that are absolutely backwards because we were never taught behavioral intelligence. We're taught academic intelligence. We're taught how to problem solve. We're supported with teachers and tutors and small groups and help constantly. But when it comes to dealing with harder moments, we're winging it. We were homeschooled in it. And if anybody was schooled the way that I was schooled, Diane and Stanley from Brooklyn and the Bronx, who came from struggle themselves, they didn't know what to do in harder moments. What did they do? You're crying, I'll give you something to cry about. They didn't know what to do in those moments. So if you don't have a good teacher, what's going to happen to your self-confidence? It's going to start to go down. You know, when you're a little baby, you say, everything's right about you. My baby is the best, and you could grow up and you could be anything, right? Everybody's pouring into the baby, and the baby turns 2, which I call the terrific 2s, and they're not listening. And the script changes to, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Why aren't you listening? Why aren't immediately? Because we never learned how to deal with challenges without identifying with the challenge. Don't identify with your challenge. Everything's right about you, period, end of story. Everything's right about you. Now, let's play the game. Let's use the exercises to help us, like the twig is the same tree as the adult tree. It's right. It is what it is. It doesn't change whether it's a drought or not. It doesn't change whether it's a sunny day or not. It's always going to be a tree, and you're always going to be pure, whole, and complete and perfect.
Yeah, totally. Well, I'd love to hear your question, Michelle. Absolutely.
Hey, Dr. Jill. Okay, so I have a question to you, and it pertains to mountaineering. When I build support teams, because you talked about, I view it as a support team. You said, when a person has challenges and you give them a personal chef and all those aspects that help them to support their life, basically, that things do shift. When we're on a mountain, when I build teams, I make sure that everybody has the right mindset. They may not even have as many accomplishments about, the physical prowess, or perhaps they haven't climbed as many high mountains. But I would rather have somebody who, when we're all suffering, because we decided to climb this mountain and most of it's suffering while you go in it, that when we turn to our partners or to whoever we're with, that the person would rather offer up a smile rather than stating the obvious. This is hard. What do you have to say to the people who decide to embark on their own mountain that they're going to climb? And there are moments when you're suffering. And a lot of times people will turn and they'll say, this is hard, or this is difficult. What do you have to say about who they surround themselves with, and also their mindset of how to overcome that so that you don't drag your own support team down?
Yeah. Well, first of all, hard things make you stronger. So it's okay to do hard things. I mean, we're doing hard things all day, every single day of our life, because we're living in the unknown. And we're always trying to figure out something. We're always climbing a mountain. We're always figuring out what's our next move from here. Like, right? How do I get a summit? Who do I get to speak? Maybe Dr. Jill could come again. Could she bring her friends along with her? I mean, there's always a question to be answered, we're always climbing a mountain. We're always dealing with hard things, because what that's basically saying is this is a problem-solving world, and it is. And the truth is, what you're saying, Michelle, which I agree with completely, is we are primarily on the problem side of it. We actually even think in questions. Like, you wake up in the morning, you think like, oh, I wonder what time it is. I wonder if I should brush my teeth first, or let me see if the kids are up. Should I shower or check my schedule for the day? We primarily think in questions, because the questions or the problems are our instruments for personal growth. We're supposed to be able to take it on. And the solution aspect of it, by the time you get to the top of that summit, 99% of it was the hard work. Then you have it, yes, I did it, and that's so exciting. And then we're back to, okay, now how do we get down? We mostly live on the problem side of it. We need to fall in love with the concept that problems are here to make us stronger, and we are the right person to take it on. We're not trying to take away the problem. We're trying to get stronger to be able to deal with it and navigate or make choices in it. Maybe I do want to go up that summit with you, or maybe I don't, but I'm empowered in my choice to be able to do that. We can do hard things. Hard things make us stronger, right? That's how it works in life. We're not trying to get rid of problems. I want everybody to see problems as instruments for personal growth. I want you to say, bring it, because I got the tools that if it pushes against me and it shows me where I'm weakening, because behaviorally, we grow from where we're weak, not where we're strong, just like this muscle grows from where it's weak so it could strengthen. Bring it so we could feel the pain, feel the stress, feel the challenge, do the work, because if you do the work, it will work, and you will get stronger little by little throughout your day. And when you get stronger, it's easier to climb those mountains. It's more fun to climb those mountains. This is a problem-solving world all day, every day, and our gifts come in taking it on, not taking it off. We need to, you know what, when stress hits, you know what the strategies that we have? Take the day off strategies, which I love all of them. We meditate, we go for a walk, we take a nap, we go away from the challenge. We move away from the challenge. But you know what the problem is? Come Monday morning or that next moment, that person or that challenge is waiting for you. Who's teaching us how to take the day on in those moments? That's what Everything Is Right About You is all about. That all the moments, all of them that come in, we're going to take them on. Bring it, because when it pushes against me and I can't do it, I'm going to do the work. And I'm going to strengthen myself. I'm going to use it as an instrument for personal growth, and then I'll get stronger. So the next time something like that comes, and it will, the next train's coming, you'll be a little stronger and a little stronger till eventually you're stronger than your stress. You're greater than any challenge that you face. You're the athlete. You are not the gym. You are the athlete. And that's the difference between a person that is a victim in life, a person that is a blamer in life, a person that thinks any solution is outside of themselves. No. You are responsible for your life, 100% responsible, 100% responsible. When you anchor into that everything's right about you and this is the job that we're taking on, now it's like, all right, come on, bring it. Let's go. Day on.
Yes. It actually has really impacted me very, very profoundly. Because, you know, what I realized is that even your energy, when you're not judging something as negative, something as bad, or that this moment is not the right thing, something about your creativity just opens up. Like, for example, you know, this summit, you know, the people that I normally have designing the posters and normally designing, you know, the pictures, that's the frames that surround the pictures, the headshots, she's not available, and I've been waiting on her. And the last 2 days before the summit, I said, you know, everything's right about this. I get to learn it today, and I did because it took me a moment to realize that it was actually being delivered to me as an opportunity to step up. It took me a moment. At first I was like, you know, still messaging, still following up, you know, and finally I'm like, I think this is an invitation. I think this is an invitation to step up, to grow in this area. So I did, you know, but it changes your energy. It opens up your creativity. The moment you own the moment and say, this is actually what's being delivered to me because I need this at the moment. It's not a problem. It's an invitation, and it changes your energy. All of a sudden, you have the energy to do it. You have the creativity, the ideas. You know, it's just, where did this all come from? So yeah, thank you, Dr. Jill, because you know, the moment you realize everything's right about that, it's almost like a switch. Like there's a switch that flips up, that starts to like open up, you know, ideas, you know, from, instead of being kind of like resentful of a moment or feeling inadequate at the moment you flip a switch and say, everything's right about that. This is exactly what I need for this moment. It just turns on. It turns on energy. It turns on ideas. And it's pretty amazing.
And I want to tell you, it came out gorgeous. You did such a great job. And now you're not dependent upon anybody. So if somebody comes to support and help, that's great. But if not, it's okay, because you just learned that you could do it. And everything's right about that. I remember when I opened up my chiropractic practice back in 1984, one of the things that I decided was I was going to learn everybody's job. Not that I wanted to do anybody's job but my own, but I was going to learn it. So if that person left, I was never dependent upon anybody in those moments until I found another person. So to understand your business at that level and to be able to fill in those gaps and not have to depend on anyone, but then you choose to, because it's just delegating and making it easier, is everything's right about that. That's total freedom. That's freedom to say, all right, well, if they can't do it, that now I know that I can. So
yes.
Next time I'm going to effortlessly say, okay, now I've run through it once and I could do it a million times, and you may never have to do it again, but now you can.
Yes, and it really brings a different level of belief in your ability. You know, when you realize that something that you always thought you never could, but the situation was presented to you, you know, sometimes the situation just has to be presented to us, you know, and that we realize that it's actually being presented to us as an invitation. It's not to harm us, to hurt us, to, you know, to punish us or to torture us, but it's an invitation that's being served at the moment. Because, you know, how do you say it? For your next level, for your next cut? How do you say that, Dr. G? You say it so beautifully.
It is whatever's coming into that moment is exactly what you need to take the next step from there, the next right move from there, because that's, and you know what? Life is so rigged in your favor. Life is so rigged in your favor. And life talks to you all day, every day. And it tells you whatever it is that you need to keep evolving, right? Because isn't life about evolution, right? It's about evolution, the baby, and then we grow up. I mean, that's what learning is about, is evolution, whether it's academically or behaviorally or financially or in relationship. It's all about evolution. And I want you to take the word evolve, and take the first 4 letters and spell it backwards. Love. And to love ourselves and others as we evolve is everything. So when we come from a place of love and that radical self-acceptance that everything is right about us to take on that moment, then we're not negotiating that moment as if it should or shouldn't be there. And that's what we do. We look at the moments, but life is going, wait, no, I'm giving you that moment. And it starts out as a little whisper like, hey, oh, you're not available. Wait, what? And then we're like, oh God, and you start stressing out. Those pain indicators don't ever go away. If you don't listen, they just get louder because life's in your favor and it's talking to you, and it gets louder and louder, and the whispers turn into shouts, and the shouts turn into screams, and the screams turn into challenges because we're not listening. And if everything in life is here to help you, not to hurt you, everything in life's here to help you, not to hurt you, then if you look at that moment and you ask yourself this question, how is that here to help me? How is that here to help me to become bigger, better, greater, stronger? How is that here to help me and be helpful to other people? Now we got a game on, because you're not negotiating. And it doesn't mean you needed to do that. Maybe you didn't want to do that. Maybe you have no interest in graphic design, but you could still ask yourself the question, okay, when my VA wasn't available, how is that here to help me? Maybe it's to get 2 other VAs, you know, around, right? And to have access to more than one. I don't know. It doesn't mean you have to do that, but it prepares you to be able to deal with any single moment. You know, in order to live a great life, truly. And I mean this, and I'm going to give you the secret to all of living a great life. Okay, so everybody lean in. All you have to know how to do is navigate one moment. That's it. But you better know what to do no matter what comes into that moment. And when you know that everything's right about you to take on that moment, no matter what comes into that moment, the good, the bad, the hard, the easy, all of it, then it's game on. That's all we need to do to have a phenomenal life. So you want to see what's coming into that moment, because in that moment is the exact ingredients, the exact skill set, the exact exercises for you to be able to evolve and strengthen with love. So the next time something like that comes into that moment, and it will, it's just going to get a little easier and a little easier. And there's not that many things in life. It's not like there's like unlimited billions. There's only so many subjects. So we want to take it on, take the day on in those moments, knowing you're the right person for that right moment at the right time with the right life, and every single thing. And I mean every single thing, all of it, every single thing is right about each and every single one of us.
I'd like to shed some light on also another layer that Dr. Jill had just opened up to all of us. And Dr. Jill, I just love you so much. Let's talk about the law of attraction. Now, the law of attraction is, as we know, perpetuated through gratitude, right? And if we're building teams, because, well, we have challenges. Let's just talk about that, like Ava's challenge of her graphic artist, right? And so learning all of the skills needed as to all the teammates helps you to appreciate what those other teammates do. And with that creates gratitude, so that when Ava comes to find other VAs or other graphic artists, because we know her empire is building, we can see that she'll identify those people more, and she'll have more gratitude, and therefore more things will manifest in her favor. Dr. Jill, you're talking about how the world is not working against us. What do people say? I have a friend who constantly says that, Francois. He says, I'm a pronoist. I feel the world is working with us rather than the paranoia, so that the world is working against us. And you just gave us a glimpse of how that vehicle of gratitude works. It works through paying attention, understanding what's needed for the challenge. And then when you identify key players as you're building that, you have more gratitude, and then you're building something bigger and you're making life better for everyone. It's just beautiful. Thank you so much, Dr. Jill. It was just like, wow, I'm taking notes. And by the way, I just want to add one more thing. I'm making a quote here. I'll probably make it a meme, and I'll share this because I love how you say this. This is a problem-solving world, Dr. Jill. This is a problem-solving world, people. Mm-hmm. And the fact that you've shed light on all of this it's really exciting. I know that people that are listening today, people who are watching this today, Dr. Jill, are really connecting on the heart level with you. And they're going to be, sign me up. I want to join this movement. And you're like, yes, because guess what? It's powered by love. So I just want to interject that, Dr. Jill. Thank you so much.
Oh, I love that. And I love that you said that. And it is so true. We were never intended to do it alone, ever. We need oxygen to breathe. We need the earth to stand on. We need food to eat. And that's why when Ava approached me, because it resonated so deeply within her, I mean, honestly, I said, that's it. We're doing this together. And we have a collective group of people who are doing this together. We are all doing this. This is our mission. This is not all about me. This is all about every single person on the planet. And this is a message I want everybody to hear. Could you imagine, you have your children, and you know how we teach children. We teach children at the dinner table. We're sitting down and you're talking to your little kid and you're like, what were your highs or your lows? What were your grows or your glows? And we're teaching them to look at, they never want to do that. But what we do is we say this. You sit down at the kitchen table and you say, what went right today? Now they're searching for things. People aren't taught to take their brain into that direction. We don't have to balance it with what went wrong or what was hard, because that is in epidemic proportions. That means that one muscle is like Hercules and the other one is so weak. We need to focus and start to train the brain to see what went right. If you ask a child what went right today, they go like this and they start thinking, well, I got to play with my friend today and that was good. And I got to see a puppy and that went right. Now they're training their brain, right? So where your mind goes, your life grows. Could you imagine a society where we look for what's right within ourselves, what's right within each other, what's right within our families, what's right within our community, what's right within our world? Everything's right about retraining your brain to do that. So then your kid says, I'll tell you what went right today. I got to do this. I got to do that. I finished my homework. And then you have a parent pour into them and say, of course, because you're so smart, you're so good, you're so amazing, because everything's right about you. Every single thing is right about you. Could you imagine the self-confidence and the self-concept of a child hearing that every day of their life, no matter what they're going through, no matter what they're growing through, no matter what they're learning? Oh, you're struggling with math? Well, you're not math. Everything's right about you, and we'll figure out how to solve that problem. But we never want to lower the self-confidence of a person to the level of a problem. That has to be unwavering. And they have to know everything's right about me, whether I'm having a hard day, an easy day, whether I'm struggling, I'm not struggling, whether I can't figure out how to do a graphic design type of a thing, everything's still right about me all the time, because I was born that way, period. I was absolutely born that way, and so is every other person on the planet. So we could just remove all judgment. We could just remove all criticism. We could just remove all this imposter syndrome or envy, because the only person that you're here to work in your life is yourself. It's always a game of you to you. The oak tree doesn't compete with the blueberry bush. If it did, it would feel not good enough. Oh, I'm not tall enough. Oh, I don't have enough fruit. It's you to you. Let's fall in love with our lives. Let's know everything's right about us and each other, and see the greatness in each other, no matter what the problem is that's presenting in that moment. That's just the exercise of the moment, and it is going to change, but you're going to be consistent in your ability to understand that everything's right about you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Jill. Thank you so much. Such a treasure. This is going to be another Everything is Right About You Summit. So, oh my gosh, the amount of grace there is to know that whatever it is that you're going through, whatever challenges you're going through, technological challenges you're going through, speaker challenges you're going through, everything is right about that. But you gave me another tool today, Dr. Jill. My biggest takeaway is, the question, how is this here to help me?
Yes, that's so important. It's the questions we ask ourselves. It's not, how is that here to hurt me? How is this here to help me? How is that here to move my life forward? How is this here to direct me from where I'm at today? Right? What is this here to teach me? How is this here to make me bigger, better, greater, stronger, so I can be the best for myself? Because that's all that I have for others. So I want to just tell you one last thing before we go. One of the things that I'm loving about this movement is that it has legs on its own without us. It's already taken on a life force just from the words, everything is right about you. Because on Clubhouse, I've gone into rooms as a little test with people that are not in our little friend group, right? We have not little friend group, it's a huge friend group that we have collected on. I mean, literally, it's like family. I mean, friends off the platform, family.
Like family.
Truly. And I go into a room and I see the little yellow, everything is right about you around people's faces, because I'm sharing the template. So the people are just sharing it, right? And this is what I love most. They're using the language. I'm listening to, like, when somebody gives feedback, somebody says something, I'm hearing them say, well, everything's right about that. Oh, well, of course, because everything's right about you. And I'm hearing it consistently. It's taking on a language. And when you have a common language with a common tool that could stand by itself without having to be explained, we got ourselves a movement. And everything's right about that. Every single thing is right about that. We're solving a big problem with this line.
Yes, absolutely. I know for my personal testimony is, I have friends who are like nervous going on a date. We haven't gone on a date for a long time. I'm like, everything's right about you. And all of a sudden, it's almost like something aligns, like she's worrying about, whether she's the right person, or she's worried about, whether this is the right person. And just that, those words, everything is right about you, just like almost shuts down. It's just like, it's the truth. It hits right to the core of the soul. It hits right to the core of the soul, and the soul recognizes it. And that's why people love it, and they just hear those words, or they see that little frame around their picture or around their kids' pictures. It just resonates so deeply because it's the truth. And as soon as you speak truth, it just starts flying, because it's the truth. Everything is right about each and every one of us. And Ava, everything's right about your friend being nervous because she's sitting there with a person she doesn't know, and she should be observing to see, so she could selectively decide, is this a person she wants to have another conversation with or not? And it's okay to have that little bit of excitement, which, nervousness and excitement is the exact same feeling, but excitement is the same thing, but with a breath.
Dr. Jill, you talked about the biocode and your systems of 5 steps. Now, everybody I know who is watching right now, is listening, is just eating up all of the information and the positivity that you're sharing. But a lot of us would like to have a little bit of blueprint, a little bit of framework on how to get to where you are. Could you speak to us as to how we may learn about this biocode and these 5 steps?
Well, absolutely. So if you go to my website, empowerhousegroup.com, you can read about it there. But here's the good news. Like, I keep very busy, and I have for my whole life, helping people, because just like you guys, I was born to help people. I mean, that's my whole life. This is the only profession that I've ever had. I've always been in health and wellness, and it's morphed you know what I mean, from being a chiropractor. I say I just keep adding more tools to my robust toolkit. And I wrote a book and I went on tour. I've had TV shows. I mean, I've done so many things in my years, and it's always around health and wellness and self-concept and so forth, healing yourself and so forth. But one of the things that I realized a while ago is when I came up with the biocode system, which I believe it is going to be the behavioral standard for the world, that everyone should have access to this. Every person should have access. We should learn this day one, that this is what you do in those moments. Here's how you strengthen yourself. Whether you're a kid or you're a CEO of an organization, it's a missing skill set straight across the board. So a couple of years ago, I started to, because I'm only as strong as my hour or my team, right? So I started to develop an online program, self-directed, so people could learn the biocode system. So within maybe a month or maybe 2 months tops, that program will be ready. And then people could just do it online without me having to be there anymore. So I am so excited, because that's going to give access to people all over the world. Not just the people in front of me that just get the benefit of coaching with me, but I do take private clients, absolutely, as many as I could fit into my calendar, which, like I said, is really full. And I work with companies, and that takes a lot of time. But once we have this program done, and it's pretty much just, we're at the final aspect of it, that's going to be the way to help a lot of people on this planet, a lot of people.
So good, Dr. Jill. Michelle, thank you for asking that question.
Yeah.
So I love that we get to hear Dr. Jill's giveaway. You can take your biocode for free, right, Dr. Jill? And it gives
right.
Yeah. And what do they expect to see when they take the biocode, Dr. Jill?
So if you go to my website, there's something called a behavioral fitness score, and this is assessment that I created. That was not an easy task to figure out how to find out somebody's behavioral intelligence and which of these are the biocodes. This is the whole program, guys. This is it. Learn a little, practice a lot, learn a little. These are the 5 biocodes, and it will tell you the exact one of these skill sets, which is your dominant weakness, meaning your greatest opportunity to grow. And it will also tell you your behavioral intelligence, which, if it's low, it's a good thing, because you grow from where you're weak, not where you're strong. It means you have more opportunity to grow once you learn the skills and the tools to practice. So from 1 to 100, if you got like a 70, think of in school, like getting a 70 on a test. If you got a 30, that's where you're at. Not in life, only in stressful moments, when things when they feel uncomfortable. You could be rocking it and being an A student, but under stress when things aren't going according to plan. How you treat yourself, how you talk to yourself, how you interact with other people, the triggers that you have, how you navigate change. These kinds of moments is where your behavioral intelligence is scored in. So that's what I'm saying. You could have a great life, but in that one narrow lane, this is a number you want to know, because that's a missing link in life that we are solving a big problem for, fulfilling that void. So go on my, go on my website. It's a 10-question assessment. You will be emailed your score, and it stands alone, meaning you could have every person on the planet take it as many times as you want. I use it as a tool. So before you start my program, we take it, you learn the program, and then we take it and you see how far you've come, just as a tool. But anyone can take it, whether you learn the biocodes or not.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jill. Thank you so much. Do you have any other comments before Michelle? You're just clapping.
Michelle, you have any other comment?
The only thing is that I want more Dr. Jill. And Dr. Jill, we're putting together a new talk show with the Los Angeles Tribune, and I want to make sure that everyone takes this biocode. I'm going to do it. I'm going to go to your website. And I feel that we need these tools. Exactly what you said is what is needed in this world. How many times have we seen people who say, I meditate 2 hours a day? And then the moment, they may be doing that for 3 years. And then they drive and somebody cuts them off on the road. And all of a sudden it's rah, rah, rah. And you're talking about that. Hey, it's the challenges. Right. It's those challenges that really show your mettle. obviously I'm paraphrasing, but I just wanted to thank you so much and to make this information available on your website, correct? That's Dr.
Yes,
Jill.
absolutely.
Is it drjill.com?
It's empowerhousegroup.com, or you can go to my Instagram, which is Dr. Jill Kahn.
Okay.
And on my link tree, I keep that assessment there. But what you said is my best joke of all. It's like, you could meditate, you could be a vegan like me, you could eat your veggies, but at 3:54 p.m. when that person cuts you off and then they start screaming at you and the kids are in the back, whether you had those organic veggies or not is probably not going to matter. And you're not going to pull off to the side and do some box breathing. It's not going to happen. Who's given us the skills in those moments? So that's the problem that I am solving for sure. Yeah. So I am going to say one thing to both of you before we close out this beautiful session, and I'm excited for all the other speakers that are coming today. I'm going to tell you both this. You are good, you are kind, you're amazing, you are beautiful, you are wonderful, you are loved, you are precious, you are intuitive, you are healthy, happy, successful, filled with abundant life. And the reason why I know all this, every single bit about each and every one of you, and I can say this with complete, authentic, genuine authority, because I'm going to tell you something about each and every one of you and everybody listening and everybody in the planet. And this is the truth. Everything is right about you. Every single thing is right about you. And we're going to celebrate you every single day of your life.
Yay! We get to celebrate Michelle.
Woo! I'm excited. Yes, this is genuine. Love you, Dr. Jill. Mwah!
Dr. Jill, read on the chat as you come on the audience. There are some appreciations for you. Light up the chat for Dr. Jill and just appreciate her. She is. Lorna said you're a whole show. Dr. Jill is a whole show. It's so awesome, Dr. Jill. We are closing at 2:30, and I know it's a busy day for you, but if you're able to come back, we are going to party around 2:30, Dr. Jill, 2:20 to 2:30. Love you, Dr. Jill. Thank you so much.
Have the best summit. You guys are rock stars. I'm so proud of both of you, all three of you. This is awesome.
Thank you, Dr. Jill. So we are going to bring on stage Laura Ibarra. Laura is just an amazing, amazing person. So I am looking at, multitasking. We are multitasking. We've got Laura coming right up. Michelle, give us some comments, with Michelle and Shimiko. Let's talk about what went right with you today. So let me just... Miko.
Hey, everything was so amazing with Dr. Jill. I'll tell you, I learned a lot, took lots and lots of notes. I'll tell you, I was so excited about hearing just about the bio. I tell you, that right there is going to be such a game changer, not just for all of us that are just doing a lot of transitioning and growing and stretching ourselves, but more importantly, it is a key tool for exactly that. So I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see Laura here, and I will go ahead and fade into the back.
Laura, thank you so much, Laura, for being with us. I am so excited. So excited. Yeah.
I was like,
we have Laura here today. Ooh, Laura is actually an amazing, we're talking about graphic designer, and we have Laura next, on stage. She's an amazing graphic designer who just has really invested on herself, so much to get to the point right now where she's designing amazing food magazines and a lot of different things. So we're talking about recharging yourself. And I would love to hear, Laura, tell us about you, what you do, and how you got to the expertise that you have. And of course, Michelle, you're always free to chime in, okay?
Thank you so much, Ava. If I may just interject,
Yes.
sorry.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, Ava, Laura is teaching me Spanish, and in the Spanish-speaking culture, her name is pronounced Lauda. And I thought that was beautiful. So we may, if you don't mind, I may interchange calling her Laura and Lauda. So if everyone, I just wanted to educate the public here, we're speaking about the same person. Thank you, Laura, the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I'm getting used to be Laura, and even for my friends, I'm Lau. So if it is work for you, so I'm okay with that. And I'm so excited, guys, to be here, just to feel this energy, to have the possibility to hear Dr. Yield. I was like, okay, yeah, with the final, all the powerful words she gave us, like, okay, yeah, I mean it, I am. So yeah, happy to be here with you guys. And yeah, thank you, Eva, for this amazing presentation. Actually, I was thinking about the whole process, and when I was hearing you guys about oh my gosh, I don't have a graphic designer, and I was like just raising my hand, because you never know, you can I think you attract this kind of opportunities. So yeah, this is it. So we're here now.
And I know I have someone on the audience right now who's gonna say, I told you so, you should be asking for support, and this is where we're talking about everything's right about our challenges, because then we get to ask ourselves, how is this here to help me at the moment? So I love that you're sharing this moment with us today, Laura. So to start, I would love for you to be able to show us some of your work. Are you able to do that?
Yeah, I think so. Let me.
You have the ability to share this. Can we just for our viewers? I just want to let you know, the quality and the excellence of work that Laura does. Laura is originally from Mexico, and she has earned herself 2 master's degrees in graphic designs and editorial production. And she's now in the United States for 2 years, and she's continuing to grow herself, improve herself. And some of the things that I asked her when I first wanted to interview her is, how do you recharge yourself? Because the thing about certain kind of jobs like hers requires some degree of excellence. You're always kind of like, it's never enough, never perfect enough. Do you have the ability to share?
Yeah, I have you want me to share my screen right now?
Yes.
Okay, let's make.
Awesome. It's going to be a treat.
To see
this for everybody.
Okay, it says like host disabled. Can you able me to share my screen right now?
Yes, absolutely. That's why I was asking if you're able to. So
yeah, perfect.
More.
So I'm gonna show you. I have a kind of a messy desktop right now, but just let me know.
It's all okay. Everything's right about that. You're a graphic designer.
Yeah, I have to have resources,
right Yeah.
Okay, so let's dip in this. Okay, first of all, I wanna show you this project that for me has been, as you say, like life changer, because this project was started last year. So
are you able to make it bigger, Laura?
Yeah, let me find out. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So first of all, this is a kind of connection that I just was so blessed to have this last year. Because of the COVID, I have to change my way. I used to run my own business in Mexico for over 16 years right now, but actually during the pandemic, because all my business was about wedding invitations and wedding industry, I just move on a little bit and try to reassemble all the things I have been doing for all my life. Actually, I was working in a very prestigious newspaper in Mexico. So for me, my passion, one of them at least, I think, is for editorial designer. So I was able to be involved with this amazing community of cocineros mexicanos por el mundo, that it's Mexican cookers around the world. It's kind of this meaning. So for me, it was a kind of amazing opportunity, because we are now reaching, you can see here, like a lot of countries with our culture or Mexican cuisine, because you can find Mexican food, I think, for all over the world.
Absolutely.
But actually, the real flavors, the real ingredients. So I think this is important for us as a Mexican culture and people. Like, you really have the opportunity to give the whole world the opportunity to taste the real flavors from our Asians culture, and being just honored to be part of this kind of a project for me has been a life changer. And actually, I'm here at the platform. I want to show you these magazines. We have already released the third issue, so we are working ahead with this. So if you want to have some amazing recipes with, you know what, it doesn't matter if you don't have the real ingredients, because you can have it, the real flavors, because my friend Soledad Ornelas has been working so hard to kind of it's kind of experimentation, the things she does, because she takes ingredients for all over the world and make the flavor real. So I think if you want to try, give it a try, just go find this magazine. I assure you, you're gonna be thrilled with this amazing recipes. So this is one part of my job, and this is another one. This is my kind of my baby, because I have been doing this business, is my own business in Mexico for almost 16 years. So I think that for me, it's been a very transformational experience to moving towards being a kind of a person, like entrepreneur, but still having clients, but still sometimes I gave myself the opportunity to work in some corporate areas in design. So, it's my dog is here. So I love my puppy. And here's one of the things I used to do by myself. All these things, we made it from scratch. So I can assure you that this work is some of the things that I love the most. So yeah, this is part of my of my life.
I love it. Thank you for sharing. So yeah, I am so very so much impressed at how you pivoted.
It was difficult, but it was like this. This is an after and before this 2020. I know for sure for many people in the world, we have very difficult situations. For myself and my family, I think I have been so blessed that we are keeping our health and keeping us together, no matter if we have to change our works, if we move from different projects, took some cancellations. So for me, the most important is that we are here. We are trying to achieve some other projects. So I'm just happy to have this opportunity to settle down, because sometimes you continue working, you're doing your everyday tasks, and you never know when to stop. For me, I can call myself a kind of a overachiever. So I just keep going the whole time. So when I had this difficult opportunity last year to just take a break for my whole business, it was a kind of life-changing for me, I can say.
I love how you said it as a difficult opportunity.
Yeah, yeah, because we have to be aware of our words.
So what I have in mind was when you took on the magazine task
Yeah.
from wedding invitations, one of the things that we wanted to be able to deliver in this summit is quitting the negative talk, just
Yeah.
being able to really believe in yourself. Because when you take on something new, isn't there a lot of like conversations in your head questioning whether you can really do it, whether you've got what it takes to be able to deliver it? What if you fail? What if there's just a lot of those things. So tell me about that moment for you, like when you were looking at the size of this, because it's amazing that the challenges that were presented to us are the very things that calls us to rise higher. You could have been doing wedding invitations for the rest of your life, but you were
I think
given
so.
the opportunity to step up higher, and you discovered so much more of yourself, so much more of your talents. Wouldn't you say? Like, you've grown so much from, like you said, it's life changing for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I just remember that this specific day when I have to call my colleagues and say, guys, we are not going to pursue this goal to sell wedding invitation, because it was not aligned for me. Like, what, we are having this COVID thing, so I was not comfortable to still working towards people getting together. So I was like, no way. I believe myself I'm too talented to do another things, even if I need to cook or teach or something. I can feel myself like I can do this, and I can do this for my team. So I just present them this idea like, okay, we have to change our business from day to the next day. This is gonna be kind of crazy time, but still I'm feeling comfortable of my skills, that I know for sure somebody's gonna need these signs, because I realized that in this difficult time, for some people, they have to, they lose their jobs and they're just move around because they need to work, they need to have money, so some people start making their own entrepreneur things, like selling things, like cooking, like I think for most of the people, like, we're just trying so hard to go away with that. So for me, it was very important to keep helping them and still keep helping us.
Yes, so that was your inspiration, is to continue to help.
Yeah, for sure. And it was amazing connection, because when I was in this time, like, with no plan ahead, I just found this community online in Facebook, the Cocineros Mexicanos por el Mundo. And this lady was collecting resources, actually food and medical devices from people in Mexico. So I just joined as a volunteer, like, what, I have design skills, I can help you with posting, with everything you need that I can help. So we continue working, and guess what? She has now a book, and she has a big project that I'm so honored to be part of. So I think the opportunities is right away in front of us. You just need to be aware of that, and sometimes you have to start, like, just for help. If you help, somebody's gonna help you as well.
You know what I loved at the moment, what you did at the moment, was there was an opportunity to get depressed. There was an opportunity to kind of, like, really just sit back and feel sorry for yourself, but you look for an opportunity to volunteer. You join this group to volunteer and say, I'll just give my talents. You're doing this for Mexico, I'll give my talents. And it led you to greater opportunities. And it's still a volunteer work, but you're exponentially, the ripple effect of what you do is changing lives. Right?
And actually, I just want to point that I for sure got depressed. I for sure got these feelings, but you need to continue, because, there is a different situation every day you have to confront these feelings, but still, I think for me, the most important thing that was that I have an kind of a very strong team who I was leading. So for me, they were kind of my inspiration to go ahead. For me, I may be in a position that I can still like doing small things, but the responsibility to take ahead this team for me was like, okay, I can stop. I need to continue and find ways. And you know what? I find a way. So I'm happy for that.
Well, Laura, thank you so much for this opportunity, for showing us your work, and for this opportunity that you shared with us, how you pivoted from just the challenge of being depressed and volunteering and doing great things and amazing things that discovered, because this is actually the perfect segue to our next speaker. Thank you so much. It's such an honor to have you. If you can make me the host back so I don't lose it when you come off, so make me the host back.
Yeah, we
and
have to.
I am so grateful. I hope that you guys have taken away amazing things with Laura's share. Go ahead and put your comments, and love up on her. Show her, what you've taken out of just the amazing thing that she has done to turn around, a time of discouragement, a time of loss, to volunteering, to creating something big. And with that, Laura, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, guys.
You want to stay around for this dynamite?
Yeah, for sure.
Who we have coming up next is the amazing Leslie Rubinoff. And let me, so the amazing Leslie Rubinoff, and I have such a very, very powerful story. Leslie, oh my gosh, you're my dream girl. You are my dream. Let me tell you, I'm just trying to fix our fix our backgrounds. Okay, awesome. Michelle, we've got Leslie Rubinoff, the holistic genius herself. Ooh, your background is eating you up. Leslie, there you are. Okay. This is the Miss Energy herself, the holistic genius, Leslie Rubinoff. And Leslie, you have been my dream forever to interview in this show. And let me tell you why, Michelle. Let me tell you why. Like my story with Dr. Jill, everything's right about that, Leslie. You're just fading away, coming in and out. Everything's perfect about that. And you can unmute yourself if you'd like to speak. So while you're figuring out your visual,
should we talk a little bit about Lauda while Leslie is ready to get on?
Sure, yeah. Well, let's be figuring that out. Let's talk about Laura. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I found fascinating about her is how humble she is. Yeah. The humility of the amount of her work. Let's just put this in perspective. I did a little investigation. She actually had her entire warehouse. She employed a lot of people. Clearly, because of COVID, everybody went off, but they would have called at a minute's notice to work with her. But because of her own integrity and the call to her heart, she realized that she was being called to something greater. And let me just say, that magazine that she did, and she talked about the cooks, these are real chefs that really specialize in Mexican cooking, and they're Michelin star chefs. And it really shows how when would Shmiko call it the Great Reset with the pandemic? It created a reset, and what we do with that life is that reset is really pivotal to the trajectory of our future. And Lauda, what she did is she looked within and she said, where do I need to be? And that was a scary moment to go from something very secure, because, weddings in Mexico, there's a lot of people who get the invitation. So it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. But she knew that she could actually advance herself, and by recharging herself. I mean, what a perfect guest. And it's so beautiful. And I love her project management. And I just can go on and on. Looks like Leslie is back. So I'm just going to mute my mic and we can go on.
Leslie, thank you so much for highlighting that, Michelle. We needed to hear that. there's a lot of truth about her being humble. Well, thank you so much. I am going to start our recording for Leslie.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
Awesome. So I just want to welcome our next speaker. This lady is a dream for me to bring onto the show from day one. She was like the first person I messaged when I was putting this summit together, because there was something that she said that made such a difference in my life, and I'm going to bring that moment back, Leslie. So she has a very powerful story, and I'm going to ask her to tell that story because I couldn't do it justice, but it brings tears to my eyes just to remember that story of how she was in depression, deep depression, and she decided to start to do hard things. I don't even know how you make a shift from being fully depressed, because the way she described her depression was really severe and bad. It's not one of those I was sad kind of depression. It was really bad, and it went on for a long time, and she suddenly kind of like snapped out of herself, had the realization that that's not how she wanted her life to be, and started to do hard things. And at the end of how she shared her story, she said something that changed my core, literally changed my core. She said, let's do hard things because hard things transform us. And that something about those words, I'm going to put your name on that, Leslie, stamp it. Something about those words rocked my core, in the sense that as a physical therapist, geriatric specialist who specializes with older, frail people, my working principle was to not make it so difficult that they don't want to do it anymore. So it has to be fun. Whatever it is that you're doing, I make exercises fun, I make workouts fun, but that only took me so far. Because what I became kind of like a fitness hobbyist. If it's not fun, I quit it. I don't do it anymore. If that wasn't fun, that was the end of that, But when Leslie infused that on me, and she said, let's do hard because hard things transform us, I'm like, oh. And from then on, Leslie, let me tell you what you changed me into. I'm like, I do hard well. And I would do hard things, and I would say, I do hard well, and I enjoy doing hard things. Hard things transform us. And oh my gosh, turned me into a totally different machine. So I love you, Leslie. So as we're starting this, I'm gonna put you on highlight, and I just wanted to hear your story. Are you up to sharing your story in this platform, Leslie?
Of course, I would love to. And listen, it's when we tell our stories that somebody gets to resonate with it. So it's my story to share. I don't know why my camera's like that, guys. I've never seen it like that, but it is what it is. So we'll just have to go with it and hope that you can hear me and that you can see me, because I don't know what to do, because I've never seen that go fading in and out. Maybe it's my aura, my angels are here, I don't know. But
everything's right about that.
So when I think I was 31, I'm 37 now, and I had my third back surgery. I had a herniated disc. It was an emergency. As holistic as I am, I had no choice at that point. I risked losing the function of my bladder and my bowel for my whole life. And I didn't want to give that up. So I went in, I had this surgery. I was in the best shape of my life. I was in the best health of my life. I was coming into a full year of juice fasting. I felt great. I looked great. Mentally, no, but physically, yes. I was still happy. And after that surgery, I wasn't healing. Like, I wasn't bouncing back like I had from the other two. And I didn't understand what was going on. And I believe that the anesthetic and all the drugs that were part of that surgery destroyed my microbiome. And as you know, or you don't know, the gut is the second brain. And one round of antibiotics can change your entire microbiome. And that's exactly what happened. And then after that, I after the surgery, so the surgery was in April, in May, around the beginning of May, I ended up with an infection from the surgery. So I was back in the hospital, hooked up to very strong doses of antibiotics that my body was completely rejecting. It was just like, stop putting this in me. Like, I don't want this. And I fell into like the deepest, darkest depression. And I finally understood what depression meant. And maybe that was part of the silver lining for me to kind of understand that, so that eventually when I could get out of it, I could help people. And I don't want to live anymore. The pain was so crazy. I isolated myself from anybody that cared about me, anybody that loved me. I pushed away my parents, I pushed away my friends, and I literally just stayed in bed. I didn't even get up to shower. I'd get up to order in food. I had very little money in my bank account at that time because I wasn't doing anything, and I was just in a shitty place in my life. And it was probably around January, and so this was the summer. So a friend came into Montreal. We went to, my favorite artist was playing, and she's like, we're going to the concert. And like, I don't want to go to this concert. And I did. And I remember singing my heart out and just hearing the lyrics by Dave Matthews, that life is short, but sweet for certain. So, carry on and we will, two-step. And that triggered me to like be like, okay, like, how am I going to get out of this? And still from July, I made the decision that I'm not going to leave this planet, but I have to figure out how am I going to come out of this darkness. And it wasn't until January, a friend reached out to me and she's like, listen, this isn't like what is going on. And I'm like, honestly, I don't know. I really don't know, but I don't want to feel like this anymore. And obviously I was still under I'm never going to get on a medication. People didn't even know what was going on. And she talked to me about essential oils, which I knew nothing about at the time. And she sent me some, and I just started using them, and my mood started to shift. And in February, I got in front of my community, the Holistic Health Genius that I built, and all these people who've come to listen to me speak on holistic everything were rooting for me. And I showed up there a mess with my hair on top of my head and like ratty clothing. And I told my story. And I just told them, like, this is what's been going on. This is what's happening. But this is exactly where the fight starts. And I did it. And I came out of it. And it wasn't easy. I didn't really have therapy for it. I felt that I could take it on myself. And I did. And that doesn't mean other people have to do it that way. It's just the way that I did it. And I rebuilt myself. I rebuilt my life. I came to learn about CBD and, followed a company for a little bit, and then decided that I could do this and built out my own brand of the best products on the market that I wish I had then, but it's now all the pieces go together. And, people will always say, oh, Leslie, you're so strong, like you'll be fine. But it wasn't a matter of strength. It was a matter of willingness and determination to stand back up. And that's my silver lining, is that, when we get knocked down, you get back up, and everybody's capable of doing it, even though the journey will look really different for other people. But now, having the knowledge that I have in my practice, and when people tell me they're on antidepressants and anti-anxiety meds, I right away tell them, like, let's look at CBD, let's look at the terpenes that can change your life, and seeing people being able to come off of this, because realistically, we don't have a Zoloft system, guys. We have an endocannabinoid system, and being able to fuel that and bring the body into homeostasis, people are allowed to walk away with permission to not be constantly in the cycle of prescription medication. So that's just like the scratching, the surface.
So good. Thank you so much for what you shared, Leslie. And I know that you already have, you're sharing your story continuously on the Holistic Bitch podcast, right? Your podcast, right? Am I the one who's like freezing, or is
I hear you now. I heard the Holistic Bitches podcast. So yes.
Awesome. So tell us more about that.
I share this, but like, why don't we heal the body? Why don't we heal that inner child and heal the trauma and rebuild a base so that you can have kids and you can do it properly, and you can have a healthy child, and you can learn to do what to do with that child, right? Because as a parent, you birth this child, and it's the first one. It's just like, go figure it out, right? And you just follow the doctors, and you follow what's told to you. But we see what happens when that happens. So this is just my sole purpose, to do all of this.
So good. I want to let Michelle comment on you. She was just typing on the chat. She's like, "Oh my gosh." But Leslie, after Michelle makes her comment, I want to hear what you had to say about the hard things that you've been doing, counting days. Did we lost Leslie? Or she just
I think we may have, but maybe that'll work in our favor. She'll reboot and we'll get to see her. But I thought her little ethereal look was amazing. You know what I thought was really fascinating, Leslie, Ava, about Leslie, is showing her true journey. She has a successful business now. And I think she really brought out to a lot of us how our challenges, and this really works with that thread. We had Dr. Laura speaking about how challenges work for us. And what a deep challenge, like you said, with depression that actually was connected to her gut microbiota. We're just now scratching the surface of understanding how our gut microbiota affects our depression and such. But this is a woman who, even through the darkest moments of her life, she still believed that there was a solution. And through that, she's created solutions in her own business with her CBD and understanding. And I loved what she had to say. Oh, there you are, Laura. I loved what she had to say when she said that, She said that this is not we don't have a Zoloft system, meaning we don't have a system that is receptive to pharmaceutical medications, even though sometimes that's needed, that is. But she went a different approach, and she worked with things. And then she said that we have a system that accepts cannabinoids. And so that's a person who definitely has been searching in that dark night of her soul, and yet created a solution that she wants to share with others. Oh, and by the way, it's a successful business. I think it's truly an inspiration.
Sorry, guys. I don't know what happened. I got kicked out, but can you hear me now? I came in on my phone, and maybe that's better.
Woo, you're beautiful now.
You're beautiful also a while ago with all the angels flowing on you.
I was just like, oh no, right in the middle. But yes, it's about learning our bodies and understanding the beautiful system that we've been given, and not to listen to the medical system to destroy it. And that endocannabinoid system was only discovered in the late 90s, and it's being more and more researched now. And we know that a deficiency in the endocannabinoid system is linked to, fibromyalgia, depression, anxiety, migraines, hormonal issues, imbalances, because the whole thing is it's like the motherboard, it's the control center to bring everything into homeostasis, everything into balance. So why aren't we working with that? And then we have the blue light, and we have our phone and the Wi-Fi, all of that burns out the CBD receptors. And we have the CBD1 and the CBD2 receptors in our body, and recently discovered the third one. And the first one is all the neuro stuff, so connected through the brains and through all of our organs and for mobility and speech. And then the second one is more throughout the entire immune system, and every single living species with a backbone has an endocannabinoid system. And there's so many people in this space, there's so many people in this market, and that didn't bother me, because I knew when I came to this market, it was 1, with intention, 2, with integrity, and 3, to actually be a point of contact for my business. And as my business grows, I still have the capability to speak to every single one like they are my only customer, because I think it's important. How many companies do you reach out to and speak to the owner of the company who's going to take the time to, I don't care if you buy, but I'm going to educate you, and I'm going to spend the time to make you feel comfortable with something that so many people are uncomfortable with, because they think they're going to get stoned, and they think they're going to get high, and they think they can't give it to their children. But why are they giving Ritalin to their children? No parent really researches what's Ritalin doing. It's destroying the gut. It's destroying your child. Get them on the CBD oil. Get them on something that's going to serve them and actually help them heal. So it's just something that I love and I'm passionate about, and can say confidently that, like, I have the best stuff on the market, and there's no chemicals, there's no heavy metals, there's no pesticides. Everything's double tested, and there's no chemicals. Everything's 100% nature, the way it intended it to be, with botanicals and herbs. And I'm proud of that. And being able to hear testimonies from babies and from parents and from grandparents and uncles and aunts, and everyone from babies all the way through to the senior life, we need more education around it. So yes.
And what's amazing, Leslie, is your pain became your inspiration. to search about it. That's powerful. That, talking about Dr. Jill's, everything's right about that. It's almost like you were served that season of your life for you to come to be this amazing inspiration that helps a ton of people on a daily basis now. On a daily basis, like even I myself, with my grandson, when I came to you,
Yeah.
just in full I was in a meltdown, because when you have a 3-month-old baby just screaming his lungs out for being so irritated, just brings you to tears. And Leslie is just so full of heart, went ahead and went on a back chat in Clubhouse and started to source people out. And you're just like really this amazing, loving, big bunch of big bear heart that loves on everybody, regardless of whether they're buying or not buying. I mean, you answer questions for everybody. Michelle, go ahead and tell us what you're thinking. Michelle loves to type on the chat.
You totally know what I'm thinking. First of all, Leslie, I think you're beautiful in every way. And the fact that I think Ava touched on what I was thinking, a lot of times when people face, especially physical challenges, that there aren't a lot of solutions for. And it's, first of all, difficult to even see yourself through that darkness. So you're just an inspiration there. But the interesting thing is that you didn't want to make your wounds your story. You set out to find solutions, and then you're sharing those solutions. I wanted to speak about the quality of your products. And there's a lot of times when people approach me, a lot of times, and they bring up products here and there, and I'm always listening. But the most important thing that I really paid attention to what you were saying, aside from your inspirational story, was how well you know your business, how well you understand about the makeup of the cannabinoids and how the CBD 1 and 2, and now you're saying there's a 3, and where that goes. And then you talk about quality. There's a lot of products out there, but when you have someone like Leslie Rubinoff, who takes her time and understands exactly why these things work and how our systems were built to do this, you just know that your product is high quality when you say high quality. My question, though, is for an individual who's a little scared, they're scared, like you said, about being stoned. Can you speak more about the terpenes, the power of the terpenes and the CBD, and how you don't have to worry about getting high with the THC or something to that, so that the public can understand?
Leslie,
Absolutely.
before you answer that, Leslie, hold on. Before you answer that, let me just give you a little bit of background. If you missed Michelle, because this is a different segment, Michelle is actually someone who works with athletes and Olympians. So this is from someone who knows pain, asking this question. So I just wanted to presence that and preface that with your answer, Leslie.
Amazing. And it's actually interesting because the Olympic board has actually allowed CBD to be present in athletes, and they won't get banned for it, but not smoking weed, which is really, really interesting. And we just saw that runner go through this whole thing. But okay, so to the first point, there's hemp and there's marijuana. So it's different, same species, different family. A hemp plant is going to grow much higher in cannabinoids besides THC. Marijuana is going to grow high THC, lower other cannabinoids. THC is a psychoactive. It has the psychoactive properties, which so many people are afraid of. Now, listen, when somebody has cancer, they want that THC. It's one of the main cancer fighting properties is THC. But for the rest of the world that doesn't want that and still wants all the medicinal benefits, that's where this comes in. And my products are filtered. We extract the THC, the little bit of THC that's in the product, not to a 0, but to like a 0.03, which is the legal limit, because it still creates that entourage effect. But even if you were going to drink the whole bottle, you're not going to get stoned, nor is it going to show up on a drug test, nor is it going to impact you any way that THC would. Now, the next point is to the terpenes. So the terpenes are the volatile compounds found in the sticky resins of sticky in the glands of the plant. And what they do is they ward off viruses, bacteria, they protect from predators, and they're essentially the immune system of the plant. Now, each of my products has that formula of 60 medicinal terpenes. And we did that because terpenes are the same thing you'll find in essential oils that make them so powerful. They're also the fragrance and the smell. But what they do is each single terpene has a slew of different properties. I mean, thousands of properties, but a lot of them are anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, antiviral, like they'll strengthen the heart and the bones and the organs, and they just throw out so many properties. And having my product be a microdose, meaning we only need 4 to 6 drops, not dropperfuls, drops to get the effect, because the terpenes and then the drivers like the turmeric and the black seed oil and the cardamom and the cinnamon and the spearmint and everything, the ginger that we've put together, it makes it so much more bioavailable and utilized in the body that even after one dose, the majority of people feel, I say it's like a warm hug, or the brain fog lifts, or something happens. You can feel it in your system. And using it through the oral capillaries, which means putting it under the tongue, holding it for 60 seconds, allows for the oral transmission so that it gets into the bloodstream and then it goes directly into the cells. And that's how the endocannabinoid system functions, with those receptors that are through the entire body. And just like terpenes act for plants, they act the same way in the human body, as immune strengthening, as supportive of all the things that it does in nature. The next thing that was important for me was, I've always loved magnesium chloride, and magnesium's needed for over 300 enzymatic mechanisms in our body. Every single cell requires magnesium. Every single cell requires magnesium to work. And what I wanted to do was bring the transdermal aspect of magnesium to the forefront, because people are so used to using Epsom salts, and Epsom salts are just really well marketed. They're cheap. They're often loaded with heavy metals. So I wanted to use something that was more bioavailable, something that the body could utilize really quickly and give the impact that magnesium is supposed to do through the transdermal application, which means through the skin. So by getting into a bath with these flakes that are not just magnesium chloride, but they're MSM. MSM is another mineral that's amazing for pain and inflammation and for the nervous system and helping us get into the parasympathetic nervous state. But it also produces L-glutathione, which is the body's best natural antioxidant. And MSM and magnesium together are fantastic. So we put the CBD, we put the terpenes, and people can get into a bath or soak their feet. And especially, I work with a lot of the NHL players as well. This has transformed their game, because it's like food for the cells, and doing it in this transdermal action allows, like I said, for that rapid utilization and bioavailability. And also, magnesium chloride neutralizes toxins. Epsom salt does not, which means there could be a sporadic pullout of toxins without neutralizing them first, which is really an important part of it. And the same thing with all the pain topicals. I have like a natural tiger balm, again, the main ingredient being cayenne pepper, which is going to promote circulation. It's going to bring down inflammation. Still has all those terpenes in it, has the CBD, has clove and rosemary and copa baobab and all these beautiful essential oils that just cypress, they all work for circulation and inflammation and pain. And right away, when you put it on with the menthol and the peppermint, you get that hot, cold effect. And we have, the line's just going to continue to expand so that I could be a household name that really just helps people without them having to worry about it being greenwashed or to be, with chemicals that you could safely use. Your skin's the largest organ. We shouldn't be putting anything toxic on it. So I hope that answers your question.
Oh, beautifully. In fact, you really I'm not going to ask more questions, but I think the transdermal aspect is really important. It's a lot of times now we're just knowing that not everything is absorbable as we get older. And people talk about getting, vitamin B12 sublingually. And now we're looking at, how do we do this, through the pores? And your product seems to be so pure, and understanding that we need to have purity when we're ingesting things, especially like you said, the feet, where the largest pores in the body, aren't they, in the feet? And that's also why we shouldn't be walking around in the developing countries where there's a lot of parasites barefoot. But what a beautiful delivery system. You mentioned the NFL athletes and such. What type of benefits have you found with this? Definitely, you'll speak to people who are undergoing perhaps clinical depression, where your product may be a support of that, depending on what their doctors say. But also, how about when people are aging, like they're going through menopause or they're nearing middle age, where chemically we change with our hormones? How does your product help with them? Because a lot of times people feel like they're a different person, which they kind of are, but it tends to erode confidence levels when you're not feeling well. How does your product and your system help support that?
Okay, so for your first question with the athlete, so what it does, it helps their recovery. The magnesium is going to help the recovery. It burns out the lactic acid. The oil, the cannabis oil, helps them with focus, clarity, strength, endurance. It opens up the airways. It's amazing for asthma and the bronchial. Now, for older people, it brings the body into homeostasis. So I have women who have terrible, debilitating hot flashes that they're like, I want my life to stop. I do not want to feel like this. So it tames that because it brings us into homeostasis. I also think I have a friend who takes just hemp seed oil, okay, which is not a proponent of cannabis oil because it's a seed. It's the only part that we don't use unless we use it as a carrier oil, who says that's the fountain of youth. And using that a tablespoon a day reverses aging. So to think that we fire up the endocannabinoid system, I mean, I think I have great hair, great skin, great nails. I think that is in part too, you know, I do a lot of things, but I think the endocannabinoid system being constantly fueled, it helps. It's the same way. If you maintain your car, you can drive it longer, right? So it all comes down to the quality. Like a Honda, for instance, is going to last a lot longer than a lot of other cars, and you can drive it to kill it. It's the same with the product. It's all about quality. And it's all about how it works with the endocannabinoid system.
Wow, that's amazing. Now, can we bring you back to your journey with? I mean, you're certainly someone who looks recharged already, and I can tell that you, in order to have a business, to create a business, you need to have a lot of energy. And how do you balance out all this? You're well researched, you have products that are really serving and helping people, along with the fact that you have to educate. So that's a lot of hats. How do you keep your balance and how do you recharge yourself?
Well, the first thing is that when your passion and purpose align, it's never a job. It's passion. Mm-hmm. So it radiates from me because I love it. And I could talk about it all day, every day. I like the challenge of doing it and wearing multiple hats. It fuels me. That's a challenge for me. It works my brain. It keeps it going. But there's things that are non-negotiables in my life. The first one is sleep. Okay. I will always get 7 hours of sleep, whether that means I go to bed a little bit later, but sleep in that extra hour, I'll take it. Sleep is restorative. I practice coffee enemas, which helps cleanse the liver, clean the blood, dump the toxins, break apart carcinogens, and I do them regularly. I do fasting. I do juice fasting. Right now, I'm like, 160 days into juice fast. And in the middle, I did a water fast for 5 days. Water fasting is so powerful. Every single day, I do an infrared sauna. I have one in my home, 45 minutes, non-negotiable. And the CBD. I also take fulvic and humic acid every single day. I take CMOS, which is 92 essential minerals. I take on herbal, that's an A to a Z. I take a sublingual B12, that's herbal. I take my vitamin D, and I exercise every single day. I make sure I get on my treadmill. I do 8K a day, 3 times a week of weight training, and I've just gone back to yoga. I am my priority. I am my why in my life, and I will never jeopardize that. It's too important, and life is short. I could get hit by a truck tomorrow, but at least I know that in this current life, I'm living a quality life where I don't have pain, I don't have inflammation, I don't have, thank God, any health issues with myself because I made myself a priority. I've healed the inner child. I've done the emotional unpacking. I drink so much water. I drink structured hydrogen water. I do everything that I know that I can. And that doesn't mean that I've always been perfect because I'm always learning every single day. And during the pandemic, when it started, I used that as an excuse to fall off of everything I knew, which again, it was fine because then I got to do it all over again and rebuild that strength and come back into myself. So that's how I balance it. And I also have no problem saying no. I have no problem telling people no. I won't, I can't, doesn't serve me. Using that word is really powerful. And it took a long time not to be just a people pleaser, but to be a Leslie pleaser.
Yes. You know, Leslie, what you said is so powerful. So powerful about how you said, I am my why. I'm like, you know, how many times do we look for whys? You know, how many times do we say my kids are my why, you know, but really, like life does not revolve and, you know, without you. I love how you said, I am my why, you know, I am my priority. And I think you some things are just like more present to us because of the situations we go through. And having gone through a point where you couldn't get out of bed, you've come to cherish you as your biggest asset, your biggest value. And I love how you put yourself first. That's such a takeaway, right, Michelle?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I just want to repeat for our listeners and our watchers the 6 things that Laura really, that Leslie, excuse me, that Leslie, you had brought out. I wrote these down. Your non-negotiables, is that what you called it? Or your, okay, your non-negotiables. Number 1, sleep. Number 2, you have 2 forms of fasting and you're well researched. You know what works for you. You do the juice fasting and you do the water fasting. Far infrared sauna is a third. Treadmill, you're doing activity, you're getting moving. And then the power to say no. All of those things require Leslie to really know who she is. And Leslie, I really want to thank you for showing this journey and the fact that we need to know our higher purpose, because you said, hey, I love this. I love wearing hats. I love helping people. I'm paraphrasing that part of me. But the inspiration part for me and the recharge that I'm getting from you is really confirmation of the fact that no matter where you are in life, you can find your way to have a system like Leslie, like you follow, and you just rattled it off. And that is a true person who lives their mastery. They're just not speaking it. And I just wanted to tell you, Leslie, you're truly an inspiration. I know to everyone, but definitely to me as well. I can speak clearly about myself. Yeah. And for me, it's not only the journey, but it's what you're making of it and what you're still building. And I love the fact that you're living your higher purpose, your higher purpose, because that's what does make it easy, isn't it not? When you're living your higher purpose, it feels like joy. And even though it's work, that joy doesn't drain you.
Amen.
Yes. Thank you so much. Well, Leslie, we want to honor your time. I know you had a room that opened 12 minutes ago. Thank you so much for your time. And how can people find out more about you? And if there's anything that you'd like to kind of give away, how can they get a hold of you?
Sure. So I'm the Holistic Health Genius on Instagram and on Facebook. I have a group of over 30,000 people that they come in, they ask questions. You can email me. You can get all my contact through my Instagram. And I will happily give all your listeners a coupon for $15 off of any of my products at the holistichealthgenius.store. You can use the code COFFEE15.
Awesome. Well, Leslie, thank you so much. So grateful for you. I am so grateful. Thank you so much. We celebrate you, Leslie. This is a dream come true. Finally being able to bring you over. And I'm gonna wish you the best for your room. You run 9-hour rooms on Sundays. Oh my God.
Yes, we've been open since 10 a.m. So I'm gonna get back to you. But thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Oh wow. What a delight. What we have for our next speaker, I know that we've got questions, and we're gonna go over the questions. We're gonna bring Leslie back for any of the questions. Do a recorded video. Sign up under rechargingyoursuperwoman.com, because we're going to take your questions and do another recorded session with Leslie and email it to you. I'm signing her up for it. She's voluntold. So I promise the questions are going to get answered, and we're not ignoring your questions, but keep asking them, type them up, and that's going to give us a reason to be able to bring her back. And who we have coming up next is Antoinette Rose, and she's going to have to educate me more, Michelle, on how to pronounce her name right. But she has a very powerful story of being diagnosed with cancer from 10 years old, only given 6 weeks to live. I think it's 6 weeks. And you know, her powerful story. Antoinette, welcome to Recharging Your Superwoman. And
hello, Eva. Hello. Thank you for having me.
Oh, such a pleasure. I love that you were on the audience listening to Leslie, because it's the perfect intro to who
It's
you
it's
are.
insane, actually. As I get into my presentation, you'll see how insane it is. And for everybody watching, we had no idea, but it's all meant to be, right? Everything's right about this.
Yes, everything is right about it. So I'm gonna give you the time. Tell us your story, how you got to your message, and what you're doing right now, giving power. Michelle, you want to hear this, Michelle? Michelle is also a practitioner. She gives
Okay.
power and voice to practitioners from clinic to stage so that they can increase their impact. And I'm gonna give you the full stage. Tell us your story of how you came to your message today.
Okay, Ava, thank you for that introduction. So imagine that you're told that your 10-year-old child has 6 weeks, at best 6 weeks to live. I should have put that on Do Not Disturb. Imagine you are told your child has 6 weeks to live. That was my mom. She didn't tell me, but I could tell. I was the oldest child. I was her right-hand gal. We had some pretty tragic things that happened before that. Lost my father. So I was the oldest and I was helping her. And I had been in pain for about a year. We were in and out of foster homes. And I was in pain. And when we finally came back together as a family, I didn't want to rock the boat. I just wanted our family together. And we went to get some school clothes at secondhand stores. And we would always go to the laundromat to wash the clothes before we could try them on. And I was really excited to try my clothes on. Went into the little laundromat bathroom, and all there was a pedestal sink and a little mirror right above it. So I pulled over the square trash can and toggled on it, stepped on it so I could see my clothes. When I came down, snap, something really bad happened. I came out of the bathroom. My mom just could see it on my face, took me to the hospital. That was the news. Within 2 days, I was shipped off to University Hospital for experimental treatment because it was too late for the conventional treatment. That was a blessing. That was a God thing, because I proceeded to spend the next year in a children's ward with the lucky children whose cancers. There was a lot of children with cancer there. There was also kidney issues, anorexia, other issues. But the lucky cancer children and leukemia children who were going through the mainstream proven way of treating that cancer, it was really hard. It was really hard to witness what they went through. I was fine. I couldn't walk, but I could eat. I didn't have sores all over my face. I had my hair. I wasn't swollen and gray. I could swallow. My teeth weren't excruciating. My gums. It was really difficult to watch these little kids that had become my family during that year go from this adorable child to this unrecognizable person. And I remember thinking, why weren't their parents told that there might be some other ways that they could approach this? There's some other ways that they could deal with this. And that obviously the experimental alternative treatments worked. And sadly, many of them didn't make it. So that stuck with me my entire life. And I began my career as a business management and computer information systems back in the 80s, and then was a manager of a major Christian magazine. And then when that magazine moved back to California, they had moved me to Texas from California. They moved back to California. I'm like, I'm not going back there. I'm staying right here. I can afford this cost of living. I was a single mom at the time. So I started my own company. And I opened a bed and breakfast. I opened a couple retreat centers and began having wellness retreats and wellness events. And they outgrew my space. So then we would rent community centers, outgrew that. And then they became some of the biggest of its kind during my time, wellness expos. I loved it, but at the same time, I hated it because these were events I wanted to go to, but I didn't get to enjoy because I was producing them. And what I realized I really, really loved was working with the practitioner, because my why was making sure that as many people as possible got the message that there are options, that they know all the options are laid on the table before they make a massive decision for their well-being. And that's what I do now. I help practitioners scale beyond their clinics to get their message out in the biggest, best, broadest, most impactful way. And so whether you are a wellness practitioner or just an entrepreneur, the strategies that I teach are universal. They work for everyone as long as you follow the framework. And just as Leslie was saying, it begins with the end in mind. You begin with the end and you work backwards. So often we build it and hope we're going to get what we think we kind of want, right? Instead of figuring out exactly what we want and build those steps to actually get there. And when we're in that process, we're building this thing, whether you're a wellness practitioner building a clinic, or you're a busy mom building a side job, whatever it is that you're doing, it's depleting. It's very draining when you're working, and you're not really seeing those fruits of what it is you thought you'd be feeling or thought you'd be attaining. So I do have a little exercise that I would like to do with you. The first part is I'd love for you to get out a piece of paper and do not think. My number one request is that you don't even think, you just write. And so you've got at the top, non-negotiables. This was not planned. This is great. This was not planned as far as coordinating with Leslie. So write non-negotiables. On the left side, write must have, 1, 2, 3. On the right side, have not, 1, 2, 3. So must have not. Without thinking, what are your 3 most must-haves in your life, non-negotiable? Those are the top 3 things. I'm going to give you 10 seconds. Great. Now do the same thing on the left side. What are those 3 things you absolutely know you do not want in your life at all for any reason? That could be working Sundays. It could be working with people you don't enjoy working with, whatever it is. 3 things, don't think, right. 10 seconds. So there you have your life in a nutshell. There you have exactly what it is you need to build. Everything you build from now on filters through this list, and it will evolve. You revisit this list every 3 months to a year, but everything has to be filtered through this list. And if there's something not aligned, then it isn't right. There's something that has to change in that. Let's just use a chiropractor as an example. Say there's a chiropractor, he loves what he does. He absolutely loves helping people through the treatments that he gives them one-to-one. But he also is maybe in his 50s, having grandchildren. He wants a week off a month, right? To go and travel, see his grandchildren, or just relax. He's paid his dues. He's going to have to build a practice that allows him a week off a month. And to do that, he's going to have to either have a protege, a team-led business, or he's going to have to raise his prices so he can shut his doors for a week and not worry about losing that income. Or he can actually create a high level of consulting aspect of his practice where he could be anywhere and consult through telephone or video or that kind of thing. So there's different ways that we can create a plan for him. But had he not had this clear in his mind, he just think, I'm going to build the practice and hope maybe once a year I can get away from my practice 2 weeks, right? When you've got it clear what the bleep you want to do, you want at the end, that ultimate outcome, when you have your ultimate outcome as the peak of your vision versus I'm going to have to work to get somewhere. No, you're already there in your mind and in your heart. You are already there, and everything you do leads to that. So I've got this little worksheet. I'm going to put it on the screen. If you can't download it, it is okay, because I'm going to show it to you too, so you can actually build it out, and I'll give you my email address and email it to you. But you should be able to access it there. You don't even have to give me your email address or anything. Can I get share privilege for my screen? Ava, if you're talking to me, you're mute.
Yeah. I was just saying that was so powerful. That's so powerful. I love what you just prefaced. You know, look at that. I've got mine. It's kind of like scratched up, but yes, that made it
Perfect.
clear. So you made us do three, right? Do we
Just
just
three.
stand on that?
Ava,
Yeah, we're going to work on
is
that
there a
together.
shared screen or?
Yeah, it won't let me. It says it's disabled.
Yes. So let me just make her host, and
It says
then
disabled.
So while you're doing that, Antoinette, I wanted to thank you very much for what you had to say. And you would think that we're all working together and we all said, you know, okay, Dr. Jill, you talk about this, and Leslie, you talk about this, and then Antoinette, you bring in your awesome non-negotiable list. How beautiful. And now I'm going to add something on top of that. And I'm gonna pass this link on to a dear friend of mine who is that chiropractor that you're talking about, and he is in that situation, wildly successful, and he needs an Antoinette in his life. So thank you very much. I just can't wait to connect him with you. Oh, Ava, the mic is yours.
oh, well, we've got Antoinette back. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Here we go. Okay, so this is your worksheet. Are you guys seeing this okay? Let me
Yes.
expand it if it'll let me. So, so essentially with that list, we're going to start here at the top. This is the pinnacle peak of everything that you want. So what we're going to stop doing is being this little guy down here, circling the mountain, circling the mountain. What's the best way up? What's the best way up? Should I take this way? Should I go that way? And I know that we're all human. We've all had many false starts. We've all started to work on something we thought was going to be great, and it didn't turn out to be what we thought it was going to be, right? So let's stop taking that meandering trail and let's just take that direct route to the peak. So the way to do that, the only way to do that, is to figure out what's at the peak first, and then we know the path to get there. So I'll let you do this. This does take a little bit more thought. I'll let you do this on your own. You don't have to fill it out now. The version I gave you gives you one that you can print out and one that you can fill out digitally. So essentially, right here is what your pinnacle peak is. And I'd like for you to do this for your life and for your career and business, and make it one. We are one being. We are one person. So if those two aren't aligned, if you're going to create all these things in your professional life and then all these things in your personal life, and they don't align, then you're out of sync and nothing's going to flow. So when you create them both, you see them side by side, you can see if one serves the other, if they both align. So essentially, let's just say it's for your personal life. So at this pinnacle peak, you'd say, I have this much freedom in my time, location, and income. This is how much freedom I have in my time, location, and freedom. This is the kind of legacy that I'm leaving. And this is my perfect average day, my perfect average week, my perfect average year, right? Where there's going to be exceptions in there, but what's that perfect average? So that goes here. Same with your business. This is the impact I'm making. This is the legacy I'm leaving. This is the bottom line that I'm making. And these are the freedoms that I have, even professionally. And then of course, that's got to align with your personal life. Okay, now we can go down here to this guy. Where are you right now in relation to where it is that you want to be? And here's the gap. These 2 steps here. It could be 2 steps, it could be 3 steps, but this is the bridge. So number 1, to get 1 step closer to that pinnacle peak, these are some changes that are going to have to take place in my life. I'm going to need to hire a housekeeper. And in order to do that, I'm going to have to do 1, 2, 3, right? Or if it's on the professional side, I'm going to have to start bringing up a protege or create a team-led company. And these are some of the steps that I'm going to have to do to do that. Then you get to the next level, new devils, right? Each time you go to a new level, there's that level has its own set of opportunities to find solutions to, right? No problems. They're all just opportunities to create solutions for. So you've got that going, and you decide what those steps will be to get you to that pinnacle peak. And then I want you to do this every six months to a year, because once you get here and you soak in it and you live in it, then things are going to change for you even more. let's say you get that team-led company, and all of a sudden you are making 5 times more than you ever dreamed possible. Your overhead has reduced, your income has increased, and now there are some real heartfelt projects you want to get up off the ground. You want to create a school for children who are underprivileged, or you want to make sure that nobody in your town goes hungry. So you revisit this model and do it all over again. And then that leads you to this. So this gives you the framework in your personal life and in your professional life of putting the dollar signs to it. Now, this isn't all about money, but money, none of us want money. We can be on some stranded island somewhere with a big mountain of money. That means nothing, right? Because it's not going to get us what we want. We want what we want. We want what money gets us. So people say, oh, I want to make this amount of money. No, you want to be able to take these vacations, which require a certain amount of money. I say, what's a vacation? Your life should be a vacation. If you're doing what you love, then your life is a vacation. You don't need to take a vacation from a life that you love. That's a whole nother talk. So we have dollar signs on here, but just please understand that that's not what it's all about. That's not the bottom line. That's just the tool that gets us what it is that we want. So right here is free. So for this, let's say it's for your business. What are some of the free value rich content and ways of service that you can give so that people begin to know, like, trust, and seek you out? People need to know, like, and trust you, and they will become raving fans and followers for the rest of your life. And that's going to happen down here when they really don't know exactly who you are, and you're just pouring into them and not asking anything back. This room is full of those people. Dr. Jill, Michelle, Ava, this event, right? Leslie, they all just pour. They don't, with that, before $1 is required. There's no dollars required. There's invitations to go to the next level with us, right? But there's no dollar required. We're still going to pour into you as if you're a top client. So what are some of those generous? You can never give too much. People are like, oh, I'm just going to give all my stuff away. You know, people who, it's the law of reciprocation. If you pour into someone, they're going to want more of you, and they're going to want guaranteed more of you. So never feel like you're going to give away too much. So that's this. So we're talking business. And then step 2, offer something, just a real entry level something that they can do with you, whether it's a group workshop, maybe one group workshop every 2 months for a year. And it comes in at a pretty low ticket price. Maybe let's just say $997 for the year to have this workshop with you once every 2 months, whatever it is that you decide, which is going to be based on the previous slide, right? And then you take them to the next level. And then you get those who are just going to dive in both feet, and they don't even care what you charge. They're already in. They're like, where's the application before you even say the price? And those are the people that you really get to make some transformative investments into, because your time is being compensated so that you can give them that level of attention to lock arms with them and get them to the next place that they need to be. So essentially, you are stair-stepping them. Let me just tell you what mine are. I give a lot of free content and group coaching. My second step is a 3-day program, 3-day virtual event, which I'm going to share with you guys when I get to my offer part. Very low ticket, $97 to get into the event if you want general admission. So very easy way. I give everything. You can walk away from my 3-day event and have everything that I have, along with top practitioners and their business strategies, and go and do it on your own. You don't ever need to pay me another dime, and you have everything that you need. And then I have my next level program is it's called my core program. You can work with me for a year. I explain that at the event. And then this is a very elite level where we go on destination retreats together. For me, destination retreats together, and really they're called strategy retreats, strategic retreats, and we just dive into that next level strategic area of their business. So anyhow, I'm going to stop sharing so we can get face to face again. be here.
That is just so, in a nutshell, like in 15 minutes, pretty much, you've given out a blueprint, to be able to just, kind of like scale to your mountaintop, scale to your mountaintop little by little, and be able to get to your peak, because you know what your peak looks like. A lot of us kind of like keep circling around. Like Michelle, I'm going to bring Michelle up too, because Michelle is like the detail oriented part of this interviewer. I'm like the raw rider. wanted to know what your thoughts are and any questions. Thank you so much, Antoinette. And thank you for your offer. We're just so grateful that you're bringing your expertise into this room.
Yeah, you're welcome. And I love to hike. So pretty much all of the analogies that I create have to do with water. I have another presentation that has all to do with a river or mountains or streams or flowers, because that's my heart. That's my personality. And something I really want to encourage people, especially entrepreneurs, is people do not buy products. They buy people. People buy you. You already have everything you need, because what someone is purchasing is that time with you. Nobody else has your experience. Nobody else has your approach. Nobody else has your way of filtering and thinking through, and nobody else has your way of communicating. So your right fit people come to you because of who you are, not because of some shiny object that you're selling or some spiffed up program that you've put together. You can create the most amazing program and not get one person to sign up because they haven't yet had that understanding of who you are and connected with that.
Well, Antoinette, I have a few things that I want to share. First of all, thank you. Thank you for pouring into us and really showing people, like Ava said, the blueprint to your pinnacle of success. There's a couple of things that I really wanted to highlight and speak about with you. One of the things is a quote that I'm probably going to make a meme out of you, and that's "New level, new devils." I thought that was fascinating. I don't know if you ever read Neil Gaiman's or seen Neil Gaiman's series Lucifer, but Lucifer the Devil, you can see on Netflix or whatever. But he never lies. This character never lies. He never has to. He just has to tell you the truth. And it tends to be the humans, what they do with the truth. And so, that is the truth, though, isn't it? As you reach the next level, there's going to be new devils, and that's going to face you with the truth. And what I see from you is that you help people with those truths and how to get them to work with it towards their higher purpose, which is that pinnacle, correct? Another thing,
right.
Oh, yeah. It's beautiful. And another quote that I love of yours is that people do not buy products, they buy people. And that is so fascinating. Talk about the law of attraction, how things work. We had Dr. Jill, then we had Leslie, and now we have Antoinette talking about this theme. Coming up, we're going to have Justine Pagroski, who is she's a $1 million brander. And she actually hosted a huge event among some of the top branders and advertising agents in the world. It was an international event. And everything that they said is, wow, luxury brands are having a hard time. They're having a hard time because they're not relating to people, and people want to connect. They want that authenticity. And I thought to myself, how interesting. Antoinette is showing people how for people to take their authentic self as to, what is that, Ava, that Dr. Jill says, you are, is it you are enough, or please
everything about you is just right. Do I have it right?
Everything about you is just right. And here you are you're taking that person. Yes, everything about you is just right. And let's teach you how to be that person that people want to connect with. Can I ask you one question, though? I wanted to talk about the pinnacle. You talked about the retreats or the destinations where you're talking strategy. Could you just, I don't want you to give away your secret sauce, but could you just paint us a picture as to what that experience is about and what that's like for people when they get to that point?
You bet. But I first want to, just because I don't want to claim anything that isn't mine. Some of those quotes, the new level, new devil, I heard along the way, and I don't even know exactly where. But it resonated with me. It stuck with me. So you'll hear things along the way that stick with you. I sometimes try to, write down where I heard it from, but it resonated with me, and then it becomes your own, and it becomes part of how you communicate. So I just want to make that clear. And I so appreciate you, Michelle. Oh my gosh, this room is just amazing. So my pinnacle program is application only, and it's very high level innovators. And essentially we come together for about 5 days. My destination of choice is Lake Tahoe. That's my favorite place on earth, but we all vote on it. And it's about 5 to 7 of us, a really small group, 10 max, because there's just a lot that goes into each person, because they're already high performers, high achievers. They've got a lot going for themselves. And we're just really refining and maybe pivoting a little bit, because their desires have changed, their non-negotiables have changed. So now they've got to pivot this great big gigantic thing so that everybody is served in the process. So we just lay it out on the table. You've got all of these, you've got my mind, but you've got all of these other curated, amazing minds that come together, and you basically have crowdsourced wisdom all at one table, pouring into you, your company, and your life's legacy and goals. So it's really pretty incredible. Yeah.
Wow. And Lake Tahoe, it's actually, we call it our backyard here. So what a beautiful destination. It's one of my favorite things to do whenever I get a chance to get around there. You certainly have picked an amazing location for this because of that beautiful water. It seems like water is very important to you. And that blue alpine pure lake really reminded me of a metaphor about what you just did. I mentioned quotes, and you said, hey, that didn't come from me. But I know it came from somebody. If I could remember, I would, give that to you. I'm paraphrasing you, of course. And that speaks to the quality and the purity of the message. And if we do this more often, where we thread together and we let people see where that knowledge is, even though we're sharing it, it shows that you're a pure source. That's where I'm going with. And I really want to thank you. And I hope that our watchers, as they're here in our beautiful audience and listening lounge, that they get this about the quality of your work also comes from a pure source of information, because you're not adulterating it and claiming it as all yours. We know that we're collective here, but in order to really get that power behind the message, the power behind your blueprint, we've got to keep that pure. And I just want to thank you so much for your integrity, because I don't know, Ava, I know that probably was one of the things that you came up with when you curated this list of experts here, like Antoinette. The purity of source and your integrity, it really speaks about it. And I just can't wait to delve in deeper with these exercises. You said to do it every 2 weeks, is that correct?
No, 6 months to a year.
6 months to a year.
Yeah.
Oops, I'm glad I clarified that one.
So on a cellular level, we become a new being in a sort in 3 months, right? So anytime you start a new diet or you start to try to like a new food, give yourself 3 months. Or if you get onto a new vitamin regimen or start working out, people usually stop at a month because they're like, oh, this isn't working. It takes 3 months for your body to really accept it. 6 months, it gets locked in. So anytime you start a new habit or set of routines, give yourself 6 months to really see that through, and then reassess at that 6 month, reassess and refine at that 6 month mark to move forward to the next step. Yeah.
Wow, that is so beautiful. And thank you again. And once again, your integrity again, you're referring to that study that was done at Oxford University about how habits are really made. And what we learned is it's not 21 days, people. It's actually 67 days, or what we say 68 days, but then you have to put it into action. And as you're listening here, Antoinette is all about how to show you how to take that action. So I think it's amazing. How do we reach you, though, when we have these questions? How do we take action in connecting with you?
So on the handout, on that link, the third page has my phone number and our team address. So you can reach out to us that way. I also included, for your guys' audience, anybody who is in the health and wellness field who wants to come to my 3-day event, which is in just 2 weeks, instead, and I want to give them a VIP ticket because that gives them all of the recordings, gives them 2 tickets instead of 1 ticket, so they can bring their right hand person or another practitioner buddy with them. So basically a $588 value I'm giving you for $97 with the code that I gave you, and you can attend all 3 days. And during that 3 days, we outline the entire program, and that's where I make the offer to lock arms with me and work with me and a team of amazing people for a year to get that plan actualized. So so you can reach me that way. I even set a timer so I wouldn't go over. Isn't that great? Because I do go over. So essentially, you can reach me at team@wellnessproductionsco.com. And if you're able to download that, and I'll put it in the chat here in a moment, but if you're able to download that document, it's in there as well.
So good. Thank you so much, Antoinette. Yes, and so I know that for your free offer, normally the entrance is $97, right? But you're allowing us to come for free.
Normally the VIP ticket is $294 each. So I'm giving you 2 of those.
Yes.
For $97. Yeah.
Good. Okay. What a deal. What a deal. Thank you so much, Antoinette. Well,
thank you for having me, and thank you for putting on this amazing event. This is really an important event.
We could almost take you for an interview for so much longer, but you know, we're so limited in that time. Dr. Taggy is next. Dr. Taggy Benstead is next, and she has been so gracious, so gracious. I have mixed and matched everything, and Dr. Taggy has just been sitting very patiently in the audience, and I wanted to bring Dr. Taggy up. So grateful because Dr. Taggy, as she comes up, you know, you know what is missing, why I couldn't put Dr. Taggy up, is Antoinette, you're a host. You have to you get to give me back, make me the host back. We give you a host capability to be able to do the screen share.
Did I just do it right? Did I just change it back? I did something. Hopefully I did it right. Maybe if I leave the room.
You're still the host. No, don't leave the room. It's gonna close our something.
So I said advanced share settings, only hosts or all panelists. Okay, let me see here.
Click your name. So while we're waiting for that to happen, let me tell you the story about Dr. Taggy. Dr. Taggy runs a lot of rooms. She supports a lot of rooms in Clubhouse. And what happened with my grandson is, you know, he was really severely allergic, you know, and he's just 3 months old, screaming. We couldn't comfort him. His mom's crying, I'm crying, and they're in New York, I'm in California. That's just the most helpless feeling. I went into this room, and Dr. Taggy, you know, right away, just from the picture, knew what was wrong with him, knew what to do, knew how to calm it. And the thing is, it's not just been going on for a few days. They've been going to ER, and then back to the pediatrician, and back to the ER again, and then to a dermatologist. So this has been going on, and he's just so much more inflamed. Like nothing was comforting him. And then Dr. Taggy and Leslie and Dr. Jill tag team. And they looked at the picture, and right off the bat, they know, Dr. Taggy knew right away, I'm thinking lymph. You know, this doesn't look like bacteria. This looks more like a lymph problem. Okay, so yeah, Antoinette, thank you so much. You made me host back again. Now we can bring Dr. Taggy up on stage. So I am so grateful for Dr. Taggy, because you know, when it's really personal to you, because it's your family member that, you know, really has been helped, and it made such a difference, you know. I mean, my heart melts. And Dr. Taggy does this for a lot of people. I'm one person, but she's on the Clubhouse stages, just loving on people, giving them, this is what you do, this is what you should change. And today, Dr. Taggy is actually coming to talk about women's energy, and hormones. So you definitely want to hear this, Dr. Jackie. Dr. Jackie, I am so grateful for you. Thank you so much for being with us. You've got Michelle, who's also an athlete and Olympian trainer. You've got me as a physical therapist, and we don't have Dr. Jackie, who's a naturopathic doctor. So we're in the complete deal here. Dr. Jackie, thank you so much. What brought you to naturopathic practice? What was it that attracted you to it?
Well, I was going like the medical realm, so I was going that route. I did the pre-med, and then I was shadowing at hospital. But like a little bit about my life story. My dad was an MD, so I come from families of medical doctors, and my dad was working with Operation Smile for the cleft palate. So most of my childhood, I was going with him and started volunteering around the age of 11 and 12 in humanitarian work. So I had a very naive perception of like medicine. It was, you come in sick and you leave brand new. You come in sick and you leave brand new. So I had a little bit of that idea of like, that's what you do. And my dad was specialized in infectious disease and pediatrician health. So a lot of his work was like that. He will go to a third world country. He will go to a war zone. He will go to a place of need and literally change people's life and come back. So when I started working in the ER, and it wasn't the ER of New York City, that was not my reality. So I started realizing that a lot of it was sick care. It was prescription drugs. I was spending way more time, especially as an intern, as a level 1 medical student. A lot of my work was looking into the prescription drug and making sure, can we give them that? Can we not give them that? Most of the time we don't have, especially in Queens, we don't have their whole health history. We're an ER, we're not a PCP. And I was like, well, the same people are coming back. It's the same problem. It's one prescription for another prescription. And I even remember being told, don't worry about that. The pharmacist would catch it. So I'm like, well, what is my job then? Like, what am I doing? And mainly, I think that when I started having my own health issue, and my thing was PCOS. So I was diagnosed with that when I was 16. I moved to the US when I was about 17. And I remember being told this. So here I am surrounded by the best of the best, Mount Sinai Hospital doctors and professors. And I'm being told that I either have to remove an ovary or be on prescription, like high dose hormonal birth control for the rest of my life. And I'm probably not going to be able to have kids, and I'm probably going to have IVF. And I'm like, I am 17. I am literally still qualifying as a teenager. Like, what is going on? And to make a matter worse, I grew up in Morocco. So I grew up in a culture that food was homemade. We ate from the farmer's market. Everything was naturally organic. So I didn't grow up with artificial coloring or soy or any of the food that you would think will be behind, PCOS. So I got lucky that the person that I shadowed under, she was an oncologist, but she was looking for the nutrition aspect of oncology and what the role that it plays. And I started thinking like, oh, wow, there is actually a nutrition component to this, because especially my generation it was just like low fat, don't eat fast food, but with no real care for what the nutrition is and how does that play a role. It was just a small part. And so that got me, my own personal journey got me into that, especially when I had a baby without having to go through IVF. But I I still have both of my ovaries, so yay for me. I never had to do any of those things. That was my only choice. So going back a little bit to my childhood and looking at when I was going and seeing those remote places that didn't have a hospital nearby, they didn't have a pharmacy nearby. They used to be to use like herbs, and they used to use the local resources to heal themselves. So I was like, well, maybe there is something there. So my first thought was, I'm going to go into epidemiology and look at how can we look at local resources to heal ourselves, because we've made it millions of years. So you can't tell me that the last 50, 60 plus years of modern medicine, or that is what is saving us, because we've made it for millions of years. So there is something here that we might be missing. So that's how a little bit my journey turned into. And I remember not ever hearing about naturopathic school. I didn't know it was a thing. I literally thought that like naturopathic medicine was essential oils, or this or that. Like I had no understanding that it was a whole school system that was like a whole true healthcare, not sick care behind it. And most importantly, that was the norm. So 100 years ago, there were more naturopathic school in the US. That was the medicine before it got switched into medical schools and only having 6 left. So that it started with changing my life as a woman, and that's why I'm so passionate about women's health. And that what got me into naturopathic school.
That is so awesome, Dr. Jaggi. We are grateful for everything that you went through with the PCOS, because it brought you to where you are right now.
Oh, 100%.
Able to help women, with their energies, with all of this. Like I was speaking to you before this, and you were saying that a lot of the women that comes to you really have all of these problems of lack of energy, hormonal problems. Tell us about what you see on your practice.
So my practice moved a lot as I am learning. So I started being specialized in hormone because that was my thing, like endometriosis, PCOS, fertility, thyroid. And then a lot of these people will come to me, and they would always, like, it was part of, we have the 5 top symptoms, and it was always, first thing will be a diagnosis, the second thing will be anxiety or depression. So I start switching into a neuroendocrine system, so nervous system and hormones, and seeing that most of the hormones plays both roles. Serotonin is one of them, dopamine is one of them. You cannot put one and not act on the other. So it started being the adrenals, being the anxiety, being the depression, being the extreme emotional. There is I always joke, women have a very interesting way of saying they're tired. When you ask them, are you tired? And they're like, I am exhausted. And you can feel that there is the emotional exhaustion behind it, not just the physical one. When men is like, I'm tired or I'm exhausted, you can feel the physical part. But like the women, and I'm not saying that doesn't happen in men, but I'm saying in women, there is this emotional exhaustion that's not talked about because it's just expected. Women multitask. Women is a mother. Women's all of these things. It's just part of being a woman. You are you may spend 2 weeks out of the month in pain. It's okay. You have your period. There is a cultural agreement that women are okay, that are, if they are functioning at a 5/10, that's fine. That's okay. That's just expected of being a woman. And as I was starting digging deeper, I truly learned that I joke that a diagnosis, especially for hormones, is your mind, your soul, and your body having an intervention. At first, there is like anxiety, maybe like your soul and your mind being like, hey, poking at you. Your first PMS is probably your body being like, women, pay attention. But when you truly end up with a diagnosis, that's an intervention. That's all of your friends coming together and being like, hey, snap out of it, do something about this. And that's when I think, like, now I'm looking at it more from a neuroendocrine system, that there is more to the story than our 3D body. And it's not just, it doesn't, when I ask my patient what has happened 5 years before the diagnosis, I used to ask that question, what happened 5 years? Now I started working on what happens in your childhood. How was your mom when you were pregnant? Because that's a huge role. We have already ovaries when our moms is pregnant of us. When our grandmother was pregnant of our mom, we are already there. We are already there somewhere in the ovaries. So that women lineage plays a huge role in preparing us to come to this environment. And the stress, the emotion, the food, everything that our mother ate when we were in the womb plays a role, because it prepares us. Are we coming out into a war zone? Should we prepare our adrenals to be on that fight or flight? Should we prepare the pumping of certain hormones? Should we be ready to be on that heightened state? Or are we being born in Lake Tahoe, like we were talking about earlier, and it's gonna be all mermaid and rainbows, and there is no need to have a high blood pressure, no need for our heart to work harder. So those are all genetic blueprints. It's like preparing us, giving us that map. It's just like our body filters language. We come with all of the sounds, but we start listening to our mother and dad and our environment talking, and we start filtering through the language. We do that in our genetic as well. We do that for our hormones as well. So there is so much more trauma that can happen that we're not aware of, that by the time we are 16, by the time we're 18, when what I call the perfect storm of the hormones and we don't take care of us, they're living in 2021, there is so much more to the story. When someone come and see me, and now I see them being younger and younger, I don't think, even 10 years ago when I started practicing, it was mainly older women and kids, really kids. Now I see all range. I see the younger, like young 20s that are exhausted, young 20s that have depressions. So I think that's all of us just gave me as a practitioner the humbleness of knowing that there's way more to the story than the estrogen and the thyroid and the adrenals and the DHEA. There is more to the story than serotonin, dopamine, or GABA or 5-HTP. And there is more to the story that than trauma that we agree on it as a society. So that's a little bit of what I see in my practice, is that there is more to the story. And holistic, I look at holistic with a W, not with an H. So it's WO as a whole, truly as a whole, outside of just the endocrine system, not outside of just the physical body, outside of just what we see in the naked eye or we can hear, is dig deeper. And that's probably, I think that's our job as a holistic practitioner, is to look at it as a whole, outside of what the patient is saying and what we were taught at school.
Wow, Dr. Taggy, I was like speaking on mute.
I can hear you.
So much in there. Just the complexity of really understanding that, you know, who we are as women already existed in our mothers while our grandmothers were still having them. That's just like, you know, and how we're programmed to, like, you know, have our bodies run, whether we're protective, you know, or you know, with our blood pressures and such. That's just so powerful how you explain that. I've never gotten it that clear. So that's really very impactful. In terms of a takeaway, doctor, because I know our time is limited and I want to honor your time, what would you say would be some tips that you can give for energy, for hormones, for women who are just like when you say they come to you and say, I'm exhausted, you know, what are some of the things that you could say they could kind of take a look at? And of course, you have a very busy practice. I know the last time I was trying to get a hold of you, you had 3 months wait list, and then at least you're able to fit in something in 2 weeks. So outside of what they can do on their own, what would you say is something that women who are just really exhausted can do, or can start to begin to be aware of?
So I will quote myself when I said that a diagnosis or feeling a certain way is an intervention. And listen to your friends. If your friends came over and they're like, okay, we are worried about you, slow down. So slow down. That will be my first thing. And I know that anyone, I send you the link, but I have like a 7 tips that's easy to follow, with magnesium in it, with practical advice in it. So if anyone wants to leave their email, I will email that to them. But so I'm not going to talk about that because that's in the PDF that I'm sharing. But the main thing I want to say is, you cannot pour from an empty jar. And the most important thing is that the jar is never empty. The jar will be filled with resentment, would be filled with irritability, would be filled with disease, would be filled with anger. So the jar doesn't just go away. It's just like food. You're either feeding yourself or feeding the disease. There is no happy medium. There is no neutral. So when you're not slowing down and taking care of yourself, you can't listen. The key to any communication, as a practitioner, as a wife, as a mom, as a relationship with myself is listening. So when you are exhausted, it's your time to stop and listen. And believe me, my whole thing when I say is like, my specialty is self-healing. It's not the hormones. It's helping you to listen to your body so you don't need me anymore. I want you to come to see me so I can put you on supplements so you never need supplements and you never need me again. Because the whole purpose is you listen to your body. Your body would have answer. If you eat a certain thing and you're tired, there is a cue right there that food is not right for you. And it may be different for every single one of my patients. I see over 100 of patients a week. So just look at every single one of them may have completely different diets. The key here is me giving you a little bit of guidance if there is any root cause that we need to eliminate. But the key is you listening. So my first thing is journal. Write down 1 week in your life. When you're irritable, why are you irritable? Because even triggers, we are in a society that we want to remove the triggers. It's not about the triggers. The triggers are actually an opportunity to heal. The wound is right there, is right behind it. So write down those triggers. When your husband said that, your partner, your child, or anyone said that and it pissed you off, there is a reason. There is probably a wound from your inner child, from transgenerational trauma that is telling you something. You have a belief system behind this that you haven't solved yet, and it's eating you alive. That's literally stagnant emotion that you haven't released. If you ate certain thing and you're exhausted after it, there is a sign right there. I don't care if it's the best thing on the market and we preach it in the. If I tell you to eat something and it doesn't make you feel good, please don't listen to me and listen to your body. That's really what it is. If you do an exercise is amazing. But if you're working out and it takes you 3 days to recover, that's a sign right there that your adrenals cannot handle it. So the main thing is journal. Journal 1 week of your life and write everything down. Write down your sleep. Write down how you feel. Write down how your thoughts that you tell yourself. And pay attention. Have the first thing is knowledge. So have that week of logging, and then see how have an assessment of what's going on and take small steps. So work with a practitioner or with a health coach or whoever you feel compelled to help you tweak those things and make the journey a little shorter. Because at the end of the day, we all come with skills and we all need each other. I have a spiritual mentor. I have a naturopathic doctor. I have like a yoga and a yogi. I have people that help me, even though those things are my specialty. So that's the same thing. Seek help, but the key here is listening to your body. Get to know your body. Have that relationship that it's craving, that your soul is craving to have with you. So that would say that's the main thing. Then everything else is thing that just helping you in that journey. But the key here is getting into that relationship and listening to your body and not ignoring it. Because I always joke that like it's gonna first hit you with a feather, then with a stone, and then the brick is gonna fall over your head. It's gonna happen. It's impossible to not to avoid it, because what you resist persists, and it will persist in one way or another, either through mental health or emotional health or fatigue or physical health.
Wow, Dr. Taggy, that was incredible. I wanted to thank you, first of all, for all of your knowledge and everything that you shared. One thing that I found was the theme of everything that you were saying is to listen. And you taught us all different steps of how to do that with your process. You know, listen to your friends, listen to your body, journal about everything a week. And then what I thought was so important, which I had a question here I was going to ask you, and I think that you answered it, but I want to make sure and clarify that with you that I got the right answer. The question I had is, you said you treat 100 patients a day and you're specialized. You want to go through the mind, body, and spirit. I mean, there is so much that you're mapping out of your patients to figure out how to help them get well. So that takes a lot of energy. So I know that, wow, 100 patients, that's a lot. That's not 15 minutes. That's quality time. And so you mentioned about how you still meet with mentors, you meet with your yogis, you practice basically all you teach. And I'm a firm believer that the best coaches and the best mentors also have coaches and mentors. Is this how you're able to keep your energy and your mind sharp?
So it's 100 patient a week, not a day. I couldn't be able to see 100 patient a day, so it is a week.
Oops, I
However,
misspoke.
it's okay. I don't know how it's even possible. That what would that look like a day? But so which is still a lot. So which we're busy.
Still a lot. 100 a week is still a lot, doctor.
Yeah, it's still a lot. However,
quite a lot for the quality. Yeah.
Yeah, and the main thing is, and this is such an important question, because by the time I am snippy, or by the time I'm exhausted, or I am triggered, or I know it's never that day. It's never that day. I can look back and I can guarantee that over the last month I started slacking on my self-care. Like, I can tell that over the last month I was not the list anymore. I tell women, you're not the top of the list. You are the list. That's your only job, is to take care of yourself. Because then again, that allows me as a practitioner, especially like not only all of everything that I do there is a lot of holding space that I need to do. I see women that are crying. I see women that I do a lot of inner child work. So there is a lot of energy that I need to make sure that the energy I'm breaking is strong enough to hold this space. So if I am not doing my part, I am doing a disservice to the people around me. And that's what I said earlier about we're never ever pouring from an empty jar. You're either pouring from a place of love and from a place of safety, or I am being triggered and I'm tired and I'm exhausted and I'm acting from that place. I'm acting from a place of exhaustion, and there is an energy exchange. I also, in my practice, I do muscle testing. So I do believe that we bring our energy field. That's quite a whole other thing. It's like quantum health. But it's you. If I am within 9 feet from you, we have an energy exchange. If I am here supposed to be that healer or that light holder, and I am coming from a place that I haven't done my yoga, I haven't done my vibration plate, I haven't, I haven't done my movements, I haven't put myself in the list, I haven't taken care of myself. Now I'm doing that disservice to my kids, to my partner, to myself, first and foremost, but also to my patients. And I just don't think that, again, with seeing 100 patients a week and with the specialty that I have, I don't have that luxury. I would rather not go to work than showing up in that form. That's why it's very important that it is a daily practice. And yes, you do start having ways, like at the beginning of the practice, I was like every new practitioner that, oh, it's okay if I don't take lunch. Oh, if it's okay if I don't do this. Like, I want to get as many patients, I want to help as many people. But I've learned the hard way that it's not serving them. And if they're trusting me with their health, that's my responsibility. That's part of my mission, to show up as my best self so I can do the best for them. And that in the days that, like I said, when I can look back and be like, oh, it's been a month that I haven't done this, I haven't done that, I haven't met, or life got a little crazy. Now, when you start having those practices that can take 20 minutes to recenter yourself, it can take 5 minutes to do this or to do that. But the key is consistency. It's just like, you can't not sleep for 2 weeks and be like, I'm going to sleep for a day and I'm going to be okay. It's not going to work that way. So, it's the same thing. It's like you always want to look at, with nutrition, with nutrients, with food, with energy, with mind. It's always about how much you're replenishing and how much depletion. So you always want to make sure that you are winning that race, that you're putting there's more things in your checking account that you're debiting out. And this is true for everything. And mental health is part of it, and emotional health is part of it, and your energy is part of it.
So good. Dr. Chagi, thank you so much. The biggest takeaway I have is that I am the list. You're not on the top of the list. You are the list. I think my biggest takeaway, it's all coming kind of clicking together now, When we're looking at stepping out of overwhelm and stepping into your superpowers, it's like really take care of yourself first. It boils down to really taking care of ourselves. Like you said, when you're snippy, it's not today. It's what you've been doing, cumulatively that brought you to where you are right now. Because you know we are the product of what we do to ourselves and what we do to our life. Thank you so much for making that crystal clear. I'm like, there's not really a shortcut to recharging yourself. You get to put yourself and take care of yourself. Put yourself. Is that even right, Dr. Taggy, to say put yourself first? How would you phrase that?
I mean, I think that put yourself first, but I literally just say that's your only job. That's your only job is to take care of yourself. Everything else would flow into place. So it's not just putting myself first, because putting ourselves first, it's a little bit sometimes with especially moms, it gives them that belief system that there is a priority list and they are the top of the priority and their kids come after. And there is sometimes with society and with our belief system, there is sometimes a little bit of like resistance. It's like, what I can't put myself first because my kids does this, and I'm like, it's not about putting yourself first. That's your only job. If you want to show up, because even kids, they're little tiny energy beings. So if you come in and you tell your son, hey bud, I want you to do this for 10 minutes. Mommy cannot talk right now. She needs to go and meditate. And it's leading by example. It's teaching your child to do the same, which is literally what you're trying to do, but you're doing it from a place where like, oh, come on, okay, I'm going to give you to eat. It's not the same thing. They can wait for 15 minutes before eating if you're doing something, but you just taught them something that's way more valuable. So when you said earlier about what is everything that we do, I say diet is everything we consume, from the thoughts that we have, from the news that we watch, from the books that we read, from the music that we listen to, from the way we interact. But that's true also for your kids. And I can say it again, those are tiny little energy beings. The energy that you bring into something is way more important than what you do. Your child can spend 5 hours being bored, but they are feeling your loving energy. You are good, you're happy, you're mimicking that happy, high energy life. You are going to help them to be more creative. You're going to help them to be more imaginative. They will be able to see what life could look like, rather than coming from work and you're tired and you're exhausted and you need to play with them because that's what you need to do as a mom, and you're snappy and you say, oh, but I am so exhausted from work. The message you're sending them that work is exhausting, that mommy is going somewhere, that's going to this place, that comes back and it sucks the life out of her. And now she is short fused with me because she has to play with me. The energy is completely different. And I think that's way more detrimental. When you are taking care of yourself, when you are the list, you are teaching your child to be the list. And that is beyond everything else. You're teaching them that with their friends, that doesn't matter what their friends say, because what's important is how they feel. So you are teaching them something that is way more valuable than what we think we need to do in a checklist. And I think that is truly, again, about consuming. You allowing them to consume, to be in an environment where you are acting from a place of love. You're coming from a place of energy, physical energy and emotional energy. You're coming from a place of content. You're coming from a place of gratitude, it's all of those things that I think that is extremely important to be conscious of, is that when we say putting ourselves first, there is no hierarchy. There is no list that we have. You are the only thing to worry about, because when you do so, you teach your kid to do the same. You teach your patients to do the same. You teach people that you interact with to do the same, because then they're asking, what is she, what is she doing? Like, what is her secret? And your secret is just to worry about yourself, don't worry about anything else. Just worry about yourself. That's your only mission. And when you do so, then you can actually radiate. You're overflowing. Everything that you're flowing from the outside is benefiting everyone around you. your patient included, your family included, your friends, and everyone that gets in touch with you. You are more likely going to be the person who's going to smile at the store, and you're going to make someone's life happier. So it goes way beyond that. It does have that ripple effect when you worry about yourself.
So good. You know, that's another big takeaway, Doctor. We're going to put that on your name. And Michelle, you're free to speak, of course, as always. But what you said about the energy of what you bring is more important than what you do.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh, that is. I raised 6 kids. They grew up. I mean, they just grew. They grew up. It's unfair. You know, I just worked and worked and worked, and they grew. They're now 18 to 30 years old, and so, you know, I'm guilty of that. I'm guilty of, you know, trying to do things, you know, as a mom, but really, you know, kind of like half dragging myself doing it, you know. And you're so right about that, because they see our intentions behind with what energy we bring, you know, what's more important for us. So Dr. Jaggi, thank you so much. Michelle, would you like to say something as we let Dr. Jaggi go, and we'll bring Cinderella next? So thank you so much, Dr. Jaggi. You dropped some real nuggets to us today. Thank you.
Dr. Taggy, I think that this was a transformational segment here. And I want to thank you for bringing your precious time and sharing with us, because I know that what you have mapped out for all of us listeners is something that everyone needs to hear. And to see how you're really teaching us how to put ourselves first, and that list, how, you know, our loved ones are also on that list, but we have to take care of ourselves, and we are our only job. And if we're truly addressing that as our job instead of whatever that task is, then we will actually address and have that quality connection. This is really groundbreaking work that you're doing. And I'm so thankful that you're venturing outside of your practice so that more of us can gain access to you. And I have to thank you so much. How does somebody reach you in order to get more information about what you do and what you have to share and teach?
Thank you so much for having me. It's my pleasure being here. And Ava knows how much love I have for her and her family. So we became friends. I consider you a friend on Clubhouse. And so the best way to reach me is through my Instagram. They basically have both links. You can see that my private practice is linked in there. So if someone is looking for naturopathic health from a toxicity part or detox or pathogen or more of a physical diagnosis, it's in right there. You can actually click on the website and find their website. There's also the link directly to more of that energetic work that I think is important to the healing aspects, and both of them are right there in my Instagram. I think that I saw Ava linking it in the information that she sent out. Anyone here that is willing, wants to leave their email, they will get that PDF from me as well. And that's that. It's pretty easy, honestly. If you could just Google me, I come up. So that's the sad part. But
You're a pretty unique name, Doctor.
Yeah, exactly. It's not hard. It's not like, you know, my name is Sophia or something. Like, it's very easy to, you know, there's not that many Dr. Chaggy bin Said, but naturopaths. So I'm pretty easy to find.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chaggy. We just want to honor you. Such a breakthrough. I'm like, my takeaways in your segment is like $1 million worth. Thank you so much, Dr. Chaggy.
Absolutely. Bye.
Have a great, awesome Sunday.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Oh my gosh. I am so grateful, for that segment. Thank you so much. And you know, Michelle, what we have coming up is such a treat. It's, you know, she's like, I know she's been listening. Cinderella Clark is a musician, an amazing music engineer, you know, in New York. You know, between her and her partner, they've had a lot of involvements in developing talents in New York and in Broadway. And oh my gosh, she lives the opposite side of what Dr. Taggy is trying to teach us. Cinderella is such, just lived such an amazing, tough, yes, amazing, tough mom life. Cinderella, this is
Hey,
Ava. Hey, and you've got
how
Michelle
are
here as my co-panelist. Oh, we're so grateful that you had this time to come on the show. You're a woman who I said you don't wear many hats. You collected hats and you opened a hat store. So we have both on Instagram, on Facebook, the collection of Cinderella's accomplishments and roles that she plays, but she's wearing many hats is an understatement. But because I don't get to utter all of them, would you help us a little bit on what you do? I would love to hear that from you. Between me and Michelle and Shamika's in the background, we'd love to get to know you more, hear more of you.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for having me here. My name is Cinderella Clark. I've been a master engineer for 21 years. Michael Jackson's engineer is my mentor. I started with Dallas Austin and been affiliated with a lot of people that probably half of the people you saw on the radio. I mean, I'm saw on the radio, saw on television or heard on the radio. And I'm also an assistant casting director for Mike Styles and people he's casted for the people he's put on, for certain shows is Spider-Man's, Transformers, Botched, oh God, Orange is the New Black. He held accounts for Super Bowl. He's a celebrity photographer for Vogue magazine. You pretty much name it, we do it. But we also do a lot of stuff for our community. It's not always movies and music. We help around where we live as well. So
Inspirational. When people look at you and what you do now, Cinderella,
mhm.
they I'm sure they absolutely have no idea, where you came from and how tough it was for you to be where you are. Because sometimes we look at people and
Mhm.
just look at them at their highlight, and we look
Mhm.
at them at their success, and part of us feels like, well, I'm glad that that's that for them, but that's not how my life went, and this is not how my life was chosen for me. But we don't know a lot of times that what people endured to be the tough person that they are right now. Like, it does nobody from just laying on the couch is able to manage multiple hats like you do. I mean, I feel like your life has trained you for where you are right now, managing as much as you do. I think it is for all of us, and the life we complain about us as hard is exactly what we need for us to be who we're called to be. And you're like standing on the highlights now, the limelights, doing all of these things for even the people that you cast into your movies. But I'd love to hear what was that journey like for you.
Well, to be honest, I was that person. It sounds great when you name all the musicians, but I was that person. Every time the radio would come on, my friend would be on it. When it was BET, a friend of mine was on it, and I did not have that platform. I was behind the scenes, so I had been there. Um, it took a situation that happened for me to kind of see things different. Sometimes we get stressed. We're like, this is too hard. But I had a mini stroke, and that was a game.
Mm.
Um, it went from, oh, life is too hard. These bills, my son's autistic, like what was me, to God, if you let me live, I will do anything you ask me to do. And when he did, everything was just different. The sky was bluer, the trees were greener. And I found out I was doing something as hard as it was for me in the beginning to understand everyone speak about vibrations and frequencies. I understood it. It was just gratitude. Something as simple as just being grateful for where you were, where you are. It got so bad, my kids couldn't eat without saying thank you. Like, we don't go to sleep before saying thank you. We wake up and we have a saying every morning we wake up. We say thank you for this magical day and all of its magical outcomes. It could be 10 people in my house, and we're all going to say thank you, thank you, thank you. And you start learning about vibrations and frequencies. And then you start reading the Bible a little different, no disrespect to anyone, but that's my preference. And it makes you make different life changes, and you just kind of sit back and you're like, how did I get here? And it came from just understanding that, gratitude goes a long way, a long, long way. It's a game changer.
That is amazing. It's true. But I love how you grew gratitude to a whole new level after you had your stroke. Like,
yeah, life.
And gratitude is powerful.
Yeah.
Gratitude is powerful. You're right about. I think Michelle could speak more into this, and just appreciate how coming, getting into that shift of gratitudes, and a lot of the exhaustion I feel is like the lack of appreciation for what you could see. Because I'm sure when you had this shift of being grateful, things didn't change much for you in terms of things didn't get prettier, but somehow the way you see things,
the perception, correct.
The perception has changed. But then, of course, as your perception changes, you begin to also usher new things in your life. Did you experience that?
It was like completely overnight. I did. I started working with Mike after that. Like the calls were coming in, the business got better. Everything that I always wanted happened literally overnight. You cannot make this up. They call me Cinderella, but people around me are like, now your story's starting to match your name. Yeah, I did. And it was overnight. It comes when you want it to come, but you have to really believe it. Like when they talk about faith and belief, it seems hard, but once you get like the hang of it and the understanding of it, the world is full of magic. It's magical. Like you were taught they were all connected, by atoms and vibrations and frequencies. It's all true. It's true. It's like Fantasy Island. This place could be whatever you want it to be. And that's true.
I love that. And it's even the way you describe life is so beautiful. I could say that you really like treasure it. There's something about how you view life that's just like so magical. It was like, compared to like, if I wasn't in front of you, average people would complain about life and about how hard it is, how about unfair it is, and how about, but the way you say it, and I think it has a lot to do with you having had a second life practically. You were given a second life that really made that so valuable that, how did you say it? Like it can be anything, between the atoms and how the vibrations are. Absolutely. Michelle's hopping in. Life is a blessing.
Hello, Cinderella. Thank you so much for sharing your beautiful story. I think it's so fascinating how you're burgeoning. You're absolutely burgeoning in your career, in your creativity, and we can all feel it, but we all see that. I wanted to speak about your journey. You started as an executive music engineer. And I remember as a kid listening to cassette tapes. Yes, I'm that old. So cassette tapes, and there were tracks on those tapes that I wanted to listen to over and over again. And I wanted to know what was the common denominator here. And it was always the sound engineer, because the sound engineer was in control of everything. The sound engineer took that artist and it took us listeners to a journey, a beautiful journey that I wanted to listen to over and over. So when it's by no mistake that you're speaking about sound frequencies and energy of life, but there was a lot of control in that career. And then I listened to what you had to say. You talked about gratitude, especially after a mini stroke. There's nothing mini about any stroke, people. First of all, let's just say that it's a traumatic brain injury, and you have to work your way around to grow from that. And you sure did. And the one thing that came up is that gratitude makes you trust more, does it not? Because you're in control of everything in your career prior. And then you said, and then, my gratitude and things started developing. Can you speak to that, about your journey and your manifestations from there?
Oh, wow. I've heard about you can kind of tell when people talk where they're at on their spiritual journey. So I ran across people who referenced this kind of stuff before, but I didn't quite understand. So when I was so happy to be here, I mean, I could have kissed the grass, I could have hugged the trees. When I got there, it was like, you didn't have to worry. Like trust just came easy because it's a flow. How do I explain it? It's like a flow. Like there's nothing that could go wrong because the worst is over. But if you pay attention, it's a contrast from where you are, from where you were, and you can see it. So when you see it, it's like learning how to do the magic trick. So you want to do more magic. So you try it and it works. So you try it again with this, and you try, and that's kind of, it took a domino effect from there. Like I saw the contrast. The trusting part just came second nature after the fact.
Wow, that is beautiful, that contrast. And so you're also assistant casting director with Mike Stiles, who certainly has an illustrious career with themselves, with, like you mentioned, Orange is the New Black, it's in their Avengers and such, really doing some game-changing type of casting, which I have to say I appreciate. Those are some of my favorite shows. Now, how do you show that contrast? That control first as a sound engineer, and then you're handing it over and magic is happening. And I love how you say doing the magic trick, learning how to do the magic trick, because I love magic, I love illusions, but it's always nice to have that knowledge. Now, with casting, you're putting your trust in people. You're seeing something in somebody, and then you're casting them, and you're helping to do that. How do you trust people? How do you know?
It's two things. I found out whatever you vibrate is going to come back to you, and that's period. So if you're in a space, you have this layer of protection over yourself when you're vibrating at a certain frequency anyway. Now, it's actually in reverse with our castings. They're trusting us. And so we kind of have like a family community when it comes to our clients. It's just as, difficult as it could be in any industry, music, CEO companies. It is as well in the movie world. And it is a lot of people out there that don't always have your best interest at heart. But once again, when you're vibrating on a certain level, like we're like magnets. They come, it's nothing but love. Everyone has everyone's best interest at heart. It's no judgment. It just kind of flows from there. So it's an awesome experience, but it's not so much as us trusting them. I mean, us trusting them, it's them trusting us.
That's beautiful. So for the listeners out there, the creatives out there, Cinderella, the people who are going through challenges themselves, and they do want to break out, they do want to be part of that magic. What do you have to say to them, to the little Cinderellas out there and the little boys who are like Cinderella? What do you have to say to them about how they can be where you are and where you're going?
I would say you are exactly where you're supposed to be right now. I would say being on a spiritual journey is just like school. There's stages to this, there's levels to this. You're going to get there. Don't compare your journey to anyone else's, because typically everybody goes through the same things, but they go at it at different times. And that's why, you might not get it, but, keep yourself encouraged. If it's hard, watch the YouTubes, get the books, out of sight, out of mind, get the incense, make a prayer table, watch The Secret a million times over and over on Netflix. The information's out there. Play the gospel music. And I am into, frequencies. Make sure you watch your frequencies. Don't let negative energy into you. Walk away from it. And most importantly, to get to the next level, love yourself and let everything that happened to you in the past, you gotta let it go.
Yes. So good. I love all of the tips that you gave, Cinderella. Thank you so much.
Thank
One
you.
of the things that that really was precious to what you said is that your son is also autistic.
Yes.
Yes. And what's amazing is when you started to develop this gratitude, whatever your challenges are probably still the same challenges, right?
Mhm.
But there's just a different energy and a take to life, and maybe even how you show up for your son. Could you tell us a little bit more about your mom experience with having an autistic child? Because that's not easy.
When he was born, I really wasn't savvy on the word autism. It wasn't around. I mean, I may have heard it, but I didn't know what it was. So I was introduced to what it was when he turned about 3. There was no talking, eating on his own, walking. Absolutely beautiful baby, but he can't walk. What's wrong? It kind of added into the, okay, God, what else are you going to do? It was, we've had the police called 6 times because they thought he was being abused. I was washing his hair. Our life, it's, if I had to say it from back then, it would have been from a very painful place. If I had to look at it right now, once again, it's perception. It's a gift because that boy taught me patience. He taught me strength. When they said he couldn't, he did. He might can't have a straight conversation, but he can spell anything he wants on YouTube. He looks up how to construct planes and trains. So he's more like my little superhero. They said he couldn't do it, and here he is making straight A's and B's in school. It's kind of cool to see what they said he couldn't do, and he could. So I can't be like, I wouldn't trade my kids for the world. Like, the experience was great. It taught me how to, just sit back. My daughter taught me how to slow down, but my son taught me how to stop. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it kind of worked out.
That's so awesome. I love how you said that, your son is a gift because he actually taught you. And that there's a lot of truth to that our kids do teach us, strengthen us, in a lot of ways. So that's just so powerful. How even the challenges that your son have, the challenges that he has, you've been grateful for it, and now, and I'm sure that he's thriving because of everything that you are as a mom. And we see Shamika's jumped up. Thank you so much, Miko. Miko is our girl that helped us connect with Cinderella. So I am grateful that you're both together on screen. Miko, give us a question or a comment you have for Cinderella.
Wow. I just love this journey. More importantly, hi, Cinderella. I just really wanted to pop in and say hello. I'm just kind of behind here, just communicating between everyone. And I just wanted to share how not only powerful your story is, how incredible and just what you've gone through, but more importantly, how you are inspiring people today. We are so excited that Recharging Your Superwoman has not only the opportunity to hear a little more about you, but more importantly, all the summits that are to come. But I am so grateful to just hear your story out loud and in this forum. And I've just been sitting here smiling and clapping and yelling. And I said, oh, well, maybe I can go on camera and do that just for a hot second. Mostly because I really encourage those that are listening to you right now to hear what you've gone through. More importantly, what you have going through you, the vibrations, the energy, the excitement of how you can help others. But you paved the way for a lot of people with just what you've done already in this lifetime. So not only am I grateful that you've connected to Michelle and Ava, which are just amazing hosts. Aren't they doing such an amazing job today? Not only bringing such powerful women to the forefront, but more importantly, allowing you to share your story. And I just enjoyed that. So I'm so grateful you all allowed me to pop back in here. I just wanted to say hello to my friend, my sister. There's so many more powerful women that are coming here. to hear exactly what you're saying. And I love that we're going to see this. We're going to see this out there. But more importantly, all of those little Cinderellas and the young men that are coming behind you that say, wow, she paved the way for us. Not just paved the way, but more importantly, she's telling this journey. And this journey is going to help a lot coming behind you. So thank you so much. Thank you, Ava. Thank you, Michelle. More importantly, thank you, Cinderella, for not only giving us your voice and your journey and your story, but more importantly, of what's to come. So we look so much forward to seeing you here in the near future. And I'm just going to go ahead and fade on back out.
Well, if I could speak real quick, thank you guys, because I've had this story, but I've never put it out. So because of you and Ava and Michelle, I should be thanking you.
You know, Cinderella,
we're in the mutual love now, because it truly is heartfelt. And like, I want to just echo what Shmiko said and Cinderella, and I'm sure Ava's going to say something too, to this effect, that it's by mistake that everyone is being awakened, and that we're joining and we're locking arms, and we're making sure that we're going to bring as much of humanity and help everyone, including the youth especially, so that we can really share the secret in the sauce. So thank you so much, Cinderella, for sharing the secret in your sauce.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys for having me. Shmiko, I will be calling you later. If I could just say one more thing, they say that you can't, one person can't change the world, but from what I gather, it's so much negative vibrations and energies out there. Like if everybody decided to raise their vibrations and become positive, you actually balance out the scale. So that wasn't a true statement that one person couldn't change the world. And I hope somebody took something from that today. And thank you again for letting me be here.
Thank you so much. And Cinderella, looking at you, you're such a breath of fresh air of the entertainment industry. Like my thoughts of someone who would be like casting would be someone who would probably be more meaner. And I'm not surprised that you have people who are like, attracted to you like magnets, and then you treat them like family, and they just trust you, and they trust you to manage where you're going to put them and what you're going to get from them, because you're pure love. Like love just like overflows and exudes out of you. Even if you were quiet, even if you don't say anything, it just really, really flows out of you. I can't explain it, but it's between your appreciation for life, your appreciation for people, your gratitudes for everything. You just really, you vibrate love. Such love.
Believe it or not, I get that all the time. So yeah, you're right.
Well, thank you so much, Cinderella. We are going to look more, for more of you. I know that now that you're coming a little bit out, you were behind the scene, not really wanting to be seen, but that's changing. And so we're going to see more and more and more of Cinderella, because she's really, people has got to hear from how you see life and how you love. That's not something that you should hide. So we want to highlight you. We want to scream it to the world. Cinderella Clark, yes, we're going to watch more of you as come out. Have an amazing rest of your Sunday. Keep loving up on people, because you're so good at it. You're so good at it. And it's probably rare in your industry. So you're so needed. You're so needed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Who we have next is actually a powerful transition for Cinderella, because she also has a media company. She works this one, Cynical, and her first name is C, letter C. That's it. That's all you get. And then her middle name is Nicole. So together, she's the Cynical, which is perfect because we get to see Nicole. And she actually helps authors who are just stuck not being able to write the books that they were called to write, from grace to completion. I love that title. See, Nicole, welcome, welcome, welcome. I love what you do. I'm like, you're the mother of many books and many more books that are going to come, because of that grace to completion. That's one of what you do, but she's also a nonprofit guru. I mean, like between your media company, your publishing company, and what you do as a nonprofit, I'm like, you're serving in every aspect. It's all service. And you just give. See, Nicole, tell us more about you. We'd love to have our audience get to know you more.
Well, I want to say thank you, Ava, for this opportunity to be here with you. And I have just been bubbling ever since we and I had our conversation. I want to also thank Shamiko, which is just a wonderful, dear sister friend, colleague, business partner, just all of the above. And Michelle, I don't know you yet, but I can already tell we kindred because, honey, you got that tagline in the back that says, I am not supposed to be subtle. So, I was born loud, and people say, "Oh my God, you can be loud." I'm like, "Yes, girl, because God gave me this voice, and we got to use it." And so that's kind of how this book came about, to be the audacity to shine, because you can't be subtle when you're trying to have the audacity. And so too many of us have let our light out, and we've dimmed our light, and we've been in the shadows, and it's time for us to come out. And I just want to thank you so much for this platform, Ava, because we all need to recharge our superwoman.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. That alone, the permission.
Yes.
We have someone coming up later in about an hour. Her name is Miriam Brewer, and she's her tagline is, "I am your permission slip to
Ooh,
shine."
yes.
I'm your permission slip to shine. So the audacity to shine. I love, love, love that title. I'm like, that's an Amazon bestseller, that's like a Barnes and Noble bestseller, the audacity to shine. And one of the things that I found, so we're talking about recharging your superwoman and really coming out of overwhelm and stepping into your superpowers, living the life that you love. I mean, that right there is the audacity to shine, to allow yourself to live the life that you love, live the relationships that you love. Because I feel like a lot of things, the things that hold us back is really us, really being uncomfortable with shining. What's your experience working with authors? Shining authors or rising authors?
It's been a beautiful thing because so many of our authors, like even with this collaboration, it's 10 of us. So you have 5 authors that are new, and then you have 5 that are seasoned. We've written before, we've been part of collaborations. And so I teamed up the new with the old, those who not old, but those that are seasoned and those that are like just writing for the first time. And they had collaborations. And so they would partner with each other. They would glean from each other. There would be a support for each other. And it was really, really spiritual how I connected them. It wasn't just like, oh, I think I just put this person with that person. I really prayed about it and said, how can I put these 2 people together so they can get the best out of their book and the best out of their project. It was very healing for everyone. Some people had to tap into some areas that had been dark in their life, or some painful places that they haven't even thought about. Even our seasoned writers, even myself, I'm telling you, this book was probably one of the greatest revelations for myself, because even though I think I'm bold, and behind me, you see this BTP, that's part of the grace of completion. It's called Born to Prosper, that we are born to prosper. So being a part of that, I still was hiding, Ava. I was still hiding. In my chapter, one of my sentences say, I felt like I was a leading role in my own movie, and I would only come out to perform and then go back into the dressing room of my life. And so many of us, we're out there, but we're like, I'm just out here. I don't know. So many people have the imposter syndrome. They feel like they're not enough and they have to do something else. So they need more education, or they need more knowledge. They need more tools. Well, how am I supposed to write a book? That's why they have editors, honey. Just write. You know what I'm saying? Just write. That's why they have editors. That's why they have proofers. That's why we have people who actually format the book, and you don't have to do any of those things. Just write. And then there's software out there like Spreechy and other things that if you could just talk, and it'll translate for you. And then we can put it into, so for those young writers, I want people, when I say young, I don't mean as an age, I meant as in the beginning, or even those who may have written before, but they hadn't really touched on those personal things. They haven't, they've touched on, they might be a mystery writer, or they might be a romance writer, but they haven't stepped into themselves to be transparent. And I think that's where the real work starts. And the real healing starts when we allow ourselves to be transparent and we allow ourselves to be vulnerable, because I had to be vulnerable in this project. I had to go back in and rewrite my chapter and be really raw and real.
What's really coming very clear for me right now, as you're saying all of this, is a lot of times as new writers, like young writers, we think of the whole how, and we're stuck with that. Like you said, just write, just dictate it, because there are editors and there are proofreaders, and you don't have to be it all. You don't have to know it all, and there's so much grace to that.
Yes,
I think that if we can take ourselves out of the exhaustion of just running around the things that we don't know and the things that we can't and the things that we aren't, and just do.
Yes,
there's grace.
Yes.
Yeah. That's so
yes. You and I love that word, grace. I didn't want to cut you off.
Yeah. No, actually, I'm just sitting in awe here of everything that you just said, because, as we're talking about stepping out of overwhelm, and coming out, just saying no to the imposter syndrome. You spoke about it, where people feel like they still need the certifications, they need those letters after their name to be able to be credible. I mean, how do you empower someone who just doesn't feel good enough or great enough to be able to write their story?
Well, first of all, we have to tell them that their story has value. Every last one of us have value. We have value within ourselves. So if you know your story has value, then, and another thing you can never refute is a person's testimony. You can't say that their testimony is right or wrong, because it belongs to them. And so the word says they will be won by the blood of your testimony. So that means that your testimony is for somebody else to overcome and to get past what they're going through. And we also know there's nothing new under the sun. So when you help that person understand that, hey, what you went through was not in vain, and that you were not alone, and your story has value, you are enough, and everything that you possibly need, you're already equipped with. You have everything you need right now. And what you don't have, it will be given to you. It will be brought to you. Help will come. They say the teacher is ready. When the student is ready, the teacher appears. It didn't say when the teacher is ready, it's when the student is ready. So when you are ready, that help will come.
That's so powerful. So just the trust. Trust to take the first step.
Yes.
You don't have to have everything lined up together. Just this trust to start to take the step. Michelle, what do you have in mind?
Well, see, Nicole, first of all, thank you so much. I love your BTP meeting, the Born to Prosper. Beautiful, beautiful. You mentioned about allow yourself to be transparent. And that seems to be, it seems that the memoir genre seems to speak to that. However, I feel when people also write fiction or any kind of writing, there's that transparency of thought that's important. I've seen some posts on social media like Facebook, and some people share some such transparent views about their lives or observations. And oftentimes I see comments saying, I can't wait to read your book. I can't. And this person hasn't even thought of books and such. So how do you speak to those people? Because a lot of times they'll try to sit down and write, and then they try to edit themselves. What do you say to those people who finally say, wow, I think I'm willing to put myself forward into the light and to share my creativity or to share my life, what do you say to them about not going back and criticizing themselves and just continue to work?
Well, we have a 4-step process when it comes to the writing process. And the first step is just to write. I mean, literally, it's just write. There's no editing. There's no editing whatsoever. I tell people curse if you want to curse. If you want to say names, say names. If you, I mean, whatever you want to do in that first draft, do it. Say it. Don't hold back. You can say ain't, you could be ebonic. You can write in your language if you are from a different culture. I mean, whatever is comfortable for you, just do it in that first edit. Because the first thing you got to do is just get it out. And once you start that activity, it's going to open up more activity. And it's going to open up more activity. And, you know, some people feel like, well, I need an outline. But that doesn't work for everybody. When I wrote my first book, Girlfriend, Pray About It, I tried to think about creating an outline, and I had to first just create the chapters. And then once I created the chapters created the outline. And so, right, the chapters created outline. So I think people got to get past what's holding them back and what's hindering them. Now, once you get done with that first draft, then you go back in and you just read. So you're not editing, you're just reading. And then you're going in and you're going to get more descriptive. So maybe you might have said something like, we sat at the table. And then you might say, we sat in the cold room and the table, you know, was hard and dense, or it had a yellow tablecloth. Invite the reader in. Bring them into that moment of where you are. Become more descriptive in what you're saying. Allow them to be in that moment with you. That's your second draft. And you don't get into the editing part until you like in your third and fourth draft. And then that's when you bring in the professional. Actually, you can even bring in readers, because we did both. I had readers at the beginning and I had readers after my editors, because I wanted to make sure that after it was proofed and everybody could get past all the errors, that they were able to go in and give me, like, people who really knew me and said, okay, Nicole, you need to add this, or you need to say that, or you need to expound on this. So that way it helped me see my blind spots.
Wow, that's beautiful. You know, some of my favorite books, no matter cross genres, you'll read is it the prologue or the dedication? Yes. Or yes. They'll mention friends who have read their books and that have met the journey. And some even say, thank you for reading the really horrible, raw draft and then carrying with me. And I'd like to, these 4 points are beautiful. And I'm sure there's a way that we can reach out to you to find out what they are. But you said first draft, don't think about it, just write. Second, read it. And then invite the reader. Is that the third aspect? Invite the reader.
Yeah, and the third aspect, you invite readers, to read.
Is that where the vulnerability comes out?
Oh, yeah, because now somebody's reading what you wrote. Yeah. Now, in our cases, their accountability partner was their readers.
Oh, the readers in between the 1 through 4 steps. And then you bring in the prose.
Yes. And then you bring in the prose. Yeah.
That is a process, because a lot of people don't begin writing, in my opinion, because they feel that they need to find the prose. And you're saying, no, you can do so much.
Yes.
And look how, and that seems to be the journey of where it almost seems overnight, but nothing really great built is overnight. And you just showed us the blueprint of how we can get what's here and on paper, and it's okay. So for those who have something already, there's people who have tried writing and self-published and such, and perhaps it wasn't as successful as they thought they would. What message you have to say to them about continuing writing and continue this process?
Well, the first thing I would say, Michelle, to that is for them to go back to that original work and do an edited version.
Wow. So now you have like version 2. You
version 2. You have volume 2. You got edition, what's called editions. So you have edition 2, edition 3, edition 4. You know, I'm gonna tell you who's the queen of that. What is her name? It just came to mind. Joyce Meyer.
What?
She will take something and will change the title, put a new title on it, package it up a little different, add to it, and it's another edition or it's a new book. So, and many times what she does is use ghostwriters. If you're not comfortable in your writing, we have ghostwriters, people who can help you write. So you can literally talk it out, put your message on like Spreechy or a translator or something like that, and then have somebody to fill in and be able to capture your voice. So because Joyce Meyers used ghostwriters a lot for her messages. And sometimes you just need a transcriber, somebody who could just take your audible and just transcribe that message and then have it formatted. But for someone who already have a piece of work, go back to that work, add to it, make it another edition, or change the title or something like that. I'm gonna tell you another thing you could do. You can go to Amazon and look for catchy titles. And so, not that you're using their words, but it just will spark like a new thought and to see what people are gravitating to and what keywords. And then another thing that our publishing company does is we help turn your book into an audible book. So now make that book audible. So now people can listen to it. So there's so many ways you can repurpose what you've already written. And then you can also collaborate with others.
Wow, that's beautiful. You know, I've heard people talk about the ghostwriter aspect and such, and some people are under the impression that they have to come up with this big chunk of money to have this ghostwriter. Is there some type of profit share that people do with some ghostwriters? Or
oh yeah, there's profit share in many ways. You can, especially with the Audible world, you can literally have the person who's going to be doing the Audible for you. They can do a profit share with you. So as you sell the book, they get a percentage. And so you may not have to pay them up front. Now, of course, you're going to have to share the profit share if you do it that way versus just paying them out directly. But ghostwriters can work somewhat similar, but you can use people that are from other countries. You can use other formats like Fiverr. Fiverr is great. Freelancers, though, they're great for ghostwriting. You don't have to go to the, the best New York best time, or these persons with these big names that's going to charge you $10, $20, $30, $50,000 to ghostwrite your book. You don't have to do that. I mean, you literally can get a book ghostwritten, probably starting about $1,500, $2,000.
Oh my goodness.
Well, you know what? Sorry, Michelle. Go ahead.
Oh, that's that's fine.
I had a little delay in my internet that by the time I started talking, I saw you talking already. You go first.
That's so well. I was just going to say that see, Nicole, I'm just telling you, you are truly one of the biggest reasons why print and reading is still going to happen. There's so many futurists who say, oh, nobody's going to read. And what you're just showing us is how to apply technology and resources that are already there to get that beautiful message that's coming through us that we really want to connect with. And I just wanted to thank you for your life's work. I'm assuming this is your higher purpose, because this is a lot of moving pieces going on. And you do it with such ease. And we were just talking about earlier in this summit from many of the other experts like yourself, that when you're actually working towards your higher purpose, things just flow like the way you say it. You make it seem so easy. So thank you. Ava, please.
Oh, so I was thinking, I guess something in Alexa or Siri knew that I wanted to write a book. So all this time I'm getting offers and ads on ghostwriters, and I just don't know. I don't know whether I could trust them. So it's kind of like, I think, a barrier for people who have ideas, but they're like offers for write your book for $795 or things like that, or $500 special deal for 4th of July, but you don't know the integrity of who's offering. But now we know cynical. Do you do anything online as a group? What how can we reach to you, and how do you provide your services in this area?
Well, our website for the book right now is called Audacity to Shine, and they can go and get a copy of their book. And then my personal website is cnhenderson.com. And so cnhenderson.com is where they will find our our consulting firm for nonprofits, and they can also reach out to me there because I'm an equipter, Ava. And so being an equipter, this whole grace to completion came about because there are people who want to complete things in their world, and I mean, in their life, and they have a greater purpose, they have a higher calling. And so to equip them, whether they want to write a book, whether they want to start a business, whether they want to start a nonprofit organization, we're here to help equip those purposes. And because I've been in the nonprofit industry for over 26 years, and I've been in the literary world for over 16 years. And so it's just a part of that kind of coming together. It's not that we're doing so many things different. It's just that I felt like it was time to make it into an actual business and be able to reach those people with what their needs are. And so they can definitely go to the Audacity to Shine or cnhenderson.com.
That's so good. Thank you. And I know that you also do work for helping people build their nonprofits.
Yes.
So that's another grace to completion, because all of us have this something that we want to do, and this charity project we want to do, but everything's just a thought. So you become the grace to completion. And we've got Shmiko back on stage. Shmiko.
Yay! I wanted to just come in. I love just coming in and seeing some of these so familiar faces and people that I just love and adore and have helped not just me, but so many people around us with achieving goals, more importantly, to getting to those specific areas, especially in the nonprofit world. I've worked quite closely with C. Nicole and that world, and we've just helped so many people across the country. And I love sending amazing, powerful people, and she just kind of molds them and helps them to get out into the community as best as they can with the information that they need. And I just wanted to come in and honor not just, again, my amazing partners, Michelle and Ava, with what they're doing, but also to someone that's just come from many years of us working together, C. Nicole. And I love seeing this because Recharging Your Superwoman is exactly this, is how we can bring these resources and connections and so many powerful women and men, because we have so many things that are coming up, but this is really focused on our community of women where we get a chance to pour into each other and allow us to shine just at a higher level. And you've paved the way for so many people, C. Nicole, and just helped so many individuals that I know, just not even in the Georgia area, but across the country. And I just get excited when I see, this type of camaraderie. We all vibrate at the same level, our energies are there, but more importantly, we're here to help not just ourselves to grow and each other to grow, encourage each other, but more importantly, our community, our youth. And that's where I get excited. That's what I get so passionate about. And I just wanted to jump in again and say hello real fast and kind of go back to what I'm doing here. But more importantly, this Recharging Your Superwoman, if you all are not connected to these powerful speakers today, please go back and watch the replays. Make sure you get those nuggets, reach out to them for the gifts that they're offering out to you, but more importantly, support each other. So that's where I wanted to go with this today. So thank you all for allowing me to jump back in. And C. Nicole, again, my heart, and I will definitely go and fade back onto the back.
Thank you so much, Miko.
Thank you so much, Miko. Oh, Miko's so precious.
She is.
She's making everything work in the background. And she's what did you call her gift was, Michelle?
She's an Excelist, less than 1% of the population. And guess what, folks? You found one. They're like unicorns. Everybody believes in them. They want to believe in them. And well, there you go.
So good. Nicole, thank you so much for being in our presence today. Go ahead and, when you get a chance later, drop it on the chat and put your link so that, we can reach out to you. I love that you are, what's the word for it? You said it. Yeah, the grace to completion, to complete anything. What is it?
Yes. Yeah, grace to completion. Yes.
But you had a word for yourself. You are not a strategist, not a
equipper.
Oh, equipped her. Yes, I have
Equipped her.
Yeah, there you
Equipped
go. So whatever it is that you feel
Yes.
you don't have, or you feel like you're stuck with,
Yes.
and you feel you don't have the capacity,
Yes.
come to see Nicole and she will equip you.
Yeah, what we have what's called a clear track 501c3 system. So we literally walk somebody through that process to getting their nonprofit start to finish. We also do business formations, and we have clients all over the country in about 46 states. And so I will drop in the chat my coffee connection. Like they could literally just, have coffee with me, virtual coffee, virtual tea, and we can talk whether they want to do a nonprofit, they want to write a book, or they just want to recharge their work on their personal mission or vision. We do that. And so it's just a blessing to be here. And I want to say this, Ava. So many times we talk about we are not superwomen, like the woman, that superwoman syndrome. But what you're saying to that woman is that she needs to recharge that. Because what happens is we go dim and our light goes out, and we're like, our batteries have run out. And so you're saying that this is a place where you can come and get recharged, because it could be one moment, one bad client, one situation that can deter us from God's plan for our lives. And so you're saying, hey, no, you're not in this by yourself. We're here for you, and we can help. We can all come together one for another, lock arms, heart to heart, mind to mind, and we could be here for each other. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
You're welcome. I love how you said that. Oh my gosh, I love how you said that. Thank you so much, Nicole. Have an amazing rest of your Sunday. You're such a blessing. Our hearts are so full. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Who we have next coming right up is a perfect transition from the, we did talk about who's coming up next every time, but they just really morph into each other. But who we have coming right up is Josefa Salinas. She is a powerhouse. Oh my gosh, just the legacy that she already has created, in the on air. I'm like, the amount of impact, between her role on the radio and what she does in the community. I'm like, I couldn't even begin to imagine the amount of impact that Josefa has. And we are so grateful that she's gracing us this afternoon, that we get to meet her and we get to hear from her expertise. Josefa, thank you so much for being with us today. Are you on your radio cave? Hold on, you're on mute. You're muted still. You're muted. You gotta unmute. How do we get you to unmute? You're muted.
Unmute.
Okay.
There we go.
There you go. Yay!
I'm unmuted.
Everything's right about that, Josefa. We are so
Let me see if I can turn this down a little bit. There we go. Now, not so much of my studio is showing. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really, really amazing to be here. I've been listening in and see Nicole Henderson. Just what an incredible amount of information and inspiration she gave to people. But I know, especially for anyone that's ever thought about writing a book, because almost everybody says, "Oh, I need to write a book," but how many people actually do it? Because there's so many stumbling blocks. And she just gave some amazing information on how to actually put that first step forward. So kudos to you, Nicole.
Thank you. With you, I'm gonna ask, how about your on-air experience. How did you get started? Oh my God, 34 years?
Probably a little bit longer than that, but it was really kind of an interesting story. I was a juvenile probation officer because when I went to college, I had a double major in political science and psychology. So I came out and really that was about the only job I could get. And I had a daughter, so it was really important that I start being able to support her. And so I was working in juvenile hall, and one day my boss called me in to his office and he said, "Why are you here?" And I had been there 6 years at this point. And I said, "Well, my daughter, the one sitting in the lobby, the one that sleeps in a jail cell overnight while I'm at work, that's why I'm here, to support my child." He goes, You don't have to be here. I have to be here. There's nothing else I can do. You belong somewhere else. Get out of here. And I just kind of looked at him and I was like, okay. And at first I was kind of hurt. And then I said, wait a minute. I think he's actually trying to tell me like a compliment, because he was a very, very serious man. Never complimented anybody. And so I went and talked to a friend of mine. Her name was Eva Rhodes. And she worked at a station called KSOL in San Francisco. And I said, hey, you know what? Let's see. I can talk really well. I could be a politician. Then I was like, no. Then I said TV. And then I was like, And I said, radio. Let me go talk to Eva. So I went and talked to Eva. She said, go to the radio station and ask. I walked into the radio station and I said, hey, I want to be on the radio. And they laughed, like, yeah, you and a million other people. So they put me with this incredible woman by the name of Eleanor Curry. She was their community affairs director. And so Eleanor let me kind of shadow her. And I talked her in very quickly into letting me having 15 minutes on the radio, because I just knew that if I could get 15 minutes, that it would catapult myself into something else. So I had a talk show called The Last Chill. And because the radio station was so incredibly popular, I had opportunities to interview Luther Vandross, Howard Hewitt, Jeffrey Osborne, all the Heavy D, all these people when they came to the radio station. So I was very fortunate in that was how it started. But then I also, in the work that I did, had access to stories and ideas and being involved in the community. I mean, I ran a story of a woman who took the fall for a guy in the Mexican mafia. I interviewed her the night before she went to jail. And she sat there and told this incredible story of how the government knew exactly what they were doing. And you talk about getting bombarded by law enforcement and where's your source, blah, blah, blah. I had a story where a guy came on my show and left an on-air letter to his parents, because we're talking the 80s. So that's why, I mean, it might not sound profound now. In the 80s, these were very, very profound topics. He came on and left an online letter to his parents, telling them how much he had wished they would have accepted the fact that he was gay. Because back then, there wasn't something that was easily accepted, and he was dying of AIDS. 2 weeks after the show aired, he died. And his parents had been telling everyone that he had, I think, cancer or something with his lungs. They never had acknowledged that he was gay and that he was dying of AIDS. So these, I mean, really Geraldo was my hero at that point, because that's when Geraldo was doing all those like just unbelievable interviews and investigations. And I was like, I'm going to be the female Geraldo. So I searched for stories that would make somebody pull over to the side of the road if they were driving while they were listening to it. And I always got letters that that's exactly what happened. The show started out 15 minutes. It ended up being a 2-hour show. And the whole time I was still working in juvenile hall. And when I got the radio bug at that point, I was like, okay, how do I make money at this? And they said, well, you got to get some training. So I went back to school. So now I'm on the air. I'm in school at the College of San Mateo, which, by the way, had an incredible radio program run by amazing people who actually worked in radio. That's one of my biggest complaints are these schools and these universities who teach communications. They teach radio, they teach television, but the person's never done it. And I know this because I've gone back to try to take some classes, and I'm sitting in the classroom with people who've never even been on the radio. I'm like, how are you going to tell me? But anyway, that's another story. So I get a couple of years in at a community, this amazing community college. I'm on the radio there too. And this position opens up at a commercial radio station. It was the #1 station. It was called KKSF. And they had a show called Lights Out San Francisco. It's the #1 show in San Francisco. The #2 show was KGO, which was a talk station. That's how, and San Francisco is a big market. It's 4th largest in the United States. So the woman who hosted that decided she didn't want to be on the radio anymore, and she left to go to Seattle. So the program director at the time, Steve Feinstein, he's looking everywhere for a female voice to take over this show. He had interviewed like 120 women. And so I sent him this big basket. I find out all the stuff I could know about him, all the things he likes. I called the receptionist. I knew everything about this man. So I sent him this big basket with all these things that I knew he loved. And then my demo was in there. So he got it and he called me and he said, you have a really nice voice. Great. But I think you need to go work in some small markets first and come back to me when you have a little experience, but you definitely have talent. So I was like, all right, bye. And so then at that point I was like, man, forget radio. And somebody said, oh, no. The Gavin convention, which was a radio convention at that time, is going on tomorrow. You need to go down there. Program directors from all over the country are there, people from radio. So I go into the Gavin convention and I see this guy from KKSF. He looks at me, he goes, what are you doing here? And I said, I'm trying to get a job. He hired me that afternoon. I was on the air that night. But this man tortured me in a good way for 2 years because I was so new and I had never had a commercial job before. I'd been on, the college radio. He made me come in. The show started at 7. He made me come in at 5 o'clock every single day for 2 years. And I had to record my breaks. And by a break, I mean, like when I would say, welcome to Lights Out San Francisco. It's Josefa Salinas here with you. Tonight, you're getting ready to hear Keiko Metsui. So that would get recorded. Every time I opened up the microphone, it would get recorded. So I would bring that tape in and he would sit and listen to it. And he would go through every single break one by one to tell me what I did wrong.
Wow.
It was, most of the time I left his office crying because he was ruthless. But what he did for me by doing that is made me into an air personality, which is something nobody's doing now. I could work at a country station. I've worked hip hop, talk radio, R&B, CHR, old school. I've worked a bunch of different formats. Most people get stuck in a format. They only know how to sound one way. But because of this man, I've done smooth jazz. I can work in any format. They could put me on a country radio station tomorrow. And I'd have a 10-gallon hat and some boots ready to go.
Wow.
And could do it because of this man. I had great program directors. Steve Feinstein, Lee Michaels at KBLX. KBLX stole me from KKSF. And then Rick Cummings, Michelle Mercer here in LA, and Michelle Sanasuoso at Hot 92.3. Mike Marino, just good program directors who understand the need to develop talent and to let talent grow and then recognize talent.
I am fascinated.
So that's how I got into radio.
I'm so fascinated, because really, it hasn't changed much. Radio must have changed, but the power of your voice and the need to actually hear it is much more needed at the moment because there's an opening for a lot of people. Radio just kind of like morphed into a podcast.
Mm-hmm.
I
told radio it was going to do, and they didn't believe me.
And you're seeing it, and it's giving more people opportunity to kind of create their own radio stations instead of go through the pain of what you went through of trying to hunt a radio station that will trust you. And, but it still remains that people need to get trained because how many podcasters, you listen to them and the amount of critic you got for how you flexed your voice or how you said that differently or how you I couldn't imagine how many different ways it could possibly correct you on what you did wrong for 2 years. I'm like, how many are there? But then I begin to reflect, like even right now at the summit, I never had training on how to do this to write with my voice or but imagine just being on the feet of Josefa Salinas who actually had that training, who actually had that expertise, who actually you were privileged to, and I wouldn't say privileged, in a way where it just was given to you, but that you you really went through the training. You know, your life's work of all of the different, like you could change the music and you could still rock it. And, you know, and do you change your voice according to the music that you?
Well, of course. Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, I did when I was at Power 106, I did mornings. I've actually done mornings in LA. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 times I've done mornings in LA, which is almost unheard of. That's like everybody's goal. Do mornings in LA, do mornings in New York. I've been able to be on the morning show 4 different times. And I did the morning show with the Baker Boys. I did the morning show with Frank Lozano at Power 106, but then I talked them into letting me have a slow jam show at night, which is all love songs. So of course in the morning, we're all, you know, up, you know, Power 106, da, da, da. And at night, it's the slow jam show. We're playing all your love songs and dedications. We're kicking people to the curb. It's a whole nother mood that you're creating. Because remember, radio is theater of the mind. Just like a podcast is theater of the mind. What do you want people to see and feel with your voice?
Wow, that is so beautiful. Josefa, you're such an inspiration. And thank you so much for sharing with us this journey, because certainly it's a long journey. And I'm sure sometimes when people ask you, so how did you get in the radio? They're probably not given this gift of your entire journey. So I want to give honor to that. I wanted to ask you a question, though. It's about industry. And you said that you predicted, you were trying to tell radio about podcasting. Mm-hmm. Now we have another technology. And I've actually sat in rooms in Clubhouse. And I feel that there's a lot of people who are coming from a scarcity state of mind when it comes to using their voice and also as a profession. I mean, they were talking about those AI programs that read books. And they've been losing jobs doing that. And yet you're saying that people want these personalities. I loved what you said here. Radio is theater for the mind. What would you like to say to those individuals who have lost a few jobs to artificial intelligent readers? How would you get them to shift their mindset to continue with their art and to continue with their profession?
Well, there's no way that a computer is ever going to sound like a human being, because a computer can't process emotion. Not yet, at least. God help us the day it can. But a computer can't. So a computer can read a certain way, and they can probably program it to sound a certain way. But if there's somebody out there who's lost a job, as I guess you're saying, like as a person who reads like audiobooks, is that it?
Yes, audiobooks and also newspaper and magazine articles.
Oh, so that's writing as well.
Yes.
So now you're talking about, so basically the communications field. Well, in radio, I mean, they have downsized so much. I mean, that's a whole nother subject on who killed radio. But because now they'll have one air personality, like Ryan Seacrest on KISS. Ryan Seacrest is on like 40 different radio stations, maybe more. So he's not in all those cities at the same time. Come on, it's impossible. So somewhere he's not live. Let me tell you something. Everywhere he isn't sitting personally, he's not live. So that means he's either pre-recorded or it's getting sent through an ISDN line, and somebody on the other end is joining in. Like they'll have a local person there to do local stuff, and then the main person is brought in. Or it could be voice tracked. Voice tracking, and I mean, I track, but I can tell you that voice tracking is done so often. There'll be people that are on 20 or 30 different radio stations, and they track, because let's say it's a station that plays the same format, like a KISS. The KISS here and the KISS in like 10 different cities is probably all playing the same playlist. They may do local drops, they may do local commercials, but the songs are the same. So I can sit in a studio and record my voice, and maybe if I'm really good and I really care, I'm going to do 10 different recordings, because I'm going to do something special so that each market feels like I'm there. Wow. But if I'm not, if I'm just trying to get my paycheck, I'm going to do a generic recording and send it off to all 10 stations. So how do you fight that? It's almost impossible on that level because the big corporations like iHeart and some of the other ones, they realize now that they can pay one person and make them do the job of 20, and they're not paying the salary of 20 jobs. But people need to work so bad that they're willing to get paid that little bit of extra money to do all those stations. The writing pools have come way down. They don't have 30 reporters. They might have 10, and then those 10 have to pick the best stories. So how do you still find work? Especially because the pandemic was a gift to all of us. Imagine a late night show. We'll take Jimmy Kimmel, for example, before the pandemic. If you could not come and sit in his chair next to him, you weren't on his show. That was just the rule of television. There was no such thing as having the person over here on the screen or talking like this, and I'm here and you're over here, and we're over here, and we're all talking. They always said that the audience would never accept it. You could not do television that way. You could not do radio that way. But the pandemic leveled the playing field. It showed the big corporations, number one, that people still wanted to see Jimmy. They wanted to see, all of these night people, day people, Good Morning America, all these things. They wanted to see it. They were willing to look at it on their computer or even see it on TV, knowing that the people were at their houses. They didn't care because it's the relationship that the individual personality builds with the audience that makes them want to see and keep listening. Yeah. So if you have lost your job to that consolidation, the playing field has never in the history of what I know communications to be been this level. It's level, and now we can all create exactly what they created. So you have to be willing to do the work because it is a lot of work. I spend so much time in my studio for my 1 hour show that I do. I have a 1 hour talk show that's been running in LA for over 20 years. I spend so much time on that 1 hour talk show every week, just making sure I've got great information, great interviews, great subjects. For my radio that I do, I'm on multiple stations. Some of them have a generic feel to them because the markets that they're in, they get sent out to multiple markets. So you can't say like Q102. Power 106, old school 1047, because that's not the dial position in that city. So I have to be more generic. But you make it personal and you still make it your own, even though it's generic in how you present yourself. So in consolidation and in losing jobs and in, the downsizing, what you know how to do it and put it up online. And you don't have to hire a bunch of marketing people if you don't want to. You can start. What were you good at? What did people love about you? Take that topic and expound on. I mean, come on, they've got people on TikTok and Snapchat and stuff with millions of listeners doing ridiculous things. So that shows you people will come. Give them something to come to.
Yes.
Give them something to come to. Care seems to be the thread of everything you do. You put a lot of care into what you do, Josefa. And is it Josefa or Josefa? Josefa. All right. I want to pronounce your name and give honor to that. One thing, when you say care, I want to just shift gears if you'll allow me. Uh-huh. You're a philanthropist, and the philanthropy that you're part of, you really want to change lives of the future. Can you speak a little about your philanthropic efforts and particularly an organization that you yourself are heading for young ladies?
Yeah, I've had a nonprofit for 98, 2008, 2019, 33 years. And over the course of those years, I found that I did a number of things, but what I am most passionate about are women and young women. Because I feel like there's so much out there that doesn't feed into the soul of a woman, from marketing and commercials television shows. I mean, when is the last time that you saw a TV show where guys were fighting over a girl? It doesn't happen, other than maybe The Bachelorette. I don't know, because I never watched The Bachelorette. But I don't know, maybe they get nasty with each other on there. But other than that one show, in most soap operas, most movies, the women aren't fighting over a guy. I mean, the guys aren't fighting over a girl, but almost across the board, it's always women against women, women fighting against women for a man, women fighting against women for attention. It starts, I mean, you see, I coached track for second graders to eighth graders. You would see this competition against girls in the second grade. How the heck did they learn it that fast? What is it that they were trying to get the little boy to look at them? So what are we missing teaching our daughters that they need the attention of a boy in second grade? What are we not giving them? So the thrust of what I firmly believe is teaching the lost art of being a girl. I don't care how old you are. We're all a little girl inside. And teaching that lost art. How do we reprogram our daughters and our sisters and our aunts and our grandmothers, everybody, to know that they are enough, to have enough self-esteem and to understand that you're okay being you. Now, how do we make that better? But we have got to take control of the media, and I'm part of the media. That's why I'm so adamant about how I present myself. When I'm out in public, when I'm on the air, I used to refuse to do certain types of commercials. I mean, just out and out refuse, because I didn't want my name associated with that. Make those decisions, but we all have a responsibility for what we allow to be out there. And I'm not saying that everything has to be all, superwoman, power woman, because there's room for all subjects. But we lean so heavy into programming our little girls to believe that their life is all about competing with another woman. And this is one thing I always tell people. I said, you take a woman and drop her in the middle of a city, take a man and drop him in the middle of the city, and they don't know the city. I guarantee you within 5 minutes, the guy's going to know where to play golf, basketball, tennis, and he's going to be able to get himself a cup of coffee, and he's probably talking to another guy. Drop the girl, she'll be walking around for a while. Because we're not taught how to be friends. Guys are taught teamwork. Guys are taught being a part of a team. Guys are taught that, your best friend, a lot of guys have them forever. We don't teach girls how to be friends because we're so busy teaching them how not to like the girl standing next to them. And most of the time, it's subliminal, it's subconscious, and we don't even realize we're doing it. So that's my empowerment, is to do something about that. I have a program called How to Be a Girl that I've been doing for 12 years now here in the LA area. And it's a summer program. Hopefully next year, this year it's only a day camp. Usually it's an overnight camp. This year it's only a day camp. And I think I'm going to move to strictly day camps and try to have many of them next year. But it really focuses on the lost art of being a girl, from how do you walk into a room? The tone of voice that you use. We really try to express and do a lot of role playing with the girls for tone of voice. Like when your mother says, Lupita, what? Immediately, mom's triggered. Immediately, that's going to make mom go, how did she just answer me? When really, Lupita probably didn't mean anything, but she hasn't learned about the control of the tone of her voice. But if she had just said, yes, mom would have responded totally different. So helping these girls understand tone of voice, reaction. I catch the little people around me all the time. I'll say something, they'll be like, yes. I'm like, excuse me? What? I didn't mean anything. I said, but did you hear how you responded to me? But no, check yourself. So that's one of the things, that tone of voice. Girl 101, how do you change the tire on a car? Who taught you that? Everybody's like, oh, you got AAA. Really? Okay, you're out on a dark road. No cell service, or your cell service is dead because you've been Snapchatting and TikToking all night, so you don't have any cell service. And you're on the side of the road, and the spare's in the trunk. I'm not going to be stuck. Are you? shelter in place, all these kinds of things, balancing a checkbook, about money. When we have the full camp, they come in with a certain amount of money at the beginning of camp, and then they have a checkbook. And when they do things wrong, pay. When they do things right, get paid. At the end of the week, they have a certain amount of money, and then there are gift baskets that they can bid on in a silent auction. So, and then we always teach them about some kind. Now we've got sports, because that's important to me, because I think sports are so important to girls. They really are. And I picked volleyball just because a lot of the girls that we serve come from underserved communities. And volleyball is not a sport that generally gets taught in a lot of these communities, but colleges are searching everywhere for young girls of color for scholarships. But if they don't play, they don't know.
Yeah.
So we introduce them to volleyball. And then we always have some kind of a shepreneur kind of thing that we teach them. Last year, we taught them how to sew hobo bags that they could then, I said, you could make these things on the weekend in your house, sell them at the farmer's market, sell them at your school, put them up online, have a little business. So we teach them how to do that, make a one-page website where they can put up something that they've made. We taught them how to make soap, and then how to make it in different designs and fragrances and colors and package it, how to pick a name. And then every year they pick up their word. What is their word that expresses who they are? And then we have this big thing at the end of the week where we have a beauty school that comes in and does their hair and a very light makeup. And they do this big fashion show. The parents come and watch and cry. And then the girls stand on stage and say their word. And it's just, it's such a powerful and amazing experience. I wish I could do it every day. If I could do that, if I had somewhere where I had a building and I could do that every single day, I would be the happiest woman on the face of the earth.
I wish I could go to girls' school.
Oh yeah, believe me, there's so many moms that say, can we stay? So this year we're going to do a 2-day, it'll be virtual and it'll be in person. So it'll be simultaneous for women, where we're going to compact, because with grown women, you can teach a little bit faster than you can with girls. So we can do a lot of the same subjects in 2 days with women, what we take 4 days to do with girls. But it's called How to Be a Girl, the lost art of being a girl. Dream it, believe it, achieve it.
Yes.
Yes.
Napoleon Hill.
Well, Josefa, we love what you're doing for girls. How can we support you? I know you've got a project coming up, or an activity or a camp coming right up.
Next week, Next week we have a camp, the 17th to the 23rd in Rialto. And you can see about the camp. And we're just now loading up, because I realized I had 12 years worth of information that I should have up there. So we're putting up pictures from all the years and some videos to show what goes on at camp. But if you go to josefasalinas.com, you'll see stuff about my nonprofit, The Power of Excellence, the How to Be a Girl program, a documentary on the making of a man, a mother's journey that we're going to be hoping to do. We're working on a project with Guatemala, with an indigenous girls' school in Guatemala, where I'm going to be putting a small radio station in their school so that these girls can have power and voice, and their podcasts can be heard worldwide, and possibly even broadcasting within their neighborhoods there. Because something that I found out, and I know I'm all over the place, but I'm trying to get a lot of stuff in. During the pandemic in Guatemala, the local radio station, and believe me, I'm going to find out their name and I will be blasting them. The local radio station refused to air the public service announcements for COVID vaccines and COVID information in the indigenous language. They would only do it in Spanish. And they even offered to give it to them pre-recorded in the language, and they refused to air it. Shame on that radio station. And when I find out who they are, everyone will know.
Wow.
Yeah, because you do your research.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, Josefa, I am so grateful for everything that you're doing. I'm like, you serve in so many places, you give in so many places. And you help fund a lot of projects. And my wish for you, I've got 2 wishes, if I can have 2 wishes. I wish that you could impart what you carry for the knowledge of proper use of voice, and so that we can get replaced with computers, and that we can do our podcasts better. I feel that that's such a powerful platform for you, because you're so qualified for it, that if you had an online program that teaches on the power of voice, I feel like that's gonna fund a lot of the projects that you're doing for the world right now. So that's my second wish, that the projects that you're doing for the world, the nonprofit services that you're doing for the world, gets funded. So yeah, I'm just so blessed with everything, that you're like one superpower superwoman, saving the world.
My kids used to think I could fly.
I wouldn't doubt it.
No doubt.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it. Well, thank you so much, Josefa. Shmiko, would you like to give some words out before we
Well,
go?
I just wanted to thank Josefa for gracing us, more importantly for the work that she's done over the years, and allowing the young ladies that she touches every year, and even through her voice on the radio. I would love for Josefa to please just put the link in here so people can go and support, and we can share it out on all of our lives, so that we can get not only more support for this event that's coming up here next week, which we're so excited. You guys are going to follow Josefa, go to her social media page to see how these young ladies are just not only being affected, but more importantly, how that is changing the trajectory of what's to come. And more importantly, please just go there and support not just her efforts with, the girls, but everything that's to come, because this voice, such a beautiful voice that has graced the radio waves for so many years. And I just also encourage, I know Michelle and Ava, we're doing some amazing things. I would really love to have Josefa coming up on our new show that we have coming, because I'll tell you, now we get a chance to really hear your story, hear at a higher capacity, but more importantly, we want the world to know what Josefa is doing, how she's doing it, but more importantly, all the lives that are being changed in that process. So I just thank you, Josefa, for not only, accepting this ability to come and support, what our efforts are and what we're doing, but more importantly, what you've done. And I get to see this, it on a regular basis. And I can almost guarantee you all that every single person that she comes in contact with, including myself, and I don't know why I'm getting emotional right now, but including myself, really gets to the heart of, and she comes from a deeply rooted place because it's been here for a long time. And this voice here has been powerful, but we're going to make it more powerful in all of the industries that we touch, that we're around, and more importantly, the people that we know can support these efforts. So please do that. And so Josefa, thank you. Thank you, not just for being you, but more importantly, giving us you.
Well, it's my absolute honor. My father always told me that above all else, be of service to others. Yes. And so I usually, no matter who I come across, my last thing to them is, how can I be of service to you? And so that's what I leave everyone with. If I can be of service to you, if you have a story that needs to be told, if you have a business that you want to have somebody talk about on the radio, if you have a nonprofit and a project, like your upcoming show that you guys have, let me interview you on my show. My radio show has been around for a long time in the Southern California area, over 30 years in the Southern California area, the talk show. And it's a powerful show. That's how I knew podcasts were going to be what they are today, because I was already doing it. Yeah. And the talk show that I had, and I kept telling them, this is what's coming. And they were like, no way, no ways, no. What's up? You don't know what you're talking about. I said, okay. But really,
that would be an honor. Thank you.
Whatever I can do for anyone in the audience, for anyone listening at another time. That's what I'm here for. God gave me an incredible gift. I'm very good at what I do. And if I don't know how to help you, I know somebody who does. Doing what I've done for as long as I have, my resources are wide, my reach is far. If I can't help you, I will direct you to someone else, because I'm the first one to say, I don't know how to do this, but I can lead you to who does. And I will pass that person right along.
And if I may add, Sefa, this is the reason why we're together. And Ava had two wishes. My wish for you is that your legacy pops up everywhere, internationally, nationally, where the way you're reached, the way you're of service, the way your nonprofit works. I feel that this could be something that is easily replicated with the systems and processes in play. Can you imagine in India, little girls out somewhere having their own radio station, having their podcast, coming from poverty and being able to give information? I could just see so much for you and your legacy. And I'm so thankful that you're still on this planet. And I'm so thankful that we've connected here. And certainly, and I want to say to you, how can we be of service to you? This is a question that we must ask everyone. And that certainly is also your legacy. So thank you so much. And everyone, please go to www.josefasalinas.com. Of course, we'll have that in the description of the YouTube and all of the channels that we have there. And please, please take this from my heart. It's an honor to learn from you. And it's just an honor to be in your presence. And thank you for all that you give.
Thank you all so much. And I wanted to add something real quick, because a lot of people get scared when they see somebody like me and hear me talking about, empowering women and things. I love being a girl, and I am a firm believer in the male side of things as well. And everything that I teach a girl isn't about, we don't diminish men or their roles or anything. I'm about uplifting women and empowering them to be who they can be. But culturally, and I know in a lot of different cultures, there are certain things that girls can do and can't do because it's not culturally acceptable. And at no time would we ever be trying to encourage girls to go outside of what is culturally or accepted within their particular ethnicity or culture. So we work within those boundaries, but you can still be powerful, amazing, strong, and determined, and be a girl.
So good. Yay.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Josefa. We hold everything that you said treasured to heart. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Have an amazing rest of the evening.
Okay, you too.
Oh. So good. Oh my. Definitely something that you would want to support. Definitely something. I'm like, a lot of times we don't have the platform to be able to support something so good, something so profound. I wasn't taught how to be a girl. It's not something that I learned. It was something that was shamed where I came from. So I'm like, I want to be in that school. I want to be in that school. So who we have coming up next is like the queen of girlness. And I love her to death. Justin Progrowski is the $1 million brander. And oh my gosh, Justin.
Hello, beautiful ladies. How are you?
It is like early morning in Australia. Is the sun up already?
It's up. I'm up, so the sun's up. I'm kind of controlling it. I'm kind of controlling it from lockdown because we're in a very serious lockdown at the moment with COVID. So
my heart goes out to you, Justine.
Thank you, Ava.
Oh my, Michelle, I would love to give you the privilege to say how amazing Justine is.
Ladies. I would certainly be honored. If nobody knows this, Justine Progrowski is the $1 million brander, but more importantly, branding is the wave of the future, folks. And what she does is she's able to see you and your product and your service in such an authentic tone. And she wants to frame you around your purpose. And I think that's something so powerful because people want to connect. I think we had an earlier speaker who talked about how people don't buy products, they buy people, they buy who they are. And I think that really speaks to your work, Justine. Is that correct?
Absolutely. So important. So important.
So would you mind sharing with us a little bit about your journey, about branding, but more importantly, where you're going in your life? You're definitely an inspiration for so many. In fact, if anyone listens to a room or is listening to a podcast or is on a show and you're on it, the word inspiration always happens. And we all know that you cannot have motivation without inspiration. Can you speak to a little bit about your journey and also where it's headed?
Sure, Michelle. Thank you so much, firstly. And it's such an honor to be here with such amazing women, because I think of the exact same word when I see both you and Ava and Miko. You're just powerhouses. So very grateful, very blessed and honored to know all of you. Very excited for your journeys too. I must apologize if my little chihuahuas bark in the background. I've tried to teach them as best as possible to behave. So my journey, I started off in a publishing company and then went on to work for a lot of really amazing advertising firms. I've been very blessed. So a lot of the top companies, big TV station in Australia, big publishing company. And then I decided I didn't want to exchange time for money building other people up. Although it was great experience, because I think as an entrepreneur, you get one shot. And it's about really embracing your skill and your ability. And I really enjoy people. I absolutely love people. So for me, branding is an art. Like I get to take these companies, you know, from literally zero to hero and turn them into $1 million brands, which is just the best. It's so exciting. So my company is called $1 Million Branders. I started it a couple of years ago, and we build brand empires for the experience age. And I think where I'm headed is I really want to empower entrepreneurs who have that fire and have that drive to take their business to the next level, but just don't know how, because branding is such an overused word, I think, in today's times. And if I can show them the right way branding should be used and marketing should be used and take them to the world, that's really living my dream and my passion. That's a little bit about me.
Wow, that's so empowering, because a lot of times people think of branding as something that is put upon them, or that branding is a mold that they have to fit in. But it sounds like the journey is quite different in your eyes. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And I think, you know, a lot of people, there's a lot of carbon copies in branding. And I think if you can embrace your differences and really stand out, you know, so many, you get, for instance, like, I have to say, I do love the Kardashians. They're so smart. They've built an empire, but don't just be like someone else. You have to be unique, because often your unique selling points, like the things that make you different that we try and hide, those are the things that are really going to make you great in your brand, in your business, in your company. I would say, like, just don't be another carbon copy. You know, I have a bit of a funny accent. I came from South Africa when I was 12 years old. And I think that that's my point of difference. You know, when people hear me, you know, a lot of people, for instance, you know, they shame themselves because of their accents, but it's actually so beautiful. It's so worldly. So things like that can be a very unique selling point to your brand.
So sorry, Ava.
It's okay. Thank you. I actually have a story to that. So a while ago, we actually had someone in the audience who his goal is to raise 1 million Africans to compete in the world market. So he actually has a platform teaching Africans how to do the online platform. And he said that his story was that he was in San Francisco. He was selling used cars, and he was struggling because he's from Africa, and he has that accent. And he was struggling to sell a car. And for the longest time, he had this mindset that, you know, like, I can't sell because, you know, they know right away that it's an African on the phone, you know, and I don't have their trust and they won't buy from me. And then, you know, out of desperation, he decided to just make fun of his accent. And he said, you know, are you ready for something sexy? Because you're going to have the sexiest accent on this phone call. And then the person would laugh, and that would break the tension. And he was like number 2 seller that year, the moment he decided to own his difference. The moment
There
he
you go.
decided, yes, and then the moment that when he saw that that's actually working to his favor, and they call it a sexy accent, and then he dominated that market for like I think 6 years, and so now he's actually teaching how to pop the cherry from the point where you just have all of the negative things that you think is about you, to just popping that cherry, because the moment you see money coming to in your account, you're gonna start believing differently. And I feel like we're branding ourselves 24 hours every day.
We are. We walk, we talk, we club with the way even we dress. Like I was speaking to Michelle. It's like, your brand colors are so important. Like even behind, I mean, don't look at me now because I'm at home, but you'd actually laugh because my house is pretty much in my brand colors. And I'm not kidding. I'm just a recovering perfectionist, that's all. But, like your brand colors. So you'll often see me wearing black, gold, and white. Those are my colors of my company and my brand. And very rarely you'll see me in a color with my sexy accent.
Yes.
With your sexy accent.
Yes.
So you said that, Justine, that you're branching off, or actually you've always done this, but now you're doing it in an official capacity of helping companies. And I'm wondering if there's a thread between a person coming to you and saying, Justine, I want $1 million branders to brand me. And you start asking questions, and all of a sudden you realize that perhaps they may not know their business too well, or it may not be as organized as it is. And yet they've made all these connections. Say, for instance, they grow, we're going to call it, they grow some kind of berry, and they have these indigenous people that they're making sure that they're getting the right price for their berries. And then they've made all these connections of it, but yet they haven't really figured out how their business works. Do you have that handed to you often? And is this why you found this great purpose?
Always. I always, advertising is such an amazing thing, because you can literally, like with those berries, when you were speaking, I was just thinking off the top of my head, well, they actually do know their business because they've already done that user testing and that customer testing. If someone's buying that berry, they've got a business right there. So they actually do know their business. But I get that all the time. So I've worked with Fortune 500s who want to get from here to here and like even push it further. I've worked from companies who have zero and nothing, where I will take them from, like naming their company or renaming their company to a logo and a tagline and a brand. You think Nike, or you think, like all the iconic brands, like Chanel, they've only branded once. Chanel is an icon. It's been around for a long time. How many times have they actually changed their logo? Because it's so iconic. When Coco Chanel created it, it was so simple. Like a lot of people get caught up in the noise, and it's so important with a brand to keep it timeless, and if you can do that, and also test your brands on customers. A lot of the time, like I can't even watch Shark Tank sometimes. I don't know if it's called the same thing in the States, but you'll get these entrepreneurs that will go up on stage. And have you ever seen the shark say, "What is your business worth?" And they give some ridiculous number, like 25 million and, 599 cents. And you're like, how do you get that? And then the shark says, well, have you tested? Have you made a sale? Have you tested on your customers? How many products have you sold? And they go 0. And then the shark's like, I'm out. Because so many people make that mistake with a brand. They build a brand for them. They don't build a brand for their customer.
That's incredible. And so it really has to do with you help them to really find their purpose then, right? Because
Absolutely.
If you're looking outside yourself, then you're not connected to that higher purpose. At least that's how I think of things.
100%.
And so I feel like your business model and your goal and your higher purpose in life is so important, because I don't know a lot of companies, to tell you the truth. I don't know a lot of talent even that have what you have, and your skills and your clear view. You're almost clairvoyant with how you see people. And not a lot of people can see that. And then verbalize that and say, listen, I'll take you to where you want to be. Because quite frankly, when I hear $1 million branders, I think of multi-million-dollar branders. Anyone that gets in your hands, I know this for a fact, I've seen them, they just go off to bigger and better things. But what you're showing is the value, right? The value in the person and finding that higher values. And Justine, I just wanted to ask you one more question. I'm shooting a lot at you, and but I guess, well, that's what we're supposed to do.
Honored. Shoot them.
All right. So my question to you is, how is it that you can help companies to also understand that they need to be a player in helping humanity in the planet? A lot of companies are shifting brands towards that because they know that worldwide humanity doesn't really want to trust a company or a brand or buy things unless there's that some kind of component. So sometimes companies will come to you and say, hey, I want you to add some humanitarian effort. How do you connect the dots to let them connect with something that actually they believe in, that they'll buy in and that they'll support?
So I love this question because I was just speaking about it yesterday on a Clubhouse panel, and we were talking about heart-centered brands. I personally cannot work on a brand that I don't believe in. Like, I've turned away clients because I don't resonate, or they don't resonate, like with the right, like they're not in line with their higher purpose. But I think it's so important when you're building a brand, you have to believe in it. Your customers are much smarter than you give them credit. Like, they will pick it up. They will literally know and feel if you're being authentic or not. And it's not just good enough to show up as a brand anymore. You have to go over the edge. And what I mean when I say that is, if you are aligning with the charity, or you're being an ambassador for that charity, make sure that you're actually serving them for a good purpose. Like, what are you, like, tie in your higher purpose with that brand. Your customers are going to smell it out. Like, they'll smell it. They're smart these days.
I love that. They're smarter than you realize. So basically, You're saving companies from themselves.
Yeah. And you know what? Like, I think every single brand we look at these days is like, you have to be heart-centered, because you're not going to connect with your audience. We've just gone through COVID. You're not going to connect with the right customers. Like, customers want to know that they're doing good in the world, most of them. And most of them who I know, a lot of the big companies are doing so much for the environment. They're starting to realize, like, the world is actually going through a lot of transition right now, a lot of pain. Like, I'm very spiritual too, but that's my higher purpose. Like, I really want to drive brands to do better, because I think we can all do better at being brands and businesses.
Justine, I think you touched on something that's also really important that I'd like to shed some light on. There are a lot of companies and organizations that actually do good work, but yet not a lot of people know this. And so it sounds like you have to kind of reverse engineer, as Shmiko always likes to say. You have to kind of help them to see the importance. Is that correct? Of the fact that, hey, why aren't you sharing all of this? This is what people want. How does that feed you? How do you recharge when you're connected with this? This takes a lot of work. There's a lot of moving parts. How do you recharge your superpower? Because this is a huge superpower that you've been given, actually multiple.
Firstly, I just want to touch on something that you said before, because I think when you're doing good in the world as a company, it's so much better if you honor your own integrity as a brand. Other people will speak about you. So you got to make sure that everything you touch, everything you wear, everything, you think, everything people feel about you is congruent with your message, your energy, and your spirit, because you'll create a raving fan. Like, you'll create a community that will love you, that will follow you, that will be loyal to you. So firstly, that's that. How do I recharge? I think I mentioned that I got into bodybuilding. So this was a couple of years ago. I reached a stage of complete burnout. And I'm actually proud to talk about this, because I think a lot of us do this. It's like Groundhog Day. Like, you can work so hard. The reality is, it's very important to have money, because money changes the world. I think of money as a great tool to enable us to change other lives. So it is important that you have it. But I think in terms of looking after yourself, your health, like you get one life. You got to make sure you drink water. You got to make sure that you go to the gym. So my outlet, like how I honor myself and how I take care of myself. And I was telling Miko the other day, I am so on point with my exercise. Like I exercise twice a day. I'm not kidding. At least 5 days a week. Like in the morning when I wake up, before, before I meditate, and then I go for a walk. I take my dogs for a walk. Then I do work. So I'll work all day in block hours. I'll take a break at least every hour. Now it's actually more often. I take a break every 20 minutes. And then when I finish work, I come home and I will go to gym. And even when I'm tired, I think, Michelle, we were having this conversation the other day, like you have to train your mind in those moments where you go, I don't want to go to gym, or I don't want to do this, or I don't want to drink water. Like it's so important that you do, because your body is like a machine. It's a machine, and you got to oil it, and you got to look after it, because you only get one. So health for me is a non-negotiable. And I know if I'm at my best and I'm at my healthiest, then my work will be better. My team will be better. My clients will be better. I can help more people. That's just a non-negotiable for me. And I think that's how I empower myself, because healthy body, healthy mind.
That is so beautiful, Justine. And you mentioned right now you're still in lockdown in Australia, and we're not quite sure when that will be lifted. And so certainly when you're in lockdown or stay-at-home order for those of you around the world, that also means that you cannot go to the gym. And yet you're still saying, hey, I'm still exercising twice a day. I'm still taking breaks. You're taking care of yourself. This is an international reach, this summit. What do you have to share to all of those men and women that are listening right now, that are in your situation and going, why does she look so put together? How do I do that? How do I get out of bed? There's going to be moments when you just don't want to get out of bed. Can you just speak to them about recharging?
Absolutely. So I think it's not even a matter of just recharging on a momentary basis, right? It has to be built into your life, like every single day. And Michelle, by all means, I'm far from perfect, and I will be a student until the day I die, and I'm mastering every single bit of my life. And I want to be a student until the day I die. So I may look put together, but deep down, I'm going to be vulnerable. I also have those really crap days. I don't want to get out of bed, but I will not let my mind control me. Like the one thing that I'm truly blessed with, and anyone who knows me will tell you this, is my mindset is second to none. Like you cannot tell me that I can't do something. It was really funny. I was watching an interview with Elon Musk, and also like they were saying, you reached a few stages in your career where you were you could have given up, and he was like, it wasn't an option for me. And then I watched an interview with Kanye West. They always say have confidence like Kanye, right? Because they were asking him, they were saying like, if you couldn't sing, what would you do? Like, do you think you could do anything else? He's like, I could go to the NBA if I wanted to. And they're like, no, you can't. You can't be a basketball player. And he was like, I can do anything I want. And you know what? I know that is a gift that I have. My mindset is a gift, but I work damn hard on that mindset. So what I would say to those people in lockdown or going through a hard time in their life, like surround yourself with amazing people who are going to lift your soul, who are going to lift your spirit. Like I have a very small circle. I'm very, very careful with my energy and who I let into my life. I'm far from perfect, but those people will lift your spirit, number one. Like you amazing ladies, I'm so blessed to have you in my life. You got to venture outside your comfort zone and surround yourself with things that are going to really feed your mind. So, YouTube has so much free stuff on motivation. When I'm feeling bad, I just go on there, I type in motivation or getting out of a ditch, and it just all this amazing stuff comes up. And books, oh my God, I love books. So there are so many great books out there that you can just read that are so just good for your soul. And you actually mentioned, I can't, it looks amazing. I can't watch it from Australia because we're capped, but there was a movie, Michelle, what was it called? The one about the heart.
The Power of the Heart.
Power of the Heart.
Yes.
So that just looks amazing. And I can't wait to watch that. I have to work out a way how to do that, but that's
I'm heartbroken that you don't have access to it.
That looks amazing. But I truly believe in law of attraction. I believe in being in line with your purpose. And I cannot stress enough how important mindset is, like just through everything. Work on your mindset. That will get you through.
Justine, I'm going to have to love on you right now. So you'll have to please forgive me here. You are a best-selling author, and you are also almost done with another book for this year. Can you give us a little glimpse as to what that's going to be and what we have to look forward to, so that can be a best-selling book as well?
Thank you so much. So my current book, I'm going to have to swear, I'm so sorry. It's called Make Shit Happen. It's available on Amazon. You can go get it. Very, very much just about mindset and also branding and how to stand out. This book, I think, is going to be quite iconic, and it's going to be very interesting, and I hope people love it because I love it and I've loved putting it together. It's called The Bankable Brand: How to Build a Brand Empire for the Experience Age. So we'll be out definitely this year, and can't wait to share it with you amazing ladies.
Oh, wonderful. Shmiko, you're here.
And Dr. Jill is here too.
And Dr. Jill. Woo-hoo.
I just wanted to come in and honor Justine, and as well as Dr. Jill. I wasn't an opportunity to speak earlier, and wow, just the nuggets, how this has evolved. But more importantly, what I took away from Justine, that mindset, lifting souls and spirits, encouraging each other. Dr. Jill knows all about that, enjoying life. I see that right behind her, and I tell you, it just amazes me that we have had such a phenomenal panel today that have poured and poured into others, but more importantly, into each other. And I love what Justine just mentioned. Surround yourself with people that are encouraging you, that are speaking life into you, that are lifting you, and more importantly, that are helping others to do the same. We're in this world right now where we're all online and we're encouraging each other. We're leaders building leaders. We're helping people help people. But more importantly, we're looking out for those that are coming behind us, which is our youth. And that's what's key right now, because where are we going to be in 50 years or 100 years? And more importantly, hear me sitting at 53 years old. I'm like, who's going to take care of us? Who's going to understand?
53? Come on.
I know, it's hard to believe
about it. You're aging like a fine wine.
Or Dorian Gray.
Yes.
But it shows us that we can collaborate together and just enjoy. But we're hearing from all different spectrums. We've heard from medical field. We've heard from the media. We're hearing about branding and marketing. We're hearing about money. And I'll tell you, what's exciting is this whole mix was on purpose. We're all here together. And I heard Justine loud and clear when she talked about the law of attraction. And we all know that we can manifest and we can bring these things together. But more importantly, when we find each other, we find these great vibrations, we find these great energies, and then we connect them together. Look how more powerful we're going to be. So I just wanted to jump in again and just give that honor to Justine and definitely to Dr. Jill, because I took so many notes earlier. I was like, oh, I got to get on the camera. And I'll tell you, they're sitting here and hearing this and bringing such phenomenal people here. And I cannot wait not only to see some of the recordings and jump in and support each other, but then follow each other and help uplift and bring more people. And our communities need each and every one of you. And so thank you, Justine. Thank you for coming. I mean, you're all the way in Australia, and I know it's so crazy.
I know. Right? It's I was just thinking it's serendipity. Yeah. It's so amazing, like all these people coming together. The speakers have been amazing. I've learned so much. I definitely would like to know how to change a tire. I would be totally one of those women on the highway. So
was that not awesome? Justine, before
awesome.
You go though, I really want you to talk about when you were a child and you were at school and some important figure in the world spoke to your heart, which is just changed your trajectory, right? Just speaking a lot, my pronunciation. Could you speak about that moment and that pivotal moment in your life?
So,
yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Michelle. I'm honored that you would bring that up. So I originally was born in Johannesburg, South Africa. I love that country still. It's very close to my heart. And I went to a school, and it was quite a big school. And we had the honor and privilege of, I was 6 years old. Nelson Mandela came to speak at our school. And I remember sitting there as a little girl, and he was on a big stage. And I just thought, wow. But he said some words that really, really stood out to me. He said, there is no passion to be found in playing small. And I was just this little girl, and I was like, I want to be you when I grow up. So that's, I think, where my fire and drive has come from in terms of speaking. Like those little words that he said, I will never forget them as long as I live. So that was incredible.
Oh, thank you so much, Justine. You know, I just want to say that your life is definitely really interesting, because that's also a metaphor that a lot of people feel like they're in. Nelson Mandela, as we all know, had been locked up for something of just being who he is, which is a world changer. And the interesting thing about it is that it didn't affect his mindset. And how interesting that you say that your mindset is so strong. And I really would like those of you who are listening today to please, please listen to these words and listen to these wonderful speakers, because of the fact that it doesn't matter if you feel trapped within your own mind, your situation or something, reach out. There is a way to change. Experiment with all of these lessons. Talk to Dr. Jill, talk to Josepha, learn about how you can get out from where you are and be that little girl. Like Ava said, I want to be that little girl again. Josepha said, well, you are. We all are these little girls. And to have that connection, to share your story about that with Nelson Mandela. Justine, thank you so much.
Thank
Ava,
you, Michelle.
You're ready to say something. I know you are.
Well, you know, I'm just so touched with everything that Justine has made of even her challenges to now step up to build, you know, see the best in people. Because, you know, I've seen some of the work that you've shown, from how you transformed it to very, you know, very average to making it $1 million brand. And it requires the eyes of, eyes to see someone past where they are right now, you know, to see them where they haven't even seen themselves, you know. And it's such a gift to be able to see a person at their best when they haven't even stepped up to that best yet, but you're seeing it already and you're putting that into picture already. And it's not I don't see it as a facade, but I see it as a, you know, bringing something in the future to the present. It's almost like pulling something to the present, and you create a brand out of that. But, you know, it's not an accident that Dr. Jill came in at the time that we're closing, you know, for you, because I feel like we get the opportunity to recharge you. Dr. Jill, Justine is in heavy lockdown in Australia right now. And it's been going on so long, you know, longer than she wishes. And I would love to see how Dr. Jill does her magic on Everything Is Right About You. So Dr. Jill, I'm going to invite you to speak on Justine for now.
Well, hey, everybody. I'm so glad that I was able to jump back in. And I'm such a firm believer in synchronicities. And you mentioned like the flat tire. And literally, I didn't know if I could get back in time because I was changing 4 tires on my car and getting new tires. I'm like, wait, what?
Wow. That's a talent.
Tires? I was like, oh, there's a synchronicity right there. And I love that. And, you know, when things like that happen, it shows that your vibration is operating at a high frequency, because what's the chance of you mentioning of all the metaphors in the world, like a tire, and then the only reason why I got back is because I got my tires back on, you know, and I love stuff like that. And, you know, life doesn't always, as you know, I know, we all know, whether we're in lockdown or we're not in lockdown, go according to plan. And we know it's not what happens to us. You know, we've heard that 1 billion times. It's how we're responding to what happens to us. But even more important than that response, what if you ask yourself the right questions, like, I wonder what good is going to come out of this. I wonder what's going to birth from me in this environment. I wonder how this is here to help me. And in turn, when it helps me, I could use it as an instrument to help other people. I wonder why the universe put me in a room, locked me in a corner for an extended period of time, because something good is going to happen as a result of that.
Has.
And whatever comes from that, guarantee you, I could already tell that you will take it, you will gift wrap it, you will use it, you will spread that gift out into the universe. But what if this was the only way that in this aspect of it was supposed to birth? And why don't we make the situation right? Like, you know, how is this is a gift. If the universe is constantly working for us and with us all day, every day, that means every single moment of every single day for every single person has purpose to it. And what frustrates us is the belief that it should be something other than what it is. So if we go into radical acceptance from any moment, and we say, all right, everything's right about this. Every single thing is right about this, and everything's right about me in this. Now we approach that moment with eyes on it, like, wow, this is something good is going to come out of this. And the key word here is, Justine, is eventually. Eventually. And when you hold that space for the eventually, I guarantee you, you're going to text me, you're going to text all of us and say like, oh my goodness, what birthed out of me in that extended period of time is beyond comprehension, because if you were on the go and doing, and you wouldn't have paused into it. You wouldn't have this time to reflect. You wouldn't have this time to start thinking and feeling those pressures of going inward. You know, change comes in two ways. Change by choice, like popping into this beautiful summit that y'all put on, or change by force, meaning life or the universe has a way of putting us into that position. Either one is a gift. One comes in a pretty package, one comes in an ugly package, but I promise you it's a gift just the same. So let's just stay with it. Let's look into this moment and say like, okay, if everything's right about this moment and I'm the exact person in the exact moment in the exact situation, I'm going to make something good out of this. You just watch and see, and allow that to come through. Allow it to come through. And I bet you a book could come through, a workshop at 7. I can only imagine with a beautiful soul.
I feel like Doctor, you just said everything that I'm doing right now. So it's perfect.
See,
literally.
I just spoke truth into it. I confirmed for you. So everything is right about you, and everything's right about this moment, because in this moment where you're saying like, all right, go over there, do all that inner work, make all that, then go out there and run around the universe and start sharing it with everybody else. But you're in the production state of it, and the universe helps you out by putting you in this position.
That's right.
And everything's right about being in the production state of it. Everything is.
And I get to be stuck with stuck with all of you in lockdown, which is good, right?
Yay! I think that's so beautiful. You know,
it's the
life
best.
is happening the perfect way that it's intended for the highest and best. And it's not if it's happening for the highest and best. It's our perception that it should be something other than it is what frustrates us, because then we're just waiting. We're like going in the water in the pool, and we're holding our breath and waiting to get on the other side. And I'm like, no, breathe through it. Just breathe through it. Swim, be in it, make that situation right. And then good things will come out of it for sure. It always does.
Love it.
So good.
I love it.
Dr. Jill, thank you so much. Justine, I hope that, you know, that has served you as much as you have served all of us, you know, with your inspiration.
Thank you, beautiful Ava. I feel like I'm going to go run circles around my apartment now.
Yes.
Ready to go.
Yes. Now, what we have coming is such a treat. So we're gonna take Dr. Jill out of camera for a moment, and then we'll take Justin out of camera for a moment, because we want to give the stage to Miriam Brewer. And Dr. Jill, it's perfect that you're on stage. It is perfect that you're on stage, because we are going to ask you nothing better than to introduce Miriam, who's gonna help us close our summit.
Oh, wow. And Miriam is also in Australia, but yet that aspect of Australia is not in lockdown. Interesting. You know, I guess different parts of it are in lockdown because she's been on the go traveling. Yeah. Very, very interesting. So Miriam Brewer, the Rainbow Alchemist, what better person to come and close out this amazing, beautiful summit? Because this woman is tuned in, tapped in. She is the right person at the right time for the right reason. She is all heart, all spirit, all love. She is helping so many people all day, every day. One of the most beautiful soul sisters I've ever had. We started this movement in our club together in the Live, Love, Laugh Club. And I am so excited to introduce the most incredible, funny, spiritual, beautiful, heartfelt, loving soul definitely on the planet. Welcome, Miriam.
Oh, Dr. Jewel, seeing you in person just ignites the light in me, and you look amazing. And all of you, I wish I could have been here for the whole thing, but I'm sure there's a recording somewhere. Justine, beautiful, beautiful words. And I have that movie for you. So when I'm back in Sydney, I've got it on a disc and you can borrow it from me because I love the Something Heart. Anyway, it's an amazing movie. And apparently we can't get it in Australia. It's true. Sydney is in lockdown, but we escaped way before, and we're in Queensland. And, you know, there's ways of doing things in a beautiful way and continuing until. So I'm very blessed.
Well, Miriam, I'm speechless because I'm fascinated with how free you are. You know, I love your colors. I love, you know, I heard that you actually style yourself every day according to how you feel energies are. I mean, I'd love to even hear the journey. How did you get so free? Because like every time I hear you, you're the freest person on the planet. Like, you know, Dr. Jill says it, you know, the rainbows and unicorns and shits and giggles and rainbows.
The chimes, finally the chimes. Every time I think of your name, Miriam, I'm like, where are the chimes? Where are the chimes?
Right here in my RV. You've got no idea what we've got in our RV. But how did I get so free? Well, first of all, I was so effed up in the beginning. So I had to recognize the gift in strange wrapping paper, give gratitude to my mother and my father and the dysfunction of all of that, and embrace it and learn how to undo myself, literally. So everything, every modality that has no accreditation, and for every word that was ever said to me, I'll never amount to anything. Money doesn't grow on trees. You got to be inside the box. Marry a good Jewish guy and end up, you know, marry a doctor, do this. I'm like, no. Let me find my way. I was the rebel with the biggest chip on my shoulder. I was not always like this. I used to wear bottle rim glasses in Yeshiva College, which is a very Jewish school. If you know, who would have sent me to something so rigid on some level? But my parents did. Thank you. You know, they called me Fly Face, and Fly Face, you know, was, you know, 4 eyes are better than 2 eyes, 4 eyes are better than 2. 2 are blind, but never mind for it. So I healed myself. Actually, you're triggering memories in me. I healed my eyes. You know, I just knew there was a better way, and thank God I didn't have any brothers and sisters as I know of, because I wouldn't have gone on the quest to become what I am today, which is perfect, whole and complete, a tad unfinished, and meet the people that I've met so far, and all the good teachers and all the bad teachers, if you can call them that. Thank you. And, you know, my husband puts up with a hell of a lot.
I don't think that he has to put up with a hell of a lot. I think that it's a treat. You're such a treat. And you know, I love that you, the way you flow is that you listen, you know, in the spirit, and you just, you know, go with what message you get to receive moment by moment. And I love that, because really by the time we hear something, it was already for the past moment. It's no longer for the present, right? You know, but something about the freedom for you, I think you're like really you're the perfect creation in this planet to run with this. You know, your rebellious nature of you don't want to conform, you don't want to be put in a box. I mean, that's about the only way you can actually begin to listen in the spirit at the moment. It's because you're not willing to confirm to other things and be willing to, but then you get to carry that. So because you are actually on this stage free to speak whatever message comes to you, I'm going to give you the stage. I won't have any questions at the moment unless Michelle and Dr. Jill has a question.
I want to add one more thing, Ava, if you'll permit me. Miriam, I know for a fact, I don't know if you looked at the chat, Justine is over the moon about getting the loan of the movie, but not only that, Justine is a fellow member of the tribe. She too is Jewish. So what a coincidence, not. So I cannot wait. There better be a reunion picture on your socials, on Instagram. We got to have some kind of room in Clubhouse or something, because this was meant to be. So thank you. And I'm going to turn off my mic now.
Look, thank you for sharing that. And Justine, that's so funny. I'm the rebel Jewess, but gosh, I've learned a lot. And especially as a channel right now, what's coming through me and to me, because I've stopped looking outside of myself for, my guides, my angels, whatever. That doesn't mean I don't believe in them. I absolutely do. But now I'm really going straight to source. So when I'm hired or when I'm doing, you get the whole of me. You don't get, oh, we're just going to do a little segment over here of self-love. If someone opens to me to really get the download of what's coming through, that's what they'll get. So you can ask, I'm an open book. You can ask me any questions. What's coming through right now, I think there's no coincidence that I'm here at the end to wrap a bow on everything that's been shared. I have a feeling of what went down. I happened to watch that lovely lady who took the girls to girl camp and taught them all of this. Some of the stuff I absolutely, when we use the word we, I feel like I'm being talked at, whereas when I use the word I get the opportunity to really empower myself and go, well, actually, I wasn't like that. Or thank God I did run away from that. Or no one taught me how to be a girl. I mean, I just picked it up along the way, what felt right or what didn't feel right. If I was to say to a young girl anything around menstruation, embrace it. Oh my goodness, that's your time to turn in. Just embrace it. It's not dirty. It's none of those things. It's like, embrace that, because God knows when it's taken away. Oh, that was a bit of a shock. I thought I was going to menstruate till the day I died. So, I'll go there. So ask me anything. I'll tell you no lies. I'll just speak from the space of source of what's coming through me and to me. And then we can deliver a good piece, because there's so many angles that I can go on here.
Can I ask you questions?
Sure.
Okay. First of all, Justine said shalom.
Shalom.
What can we do to stay connected to not only humanity, but connected as to who we are, where we're going, but still feel like we are somehow connected to humanity? A lot of people, even though now some of us in some of our countries, we're out and about, I hear this a lot. People don't feel like they're connected. They don't know how to branch out and connect as humans again. What can you say to us?
Here's what one of my greatest teachers said to me. Miriam, treat everyone that you meet as if you've known them your whole life. So if you connect with me in, where are we? Lowood, back of Queensland. I'm like, hi, good morning. How are you going today? How's your fire made? That is the most amazing container I've ever seen. The next minute I know I've been given the most beautiful feathers by beautiful Mandy and Mark, who have not been home for 5 years, who now have jobs so that they don't have superannuation, and they supply Aldi and all these. They go and pick the broccolini from the beautiful properties, So I met Mark and Mandy for 2 minutes. And in doing that, I know their whole lifestyle and they know mine. So meet everyone as if you've known them your whole life, and just be open, stay grounded, everything touches everything. If you see someone who's challenged and can't open their caravan door, or you can see they're having a hard day, go up and say, everything's right about that. How can I help you? What can I do in this moment? You look amazing, but say it from a space of heart. Say it from a place of feeling. Say it from a place of, I'm yelling at my dogs because they're out of control. And the lady says, oh, they're so cute. Yes, they are. Thank you. In this moment, speak your truth with your relationships, even if it's unwanted. Ask permission first. And just remember, everyone's yearning touch in these interesting times where, I've got an exemption from wearing a mask. So everyone says, how come you're not wearing a mask? I got an exemption. God gave me one.
I love how you say, Miriam, that you're our permission slip. Say that again. I need to hear that.
Okay. I'm a permission slip for you to be you. You do you, boo, and I'll do me. So the reason I dress the way I dress is because soul dresses me, but you do you, I'll be, who else would you be? Everyone else is taken. So just do you. So much more fun.
Oh, I love you.
Thank you. I love me too.
Meet everyone like you've known them all your life. Whenever I've done that, magic happens, but it's not purposeful for me. Now you just made it purposeful. That's going to be my intent every time. Hey, how you doing? How was yesterday?
Yeah. Or how's your right now? How's your right now? How are you feeling this moment? When a lot of people say, how are you? They go, good, fine. Well, fine for me stands for something that you can work out the first bit. Effed up, insecure, neurotic, and emotional. That's my acronym for fine. So I want to know what makes you rock. I want to know your deepest moment. Sometimes I say to waitresses or waiters, what's your favorite on the menu? And they'll tell me, and I go, what have you never told anyone before? And they do. I love that. That's how I remember their name.
That's so good. That's so good. So Miriam, you said we can ask anything. So I'm gonna ask about your healing, being a healer, because I know that only from the things that I've heard is that you're a powerful healer. But in the Western world, we don't know what that looks like, because we only know doctors and prescription medications. So what does that look like? And stories of healing, what does healing look like?
Well, there's a miracle that happened the other day in Dr. Jill's room, in our room. So healing for me is A, believing in source, B, remembering that we're here to thrive, not just survive. And there are other ways outside. I'm not saying don't go to doctors. Sure, get what's wrong with you. And then let's look outside the box. Let's see what Dr. Jill has to say. Let's see what Leslie has to say. Let's see what my body, let's test through kinesiology. Let's test through Reiki. Let's channel a mantra. Let's bless on someone. Let's not be the victim to it, and let's see the gift in the strange wrapping paper. So what I do when I'm working with people is we go in. So if they've got a money block, we call on money spirit and we see where that is inside of them. If they've got a block around health and they're always unwell, we'll speak to that. It's a part of them. It's not the whole of them. It's not the whole of me that's unwell. It's the part of me. So I give you a recent example. I was in our room. My stepmom got run over by a scooter. My dad was beside himself. This has been going on for the last few weeks. I'm in the middle of wherever I am. And in that, I obviously, as being human, I'm a little bit stressed. I can't help them. I'm not hands-on. I have to surrender. In the process of surrendering, sometimes my body will react in a way. So I started to spot in Dr. Jill and my room, and I spoke it because it's what went right for you today? Well, I've helped masses of people and blah blah blah, and I'm having a moment, and before I knew it, people were praying. There's a lady called June who took me to, who I've met through Clubhouse. She took me into a John of God bed. So I'm lying on the bed. Peter's there with me. I'm listening to Clubhouse. And I got to tell you, the amount of support I had, it was gone by the time that room was finished. What happened differently for me? I believe, I achieve, I trust, I asked for help, I received the help, and then I surrendered that there's only control, approval, and security. I can't control anything. However, I can just be with me and come inward and take a moment because my body was stressed. So that's a snippet of healing. Plus, I use this modality a lot, which means infinite love and gratitude. It means I love you in American Sign Language. This in itself helps me a lot. The man who invented this is Dr. Darren Weissman, another Jewish boy, and he put 16 modalities in one, and he's a brother of mine. He's also in the movie called Heal. So I get to be around all these people who I could eat in the gutter or sit with the Queen and still be the same me. Probably wouldn't curtsy so well, but I'd try it on.
I think it's a big component to recharging. It's just allowing yourself to be you. You know, we try so hard to fit into a mold and, it's exhausting to try to, be someone else or, be who we're not. And many people don't even know who they are and what they want just because, they've lived their lives just, following after what people are telling them. And I'm going to go to this section. I don't know why I'm going there, but we were raised, kind of like saying that that rebellion is bad. But I feel like that's just honoring your own belief, right? Let's talk about the rebel queen. Like, is rebellion really bad? Like if you were to listen to yourself and really honor your own convictions, that's got to be freeing, right?
Well, it's the chicken or the egg. If I hadn't have been a rebel, I wouldn't have found the healing way of modality and I wouldn't be the person I was. If I didn't get angry, I wouldn't be able to fuel the passion inside of me that everyone is meant to thrive, not just survive. If I didn't feel the emotion, energy and motion, how would I know who I am? If I didn't feel PMS when I was PMSing, or that power surge of a hot flush rather than, oh my God, I'm sweating. No, this is a power surge of the crone coming through me. Do I like it all the time? No. Do I have something that can heal that? Yes. Will I be willing to look outside the box to expand on that? Yes. So feel the feels and then choose not to stay there too long, because what's the point? Life keeps lifing no matter what. Who are you? Who am I in the midst of chaos? I can be all over the place, but I've got a tribe that I will ask for. It's not weak to speak. It's not weak to ask, oh, geez, I really need a little bit of Dr. Jill, or I really need Leslie to say something foul to me right now. Or, I really need Peter to say, wake up to yourself with this, like, let's play badminton. I'm like, badminton? Sure. It's life is meant to be fun. Let's all have some fun.
I love that. We don't have to always get it right,
You never get it right and you never get it done.
I could see Dr. Jill about to say something.
Go for it.
I think she's got a lot of things to say.
I could talk with all of you all day, every single day. And, Miriam is so gifted because her presence of any given moment is the only place she'll ever be. And when she's in that moment, And when she's in that moment, there's two energies that come through. It's like the channeling energy and then her earthly energy that reacts to that channeling energy. And it happens in the same moment. Like something will come through her and then she'll go, wow, what was just that? What just happened? Let me just play with that in that moment. And, you know, it's very rare where you could see somebody that's so present to allowing things to come through and then be the student of what came through in the exact same moment. And she does that brilliantly, constantly in the room. These things come out of her and we're like, wow. And then she's like, wait a minute, I'm going to have to like be with that for a minute. Where did that come from? And it's so powerful. And it only comes from what she's talking about is her radical acceptance of herself in that moment, being who she is and being comfortable no matter what. I mean, it's just 100% authenticity and being genuine to all aspects of herself. And that's a superpower. Talk about superpower. That's a superpower. And it gives her permission to have fun and fly in and fly out and be sad or be happy or be a channeler or be a healer or whatever it is. It doesn't matter. She's in that exact experience when that experience is happening. And then when it's over and it's complete, she's done with it in a split second. She's like, okay, well, got it. Now what? It's like, what just happened? Like she holds on to none of it, you know, until it's like ready to be, you know, something else is ready to be nurtured, you know. So it's a gift and a skill set all in one. And like Miriam is saying, the only reason she's operating at such a high consciousness is because of the pain. It directed her, it made that resistance say like that her parents did her a favor by saying, be tight. And then that energy within her started to explode and say like, there's no way I can't be contained. And because of that birthed out of her. They did her the favor by putting the constraints on so she could explode. Without that constraint, she would have never exploded. And trusting in that means everything's right about everything. It means, like we talk about in the room, everything was right about the childhood, the constraints, the challenges, and all of it, because it forms all of us. So I'm excited to be here. You know, Miriam and I are great friends, like truly great friends off the platform. And, you know, we're just all so blessed to be in this experience of life in the same moment in time and sharing. Like my favorite part of meeting each and every one of you is the community that we created and this collective consciousness of all of us coming together. And because Ava stepped up to the plate, do you know how many of us got to pour in all of our time, all of our talent, connect and love on each other and share and help so many people because you presenced yourself to that moment. Even when the moment didn't feel right, you said, wait, everything's right about me and I'm going to step into my power anyway. And you did that, Ava, just like Miriam did that, just like we're all doing that. And that's the secret to life, is to take ownership of ourselves. Regardless of how you're feeling or functioning in that moment, everything is still right about each and every one of us. Then this magic happens and here we go. And we have this beautiful summit thanks to you. And we're helping so many people because that's the one thing we all have in common. We want to help ourselves and others.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jill. Thank you so much. So Miriam, as we close, we're going to give you the magical wand and the magical powers to just bless us and give us the closing message, you know, that you would receive. And we're going to be bringing Shimiko in also. We're just so grateful for you. And you still have the stage, Miriam. Anything that you'd like to speak at this moment? You know, we just welcome you. We're grateful and honored for the life that you live, the example that you model, you know, and the healings that you bring to people just by being yourself. You know, you don't even have to try, you know, just treat people like you know them your whole life.
Yeah, thank you. I want to honor David T.S. Wood for that. Thank you. For me, I just want to say live, love, and laugh a lot. You know, there's no coincidences that, you know, Dr. Jill said, well, how about live, love, and laugh? And I'm like, yes, laugh for no reason. But what I would really like to do to put a bow on this whole piece is offer the Gayatri mantra. for your healing, for the success of everything for you, Ava, for bringing it all together. If you asked me to bring this all together, you can imagine what a mishmash it would be. It's not my zone of genius. So your zone of genius is this. Continue until everyone else that you brought together. I want to bless them. I want to say thank you. I look forward to seeing the ones I resonate with and to hearing snippets. And may this continue from the bottom of our hearts. And may this, let it be transpersonal. May this ripple out to the spaces and places within the world that don't see the light, that have darkness. And may this ripple out to all the spaces in the world where there's healing, where the planet, she's doing absolutely beautifully because we are revealing back to our souls, back to the healing of us, back to the tribal way of being here for one another, for no reason and for every reason, remembering that everything touches everything. Without each and every one of you, my life would not be the same. So with that, oh, Om Bura Burvaha Svaha Tatsavitu Vareniniyam Bargo Devasya Dimahi Dio Yono Prachodayat. Deep breath in. Be present to what's in your body right now. What's your moment? And remember to smile inwardly, and every little cell in your body is healthy and well. Aho.
Oh gosh, Marianne, thank you. Thank you for blessing Ava, and thank you for your presence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's so precious. So precious.
It's so magical. It gets me every single time. Every time. I mean, when she does that, the world just like healing energy lights up, hearts connect. It's just magical. It's magical.
How is it different, Dr. Jill, that you can actually see her, not just hear her?
Well, we FaceTime. We do.
Oh,
that.
you do this too. Okay. Yeah. I'm like, to me, it's such a treat to see her, you know? Yeah. Oh my gosh. So beautiful. Well, ladies, we've come to an end of a 6-hour summit. Ooh. Could you believe it's 6 hours? 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. It's 6 hours. Thank you so much. Michelle, you never got up once. How did you do it? I don't even know. I didn't even see you sip water or something. So thank you so much. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, Miriam. It's such an honor. Thank you for listening to the spirit and asking when I didn't filter that right away. Thank you so much. That's such a great example. And I love how you said it. Like, if you don't ask, you don't get. I actually have used that twice since you said it. I told my son yesterday, if you don't ask, you don't get. I heard that from a powerful healer. So such an
And
example.
also when you're on Zoom, do this. This is spirit fingers. This is energy coming through for each and every one. I mean, I have corporates that they're all sitting like this, and they're like, oh my God, I can feel that. It's tickling spirit instead of clapping. So yeah,
Awesome.
pass it on.
Oh my
Pray it
goodness. We have got to get you in the same room with Rex Sykes. Oh my goodness. The two, the magic, the magic.
God will guide me wherever I need to go.
Dr. Jill, I'm going to ask you for the end of our summit that you can just do your everything is right about your blessing for everybody that's listening to us right now. And then with that, we are going to close. Shimiko, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being our systems in the background and for coming up and for connecting up with amazing speakers. Michelle, thank you for stepping up, and oh my God, your attention to details and the quality of the questions that you ask. I'm like, and the way you take notes, and it's such a great addition. And so grateful. Dr. Jill, this is your show. This is your summit. This was created exactly for you. You're the mother of this show that's going to go on. Everything is right about that. Everything is right about you. And Miriam is the godmother that blesses us all. We all have titles. So Dr. Jill, Dr. Jill, I'm gonna put you on the spotlight so that you can bless our and then all of the team. We go celebrate team, okay? After Dr. Jill, we go celebrate. We're Dr. Jill's team right now.
Well, we love this because Miriam and I have been doing this right from the start together, and we love pouring into people. We just love. For how often in life do you feel the truth of who you are so unconditionally, and just somebody like just pouring pure spirit of who you really are right into you, and that level of validation and confidence that that's who you are. Because the truth is that every person on this planet on a soul level, and we're actualizing that soul energy all day, every day, is good and kind and wonderful and loving and worthy and excited and celebratory and smart and healthy and happy and successful and amazing and beautiful and compassionate and empathetic and all the good things that life have to offer, because we are the right person in the right moments, in the right situations, doing the right things at the right time. And I know that for sure. But every single person on this planet. And here's why I know that for sure. Because everything's right about everybody. Every single thing is right about you and everybody on this planet. And we're going to keep celebrating ourselves and each other in this world and make this world a better place, one right moment at a time, one right thought at a time, one right beautiful gesture at a time. And we're going to spread love throughout the entire planet from the inside out, because everything is right about you. And I mean all of it, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Every single thing is right about each and every one of us.
Okay, let's go, team.
Let's go, team.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jill. We are going to close the summit. All of the recordings are going to be sent to social media. This is going to live in perpetual eternity for people to see and be shared. And so our impact is not limited to this. This is actually a recording, a visualized recording. Miriam is showing us something, a visualized recording. So all of Miriam's magical things are now coming out of the shell. We get to wait for Miriam. What's coming out there, Miriam?
I was just flashing some quartz, some grounding quartz to ground that in. So and all my you've got no idea what's in behind these cupboards up here. It's like crystals, there's like musical instruments, there's everything up there for any moment. So it's so much fun. So many blessings. Thank you so much for having me, and I can't wait to see the recordings.
Thank you so much.
I can't wait to go to Australia and have a meal with Miriam.
Oh my God, you're going to have so much fun. I will offer prayers for Sydney, because Sydney's in a really bad way. I've never seen Sydney like it is. So that will ripple out.
Yes. So as we close, Dr. Jill, I'm gonna go ahead and put you on the background, and I'll put Miriam in the background. I just want to acknowledge and get the comments of my co-hosts, Shimiko and Michelle. Some last words from you, Michelle, and what your takeaways are and what your experience is in this 6-hour summit. Thank you so much for, oh my God, just putting a bow in everything.
Ava, it's been an honor. It's been an honor to work alongside you and to just meet these beautiful, beautiful beings and to learn from them. And I've taken so many notes for my own personal enrichment. And I just want to say that it's really an honor to work with you and Shmiko, and of course, Justine, and to end everything on such a beautiful high note with both Dr. Jill and Miriam. It's like the icing on the cake. And I'm so thankful to be part of something that will be saved for posterity, because I just know that every woman who was on this panel today is going off to bigger and brighter things. And it's going to be beautiful to have this anthology. So thank you so much, Ava and Shmiko, for putting this together and making things happen. And oh, Laura's there. Thank you, Laura. I love you all.
Put Justine too. The power of 5. I'm not sure.
Yes. Where is Justine? I wish Justine was here. Justine, where Ollie oxen free.
Oh, I can't start my video for some reason. That's very weird. Anyway, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Oh, we were gonna have a power of 5 picture taking. Here we go.
Yay, we're here.
There we go.
You get to dance now. Does someone have the ability to take a screenshot of the 5 of us?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, I don't. Do I?
Oh.
Yes. There
Can
you go.
you help me? I can't access my video camera either.
Oh.
Technical issues. It's because of lockdown. It's spreading.
I took one. I'm going to take another.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's because they have control. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, mine is locked.
Here we go. Here we go.
Bring
Ready?
everybody.
Here we go. One more. Let's do one more. Just for spirit fingers.
Be funny faces. Come on. Be yourselves.
Just taking a picture.
I like this. I feel powerful.
Who took a picture?
You are powerful, Justine.
I'm all coming
I love
apart
it. I can't wait to meet you. And you're in Paddington. I saw on your website. Yeah. I'm in Potts Point. I'm around the corner from you. Yes.
You gotta get that video, Justine, from Miriam.
Yeah, and if I was at home, you could come round and just get that video, but we're not coming home until this is done. I'm sorry.
No, don't do that. No.
Just...
It's I've never seen it. Anyway, this was so amazing, guys. I'm so honored. I'm gonna connect with you offline because it's serendipity. We're all meant to be here. We're all meant to meet. So thank you, guys. Such an honor.
Oh, and Dr. Jill's here too. Mwah. Love you all. Mwah.
Love you all. Who took our picture? I just want to confirm someone took our picture.
Oh, yes.
Someone take a picture?
This is my horse, Troy.
Someone do?
There you go. Got it.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay, one more. I was like, one more.
There we go. Done.
Thank you. Bless you. Have an amazing Sunday night.
Bye, guys.
Love you all. Love you all.
Love
everyone
great.
who's watching. Yes.
Every Monday. Future is fantastic because I'm
Sunday afternoon. Yes. Evening.
I like this music. I could get used to this because
family. All my brothers, sisters, and me.
All right. Bar, I've heard that song.
Bless you.
All right. See you on the other side.
Bye.